4. An unprecedented class struggle from above. If, contrary to what populists seem to believe, revolutionary class struggle in the Russia and China that had just emerged from the overthrow of the ancien regime did not aim at a collectivism of poverty and suffering, what was its objective? The problem had already been broached by the manifesto, according to which proletariat will use its political supremacy to initiate the socialist transformation of society, obviously, but also to increase the total of productive forces as rapidly as possible. 36. Let us now see how the debate unfolded in Soviet Russia. Lenin called for an end to the totality of intolerable social relations, starting with the domestic slavery of women, which persisted in the new society 3 years after the revolution. At this level, we might already note a basic novelty. Action from below, which was imperative, could count on the support of the new political power. And in this sense, class struggle from below intersected with class struggle from above. However, a key question remained to be answered. How did class struggle manifest itself in urban factories and workplaces, where the transformation of property relations in a socialist direction had already occurred? When the Civil War and counter-revolutionary intervention erupted, there was a broad consensus that participation in revolutionary class struggle consisted in armed defense of Soviet Russia on the one hand, and commitment to production in support of that armed defense on the other. In Lenin's words, communists placed themselves at the head of the revolutionary class struggle, demonstrating heroism and self-sacrifice not only at the front but also in the rear. 37. With the defeat of the counter-revolutionary armies supported by the Entente, people were called upon to prove their dedication in a protracted labor of economic construction, no longer directly prompted by the dictates of war and military salvation of the revolution. What threatened the very existence of Soviet Russia now was not counter-revolutionary armies, but the difficulty of providing for the basic, daily needs of an exhausted population. In the Soviet leaders' view, it should be obvious that commitment to satisfying these needs, so as to ensure the new regime a broad social base of support, was synonymous with concrete participation in revolutionary class struggle. In reality, the transition from poetry to prose, from defying death on the battlefield and active solidarity with the heroes at the front, to meeting the challenge of the everyday exertion and monotony of workplaces and production sites, all this proved quite the reverse of easy and, in fact, generated unease and disenchantment. Lenin had to engage in a struggle at once political and pedagogical to persuade his collaborators and comrades, especially youth, of the need to turn the page on revolutionary romanticism and embrace a less heady, but more concrete, view of the class struggle. October 1920, people are starving. Such was the situation that needed remedying. It was 1921, it was necessary to focus on the problem of worsening equipment, lower crop yields, shortage of hands, etc. End of October 1921, a revival of economic life and increased production were imperative. To achieve these objectives, there should be no hesitation about learning from the most advanced countries of the capitalist West, in order to assimilate, along with science and technology, what would today be called management. Indeed, even Taylorism had to be critically assimilated. In the years immediately preceding the First World War, it had been branded a scientific system of sweating wage slaves. In Haven, however, Lenin had been concerned to make pertinent distinctions. Based as it was on competition, capitalism was led to convert all these devices into instruments for the further exploitation of the workers. But it was subsequently, starting from the exigencies of constructing the new society, that the distinction between science and the capitalist use of science also became clearer and sharper in connection with Taylorism. The Russian is a bad worker compared with people in advanced countries. The task that the Soviet government must set the people in all its scope is learn to work. The Taylor system, the last word of capitalism in this respect, like all capitalist progress, is a combination of the refined brutality of bourgeois exploitation and a number of the greatest scientific achievements in the field of analyzing mechanical motions during work, the elimination of superfluous and awkward motions, the elaboration of correct methods of work, the introduction of the best system of accounting and control, etc. The Soviet Republic must at all costs adopt all that is valuable in the achievements of science and technology in this field. The possibility of building socialism depends exactly upon our success in combining the Soviet power and the Soviet organization of administration with the up-to-date achievements of capitalism. Obviously, among the Bolsheviks there were those who cried scandal, maintaining that this would recreate the enslavement of the working class and lead back to capitalism. But Lenin's rejoinder was just as harsh. He regarded this attitude as an unheard-of reactionary thing. In fact, only those are worthy of the name of communists who understand that it is impossible to create or introduce socialism without learning from the organizers of the trusts. Given that socialism presupposed the assimilation and application by the proletarian vanguard, which has seized power, of what has been created by the trusts. 45. With the introduction of the NEP, unease and disenchantment intensified. The Soviet leader redoubled his efforts to make it clear that the class struggle, in its new configuration, had acquired another dimension. It involved not only increasing productivity in general, but concretely demonstrating the superiority of the public sector of the economy to the private sector. On 27 March, he addressed supporters thus: "It's how by your practical efforts that you can work no less efficiently than the capitalists. Look at things more soberly. Cast off the tinsel, the festive communist garments. Learn a simple thing simply, and we shall beat the private capitalist." 46. This was a theme systematized and radicalized by Bukharin in 1925. Once power had been won, the proletariat had an interest in the unity of the social whole, civil peace. But this by no means spells the end of the class struggle, which assumes a new form. 47 indeed. How do we squeeze out our immediate opponents, the private capitalists? By means of competition and economic struggle. If they sell cheaply, we must reach a position where we can sell still more cheaply. This is the form taken by our class struggle under present circumstances. The objectives of the new class struggle, developing productivity generally and demonstrating the superiority of the state and public economy, could be achieved on one condition. Addressing the new generation, Lenin issued an appeal. You are faced with the task of construction, and you can accomplish that task only by assimilating all modern knowledge. 49. With his customary lucidity and insight, in 1927 Benjamin observed, "Now it is made clear to every communist that the revolutionary work of this hour is not conflict, not civil war, but canal construction, electrification, and factory building. The revolutionary nature of true technology is emphasized ever more clearly." 50. 4 years later, in the interim, the NEP had been abandoned for the collectivization of agriculture and hyper-industrialization, Stalin repeated. In the period of Reconstruction, technique decides everything. It was therefore necessary to study technique and to master science. All this might seem prosaic and banal. In reality, though, this new task was no less arduous than storming the Winter Palace. Bolsheviks must master technique and become experts. This was far from easy to achieve, but here are no fortresses that Bolsheviks cannot capture. 51. Even the class struggle for the growth of the productive forces could be a rousing, memorable enterprise. It too could, or should, ignite revolutionary enthusiasm. By contrast, Simone Weil in France argued very differently. She reached the conclusion that Russia's model was now America: efficiency, productivism, Taylorism, the enslavement of the worker to production. Class struggle had been forgotten. The fact that, on a question which is at the heart of the conflict between capital and labor, Stalin has abandoned Marx's standpoint and allowed himself to be seduced by the capitalist system in its consummate form, shows that the USSR is still far from having a working class culture. 52. The problem we have identified in connection with Soviet Russia also manifested itself in other revolutions. In summer 1933, Mao Zedong called for commitment to continued growth of the economy in the zones governed by communists. "'Tis is a great task, a great class struggle." 53, and in late 1964, referring to Algeria as well as Cuba, Ernesto Che Guevara addressed Algerian youth. "This is a time for construction, something much more difficult and seemingly less heroic, but demanding all the nation's forces. It is necessary to work, because at times like these that is the best way of struggling. Fatherland or death." Following a revolution's military victory, the key question became the work of combatants on the production front. This involved striving to make the great mechanism of production efficient. On the agenda was a solution to the problem of creating more wealth, creating more goods, so that our people have an ever greater quantity of things, so that we can call ourselves a socialist country. 55. 5. Class struggle and the two forms of inequality. But what is the development of production and productivity geared towards? Once hopes for an extension of anti-capitalist revolution to the West had been dashed, the Bolsheviks in power soon realized that, on the basis both of their ideological and political program and the international situation, they had to confront not one, but two different forms of inequality. There was not only the inequality dividing a single country, by dint of having won victory on the margins, or outside, of the more developed world. The October Revolution and other revolutions of a Marxist and communist inspiration had to face the problem of global inequities at an international level. In winning power, they all had to come to terms with the process whereby the inequality of nations was as profound as the inequality of classes, so that humanity was irrevocably divided. They had to come to terms with the great divergence par excellence, which not only created a gulf between nations, but swept away a polycentric world with no dominant center, and ushered in a Europe-centered world system. To facilitate things, I shall refer in this connection to the first type of inequality. In Soviet Russia, this was certainly experienced just as painfully as the second. In Lenin's words from January 1920, the working people must not forget that capitalism has divided nations into a small number of oppressor, great power imperialist, sovereign and privileged nations, and an overwhelming majority of oppressed, dependent, and semi-dependent, non-sovereign nations. 59 Soviet Russia was located in or risked being ejected into this group of nations. Having suffered drastic territorial amputation at the hands of Wilhelm II's Germany, it had had to face intervention by the Entente. While the Bolsheviks managed to consolidate their power and stabilize the domestic situation, the international picture continued to be far from reassuring. The Versailles Treaty ended the First World War, but did not silence the wide range of voices evoking the danger of a new conflagration no less ruinous than the first. Lenin himself repeatedly warned of this danger. It was a further reason for boosting the struggle against the first type of inequality, which found Russia far behind the more advanced countries economically and technologically. Unfortunately, the revolution had not triumphed in those countries. We must remember that at present all their highly developed technology and their highly developed industry belong to the capitalists who are fighting us. We must remember that we either strain every nerve in everyday effort or we shall inevitably go under. Owing to the present circumstances, the whole world is developing faster than we are. While developing, the capitalist world is directing all its forces against us. That is how the matter stands. That is why we must devote special attention to this struggle. Hence, the first type of inequality was increasing, and this could have catastrophic consequences for Soviet Russia, rendering any serious plan for countering the second type of inequality impossible. On this basis, Lenin never tired of stressing the need for scientific and technological development, assimilating the achievements of the West. A similar concern was expressed by Bukharin, who, with the more advanced capitalist countries in mind, observed, "We are growing, but they are growing as well." The distance and the risks bound up with it remained unaltered. In these conditions, the question of the tempo of development, or the speed of our development, assumes quite exceptional importance. We must grow more rapidly. This theme subsequently became the guiding thread of Stalin's discourse. Among the most urgent tasks was electrification of the great Eurasian country. Arendt may wax ironic about the curious formula, electrification plus Soviets, in which Lenin encapsulated the essence and aims of the October Revolution. Silent on the subject of building socialism, it was a watchword that expressed an entirely un-Marxist separation of economics and politics. 62. But no serious and responsible statesman could take this school lesson seriously. Certainly not Lenin and the Bolsheviks, who had to face invasion by counter-revolutionary powers, and even after having defeated it, knew full well that the danger had not been averted for good. Hence, electrification was a matter of life and death. We are dealing with a problem which, in different ways, regularly arose in countries engaged in a revolutionary process while being located outside, or on the margins of, the more advanced West. In the Che Guevara observed in Cuba, since monopoly capital took control of the world, it has kept the majority of humanity in poverty, dividing the spoils among the most powerful countries. The standard of living of these countries is based on the poverty of ours. Hence, a great technological leap is required to reduce the difference that exists today between our countries and the more developed ones, so as to acquire the technology of the advanced counties. It was necessary to make a start on the new phase with a genuine international division of labor, based not on the history of what has been done so far, but on the future history of what should be done. A new international order was necessary, enabling the combined development of humanity and avoiding the subjugation of colonies and semi-colonies. In one respect, the two class struggles against the two different types of inequality were interlinked. The electrification invoked in Soviet Russia would make it possible to overcome or lessen the isolation of the non-electrified countryside from the city and reduce the gap between urban and rural worlds. 65. At the same time, electrification and technological and scientific development as a whole would reduce the disparity in the military balance of power internationally and render colonial subjugation, and the veritable enslavement later pursued by the Third Reich, difficult or impossible. That is, they would make an extreme accentuation of inequality within the international division of labor difficult or impossible. As we can see, pace errant, the unity of economics and politics is clear on both fronts. Up to here, the struggles against the two forms of inequality go hand in hand. In another respect, by contrast, a lag and contradiction inevitably occur. The limitation of one inequality can involve temporary intensification of the other. If, as Lenin wrote between August and September 1922, Soviet Russia's main task was to adopt everything that is truly valuable in European and American science, it is evident that such an operation was comparatively easier starting from the country's economic, intellectual, and technological commanding heights. In other words, it was an operation which, while it enabled Russia's more advanced regions to catch up or reduce the gap with the West, enhanced their advantage over the more backward regions of the Eurasian country. That is not all. In October, Lenin observed that the Soviet government was obliged to award specialists exceptionally high remuneration in the bourgeois manner. Such was the price to be paid for the work of qualified technicians, required to accelerate Russia's development, and thereby reduce the inequality between it and more advanced countries. The obverse of this tendentially egalitarian policy internationally was an aggravation of redistributive inequalities inside the country. The emphasis could be put on the struggle against the latter, foregoing the very costly contribution of specialists. But the result would be to aggravate the economic and technological lag and inequality vis-à-vis technologically more developed and potentially hostile countries. For the purposes of reducing the first type of inequality, it was also necessary to attract foreign capital to Russia, thereby installing the most modern machinery and progressively approximating to the modern, advanced trusts of other countries, and sooner or later catching up with them. However, foreign capital guaranteed the concession of some natural resource, claimed or pursued fantastic profits. Albeit unavoidable, the acquisition of the most advanced technology involved significant political and social as well as economic costs. Today, far from vanishing, the problem broached here has grown enormously. An authoritative U.S. daily refers to the program implemented by Washington since 2006. In the context of the policy of strangling Cuba, it aims to encourage the defection of the rebel islands doctors, who distinguish themselves very positively by their work in Haiti and other parts of the world, but who might be attracted by the higher remuneration they could enjoy in the USA. 69, or take China. Since 1978 and the open door and reform policy introduced by Deng Xiaoping, around 2 million students and graduates have pursued their studies abroad. Only 1/3 have returned home. In recent years, the percentage has increased markedly and is growing further, thanks to the authorities' policy of very strong material incentives. Repatriation is also encouraged by patriotic appeals, but they resonate more strongly with enhanced concrete possibilities of participating in building a country and nation that is catching up with the commanding heights of industrial and technological development in leaps and bounds, and which, thanks to this, is reconquering self-esteem. The ineluctable character of the struggle against relations of inequality internationally emerges once again. It is easy to see why this problem is posed with particular intensity in China, a country with an ancient civilization which, as a result of having missed its rendezvous with the Industrial Revolution, suffered the semi-colonial oppression imposed by the West. In a conversation of October 10, 1978, Deng drew attention to the fact that the technological gap with the most advanced countries was growing larger. They were developing with tremendous speed, and China was not managing to keep pace with them. 70 and 10 years later, high technology is advancing at a tremendous pace. There was a risk that the gap between China and other countries will grow wider. 71. Had it missed its rendezvous with the new technological revolution, the great Asian country would have been condemned to permanent backwardness and found itself in a situation of weakness and inequality similar to that, which rendered it defenseless in the Opium Wars and against the force majeure of Western capitalism and colonialism. But have the policy of rapid economic and technological development and chasing after the West not wound up favoring coastal regions that enjoy a superior geographical location and at least possessed modest infrastructure for good or ill bequeathed by colonial and semi-colonial domination? The more or less egalitarian distribution of poverty has given way to a process of development at an inevitably unequal pace. The problem we saw emerge immediately after the October Revolution has crystallized is the objective of revolutionary class struggle, the creation of a society where, the rich having disappeared, there is room only for the poor and very poor? Or should it promote development of the productive forces and social wealth, so as to uproot poverty and penury and dramatically raise the living standards of the popular masses? Besides, how egalitarian can we consider a society where there is room only for the poor and very poor? 6. Quantitative and qualitative inequality. 2 chapters in the history of the People's Republic of China have answered this question with tragic eloquence. The Great Leap Forward, whose author was Mao Zedong in the late 1950s, was an attempt to advance the struggles against the 2 forms of inequality in concert. On the one hand, the mass mobilization of men and women in work and economic construction dictated recourse to collectivist practices in production and service provision, laundries, canteens, etc., and this created the impression or illusion of pronounced progress in the cause of equality at home. On the other hand, this intensely political mobilization on an exceptional scale was intended to accelerate China's economic development rapidly, therewith delivering decisive blows to international inequality. Similar considerations apply to the Cultural Revolution, denouncing the bourgeoisie or privileged layers who had infiltrated the Communist Party itself. It revived domestic egalitarianism. Criticizing the theory of socialism at a snail's pace attributed to the deposed president of the Republic, Liu Shaoqi, it proposed to impart unprecedented acceleration to the growth of the productive forces, thus taking the country with remarkable rapidity to the level of the most advanced capitalist countries and thereby also abolishing or radically eroding the first type of inequality. All of this was based on the illusion that accelerated economic construction could be undertaken with the same methods as the political and military battles of the Chinese Revolution. relying on mass mobilization and enthusiasm and the illusion that such enthusiasm could manifest itself enduringly or indefinitely. The Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution took no account of the process of secularization. Appeals cannot constantly and eternally be made to the mobilization, self-abnegation, spirit of renunciation and self-sacrifice, the heroism of the masses. On account, too, of the unconducive hostile international context, compounding the ruthless embargo implemented from the outset by the USA and the West was the rupture with the USSR and the other socialist countries. The outcome of the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution was disastrous and tragic. The upshot was a more or less drastic decline in economic development, which ended up aggravating both forms of inequality. Indeed, not only did it increase China's distance from more advanced countries, but domestically too, egalitarianism, albeit sincerely proclaimed and passionately pursued, turned into its opposite. When poverty reaches a certain level, it entails the risk of death from starvation. In such an eventuality, the piece of bread that ensures the survival of the more fortunate, however modest, sanctions an absolute inequality, the absolute inequality that exists between life and death. While it dictates painful asceticism for everyone, the society yearned for by populism, not only the Christian variety, where there are no more rich people, only poor and poorer, is far from keeping the promise of equality, because diminished quantitative inequality ends up taking the form of and manifesting itself as absolute qualitative inequality. Mao was compelled to realize this. In a conversation of May 1974 with the former British Prime Minister Edward Heath, he drew up a bitter balance sheet full of self-critical accents. He responded as follows to the observation of his interlocutor: according to whom making mistakes is the fate of all great statesmen, me faults are more serious. 800 million people want to eat, and moreover, China's industry is undeveloped. I can't boast much of China. Your country is a developed country, and ours is an undeveloped one. 72 international inequality had not been eroded and, as indicated by the reference to the problem of feeding people, domestic inequality had not been resolved, had even grown. Given that, regardless of equity of distribution, starvation and death from starvation introduced an element of absolute inequality. We can now understand Deng Xiaoping's turn. Marxists should finally realize that poverty is not socialism, that socialism means eliminating poverty. Unless you are developing the productive forces and raising people's living standards, you cannot say that you are building socialism. Hence, to get rich is glorious. Thus proclaimed Deng, 73, who, probably unwittingly, adopted the slogan with which, more than half a century earlier, Bukharin had sought to overcome the backwardness of Soviet agriculture, stimulating peasant commitment. Almost 60 years later, the new Chinese leader found himself facing a similar problem, but on a larger scale. In 1986, he clarified the meaning of his slogan in an interview with a US TV journalist. It meant doing away with the view, attributed to the defeated Gang of Four, that poor communism was preferable to rich capitalism. In reality, according to Marx's definition critique of the Gotha program, a communist society was one regulated by the principle, from each according to his ability to each according to his needs. Hence, it presupposed an enormous growth of the productive forces and social wealth. It was, therefore, a contradiction in terms to speak of poor communism or poor socialism, given that socialism was the preparatory phase of communism. At this point, as a follower of the principles of Marxism and communism, Deng was concerned to distinguish the meaning of his slogan in different social orders. Unlike in capitalism, wealth in a socialist society belongs to the people. Prosperity is something for the entire people. We permit some people in some regions to become prosperous first, for the purpose of achieving prosperity faster. That is why our policy will not lead to polarization, to a situation where the rich get richer while the poor get poorer. This position was forcefully restated on several occasions. The welfare and happiness of the people must be ensured. It was necessary to enable our people to lead a fairly comfortable life, to raise the people's living standards, to achieve common prosperity. Obviously, especially for a continent country like China, it was not possible for everyone to accede to common prosperity at the same time. The first to attain the goal would be the coastal regions, which would then be in a position, and under an obligation, to give still more help to the interior. 75. From Deng Xiaoping's point of view, China's turn under his leadership was the Second Revolution, or a new stage in the revolution but for his domestic opponents, and a large number of Western Marxists. It is a bourgeois and capitalist counter-revolution. How are we to explain these opposed interpretations? After the revolution, the ambiguities of class struggle. 1. The specter of the new class. Even before the Bolsheviks could really get down to implementing their program, voices were raised in the West, proclaiming the failure of the socialist program. A few weeks after October 1917, without losing any time, Kautsky declared, "What is occurring in Russia is in fact the last of the bourgeois and not the first of the socialist revolutions." One for the German socialist leader no doubt was possible. It was not only that, in his view, The semi-Asian country was too backward to be capable of building a society beyond capitalism. Once socialism was cast as the end of any contradictions and conflict, and in any event, as totally different from the existing order, in fact. From any historically existing order, the affirmation of the non-socialist character of the revolution in Russia or any other country was, in a sense, tautological. Once socialism was defined in such a way as to entail the negation of any contamination by, or compromise with, the surrounding world, both at home and abroad. It was not difficult polemically to deploy the tautology of the failure to supersede bourgeois society. Kautsky's demonstration proceeds briskly. Brest-Litovsk, the peace treaty with Germany, by definition involved compromises with German capital. Hence, the dictatorship of the proletariat had destroyed Russian capital, but only to make room for capital from other countries. In the countryside, while small peasants had taken the place of the large-scale feudal property, overall, the putative socialist revolution had consolidated private property in the means of production and commodity production. It might be said that small peasants were embarking on the path of cooperation, but it should not be forgotten that cooperative property was merely a new form of capitalism. The new Soviet power might proceed to nationalize the whole economy, but it should be borne in mind that the state economy is not yet socialism. The market and commodity production would continue to exist, and even were both of them to disappear, it remained to be seen whether the basis of genuine socialist production had been realized. Hence, the liquidation of a determinate form of capitalism did not in and of itself signify the abolition of capitalism as such. The new government can abolish many forms of capitalist property without really leaving behind the old social system. As we can see, the bar which the new regime was required to clear in order to be defined as socialist was set ever higher, so that this regime, whatever its efforts and results, by definition remained non-socialist. The socialism referred to here is like the Kantian thing in itself. Contrasted with the phenomenal world, the only world accessible to human consciousness, it is so defined, according to Hegel's analysis, as to prove unattainable and unknowable. Analogously, the socialism of Kautsky and so many other authors who argue like him, by dint of its ethereal, rarefied character, is unattainable and unrealizable. The countless propositions that eloquently demonstrate the unknowability of the thing in itself, or the failure to construct socialism, prove on closer inspection to be empty tautologies. Although posing as a champion of orthodoxy, Kautsky did not challenge the universal asceticism and social leveling in its crudest forms, harshly criticized by the Communist Manifesto, characteristic of Soviet Russia at the time. Instead, he denounced the emergence and self-assertion of a new exploiting class in the country ruled by the Bolsheviks. In place of those who were hitherto capitalists and have now become proletarians, come intellectuals or proletarians who have now become capitalists. The October Revolution had only just occurred. The specter of the advent of the power of a new exploiting class accompanied Soviet Russia from birth. Grappling with such positions, Lenin responded. In an article published in Pravda on November 7, 1919, he stressed that the transition from capitalism to communism must combine the features and properties of both these forms of social economy and encompassed a whole historical era. In Kautsky's view, by contrast, the persistence of bourgeois social relations was proof that either an old or a new exploiting class held power in Russia. The Soviet leader argued the opposite. Crying scandal because of the copresence of heterogeneous social relations during the transition meant bemoaning the fact that the conquest of power did not betoken the cessation of class struggle. It was clear that petty bourgeois Democrats are distinguished by an aversion to class struggle, by their dreams of avoiding it, by their efforts to smooth over, to reconcile, to remove sharp corners. Such Democrats avoid recognizing any necessity for a whole historical period of transition from capitalism to communism. But in this determinate situation, how did class struggle manifest itself? As early as 1920, attempts by Soviet leaders to restore and revitalize the productive apparatus, reintroducing the principle of competence into factories, were met by recalcitrant circles with denunciations of the ascendancy of bourgeois specialists, or a new bourgeoisie. In Lenin's eyes, by contrast, measures to revive production and consolidate the social base of support for the revolutionary government, by recourse to bourgeois specialists and the NEPI and state capitalism as well, were the concrete way that the proletariat waged class struggle in the new situation. For the inter-party opposition, the return to capitalism, albeit in limited form, was proof that the proletariat had lost, or was in the process of losing the class struggle, and that the bourgeoisie, old and new, had reconquered power or was in the process of so doing. Dismayed, Lenin noted, it was assumed that with the NEPI, the change is from communism in general to the bourgeois system in general. 6 disappointed Bolsheviks felt confirmed in their bitter conviction because cries of triumph arose on the other side. For the Mensheviks, observed an indignant Lenin, the NEP betokened the collapse of communism. Indeed, the leitmotif of the Mensheviks is, the Bolsheviks have reverted to capitalism. That is where they will meet their end. The revolution, including the October Revolution, has turned out to be a bourgeois revolution after all. A broad front of opinion argued thus. Astonishing reactions were not wanting. Amused this time, Lenin referred to the fact that some of the cadets, Russian liberals, who had been defeated and were in exile, were calling for support for Soviet Russia, which had now set out on the path towards the ordinary bourgeois state. Replicas of this debate occurred in the wake of other revolutions led by communist parties. In replying to cries of alarm or triumph at bourgeois restoration, the leaders of such parties were obliged to rethink the Marxist theory of class struggle and class rule. The result was reflections that are sometimes of major interest, which not only help us to understand an extraordinarily important chapter in contemporary history, but also shed new light on the Marx and Engels texts. Two social classes and political castes. The Bolsheviks won power and proclaimed the dictatorship of the proletariat precisely when that social class, as a result of the catastrophe of the war, civil war, and economic crisis, showed signs of passing away in Russia. In January 1919, a trade union leader sounded the alarm. We observe in a large number of industrial centers that the workers, thanks to a contraction of production in the factories, are being absorbed in the peasant mass. And instead of a population of workers, we are getting a half peasant, or sometimes a purely peasant population. 9. This is something to which Lenin first drew attention, as emerges in particular from an intervention of October 1921. The industrial proletariat in Russia had been dislodged from its class groove and has ceased to exist as a proletariat. Given that large-scale capitalist industry has been destroyed, since the factories are at a standstill, the proletariat has disappeared. 10. In a country like Russia, the more the stress shifted from revolution from below to revolution from above, the more difficult and complex it became for the ordinary student of a Marxist persuasion to interpret the historical sequence initiated with the October Revolution. Which class held power in the countries that used to identify with socialism or still do? To answer this question, we must first free ourselves from the mechanistic interpretation of the Marxian theory of the relationship between economics and politics, between social classes and government and state apparatus. When he represented the government in a more or less democratic capitalist society as an executive committee of the bourgeoisie, Marx, rather than describing an empirical reality, delineated an ideal type. The two things tend to largely coincide as long as the subaltern classes are incapable of making their presence and pressure felt. In the early 19th century, in The Liberty of the Ancients compared with that of the moderns, a kind of liberal manifesto, Benjamin Constant observed, "Poor men look after their own business. Rich men hire stewards. And this is government. But, unless they are idiots, rich men who employ stewards keep a close watch on whether these stewards are doing their duty." Constant explicitly stated that wealth is and must be the arbiter of political power, and that the very essence of modern liberty consisted in the uncontested and incontestable dependence of government on property owners. Tiretti did not have the same influence amongst the ancients. Their governments were stronger than individuals, while in our time, individuals are stronger than the political powers. Wealth is a power which is more readily available in all circumstances, more readily applicable to all interests, and consequently more real and better obeyed. 11. Starting, in fact, with the Communist Manifesto and the proletariat's initial attempts to organize as a class, the picture changed. In 1864, the International Working Men's Association credited the British working class with having prevented the implementation of plans entertained by the dominant social bloc in Britain to intervene on the side of the secessionist, slave-holding American South. There was no longer an immediate identification between the dominant social class and the political line of the government. What conclusively infirms the mechanical view of the relationship between economics and politics is the tendency to an autonomization of the political and governing caste that emerges in certain historical situations. Which social class exercised power during the period of absolutism? Not the feudal aristocracy, which in fact viewed the emergence and development of the bourgeoisie with dismay and increased anxiety. But it was not the bourgeoisie that held political power. At a certain stage of its development, it evinced ever greater impatience at the fetters imposed on it by the absolutist state, and finally committed itself to overthrowing it. From his earliest writings, Marx stressed the social ambiguity of absolutist monarchy. It was characteristic of a situation of unstable equilibrium between declining feudal aristocracy and the rising bourgeoisie. 12 later, Engels was to define absolute monarchy as a natural compromise between aristocracy and bourgeoisie. 13 called upon to monitor the unstable equilibrium and seal the label compromise, was a regime which, for a whole historical epoch, was not identified with either of the two competing and then antagonistic classes. A similar phenomenon occurs during more or less severe historical crises. Which social class exercised power in France during the most acute radicalization of the revolution? The German ideology observes that only in and through a whole contradictory process did the bourgeoisie absorb the branches of labor directly belonging to the state, and then all more or less ideological professions. On closer examination, it was not. Strictly speaking, a social class that wielded political power in the years of Robespierre and the Jacobin Terror, but an ideological and political caste. On account of a set of circumstances, the general agitation prompted by the fall of the ancien regime and the state of emergency occasioned by the invasion of the counter-revolutionary powers and civil war, it acquired a certain degree of autonomy. We can now understand the irritation which, some decades later, Engels expressed at an essay on the French Revolution by Kautsky. In criticizing veiled allusions to new modes of production, he made this significant recommendation: I would say a great deal less about the modern mode of production. In every case, a yawning gap divides it from the facts you adduce, and, thus out of context, it appears as a pure abstraction which, far from throwing light on the subject, renders it still more obscure. The discourse on the transition from the ancien regime to bourgeois society assumed an absolute tone where the utmost relativity is called for. Far from being the organic expression of the bourgeoisie and the bourgeois mode of production, the Jacobin Terror represented a military measure and registered impetus from below to bend the equality and fraternity, proclaimed in 1789 in a plebeian direction. In conclusion, bourgeois rule and the bourgeois orgy began only after Thermidor, which was facilitated by the victory of the French army and the disappearance of the need for the terror at an international level. 15. The German ideology draws some general conclusions from its analysis of Jacobinism. There is a division of labor within the bourgeoisie between sections of it directly engaged in economic activity and ideological, and political strata, and this division can become a cleavage, a split which, in particular circumstances, can even develop into a certain opposition and hostility between the two parts. The phenomenon being analyzed here is not exhausted by the fall of Jacobinism. Thermidor was followed 5 years later by Brumaire. But of which class was Napoleon I in expression? Let us read the answer given by the Holy Family. He fed the egoism of the French nation to complete satiety, but demanded also the sacrifice of bourgeois business, enjoyments, wealth, etc., whenever this was required by the political aim of conquest. If he despotically suppressed the liberalism of bourgeois society, he showed no more consideration for its essential material interests, trade, and industry, whenever they conflicted with his political interests. His scorn of industrial home d'affaires was the complement to his scorn of ideologists. In his home policy, too, he combated bourgeois society as the opponent of the state, which in his own person he still held to be an absolute aim in itself. 17. In conclusion, thanks to his domestic and foreign policy, Napoleon gave a strong impetus to the development of the French bourgeoisie. At the same time, however, in a situation marked by protracted revolutionary crisis and permanent war, he exercised a dictatorship over the very class benefited by him. This was a genuine conflict, which at a certain point saw Parisian speculators and considerable sections of the liberal bourgeoisie artificially create a famine, thereby sabotaging Napoleon's military operations and contributing to his fall. In France, the process of autonomization of intellectual and political and military castes manifested itself again during the revolutionary crisis that resulted in the dictatorship of Napoleon III. According to Marx's analysis, the military apparatus developed by the bourgeoisie for anti-working class purposes ended up engulfing society as a whole and the dominant class itself. With the repression of the workers' revolt in June 1848, General Jean-Baptiste Cavaignac, beloved by the liberal bourgeoisie, exercised the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie by the sabre. But this ended up being transformed into the dictatorship of the sabre over bourgeois society, and even over the bourgeoisie itself. 18. Tocqueville may be regarded as the emblematic figure of this transition. As the clouds foreshadowing the tempest of June 1848 were gathering, he expressed the opinion that the National Guard and the army will be pitiless this time. After the outbreak of the workers' rebellion, the French liberal was not only favorable to the granting of emergency powers to Cavaignac, but recommended shooting on sight any member of the populace caught in a posture of defense. Sanguinary repression was not enough to assuage anxieties, hence the invocation of an energetic and definitive reaction on behalf of order to put an end to the revolutionary and anarchical chaos. Palliatives would not do. Not only the mountain, but all the surrounding hills must be swept away without hesitation over a heroic remedy. The option for the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie by the sabre was clear and impassioned. But it was Tocqueville himself who added, "France belongs to the one who will restore order and terminate the lunacy of 1848. Unwittingly, he evoked the figure of Napoleon III, who transformed the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie by the sabre into the dictatorship of the sabre over bourgeois society, condemning Tocqueville and the liberal bourgeoisie as a whole to impotence and internal exile. 19. The same dialectic seemed to be on the point of repeating itself following the ferocious repression of the Paris Commune in 1871. Marx wrote, "After Whit Sunday 1871, there can be neither peace nor truce possible between the working men of France and the appropriators of their produce. The iron hand of a mercenary soldiery may keep for a time both classes tied down in common oppression. But the battle must break out again and again in ever-growing dimensions." 20. In this instance, for a variety of reasons, international détente and strong economic development, a new dictatorship of the saber, or its prolongation, did not occur. But the reality of the phenomenon brilliantly analyzed by Marx remains. In general, the duration of the historical crisis and revolutionary cycle in France explains the recurrent process of autonomization, or the recurrent tendency to autonomization of ideological, political, and military strata. Obviously, the autonomization we are referring to here can be more or less pronounced. In any event, however, it is far from being total. Taking the example of Napoleon III, the politico-military power wielded and jealously guarded by him promoted and developed the social power of the bourgeoisie, which ended up being connected by multiple ties to the holder of politico-military power. In a situation characterized by a permanent state of emergency and a lack of clear ideas about the concrete shape of the new political and social order, communist parties in power and their leaders ended up establishing a relationship with the proletariat and popular masses that recalls the one established with the bourgeoisie by Louis Bonaparte. That is, paraphrasing Marx, the dictatorship of the proletariat by the saber turned into the dictatorship of the saber over civil society and over the proletariat itself. However, albeit slender and twisted, a thread continued to connect Louis Napoleon with the bourgeoisie behind the counter-revolution. Just as a thread continues to connect communist leaders in power with the proletariat and popular masses who were the protagonists of the revolution. Bonapartism, or Caesarism, is one of the ways that the process of autonomization of ideological, political, and military castes occurs. Gramsci's distinction between regressive Caesarism and progressive Caesarism remains valid, and it also remains the case that in different historical situations, the progressive or regressive character of Caesarism proves more or less pronounced. 3. Dominant class and delegated class. The process of autonomization of ideological and political and military castes can undergo a significant variation. Here is how, in a letter sent from Manchester to Marx on April 13, 1866, Engels described the advent in Germany of Bonapartism Bismarck style. It would appear that, after some show of reluctance, the German bourgeois will go along with it, for Bonapartism really is the true religion of the modern bourgeoisie. It is becoming increasingly clear to me that the bourgeoisie does not possess the qualities required to rule directly itself, and that therefore, unless there is an oligarchy as here in England, capable of taking over, for good, the management of state and society in the interest of the bourgeoisie, a Bonapartist semi-dictatorship is the normal form. It promotes the great material interests of the bourgeoisie even against the bourgeoisie, but allows it no share in the government itself. Conversely, this dictatorship itself is in turn compelled unwillingly to adopt these material interests of the bourgeoisie. So, now we have Monsieur Bismarck adopting the program of the National Association, the quintessential organization of the liberal bourgeoisie. 21. Germany and Britain are contrasted here. As regards the first, we see the reproduction of the phenomenon already analyzed in connection with France. At work is a dictatorship, or semi-dictatorship, that promotes the great material interests of the bourgeoisie, even against the bourgeoisie, which is excluded from political power. The British scenario is different. Ultimately, it is the aristocracy that retains the management of state and society, but now, in the interest of the bourgeoisie. Within the framework of a now fully capitalist society, the bourgeoisie, although the ruling class in the strict sense, has delegated the function of government to the aristocracy. In the case of Britain, we may speak of a variant of the process of autonomization of ideological, political, and military castes, in the sense that the latter, although pertaining to the aristocracy, render themselves autonomous vis-à-vis their class of origin and form the governing caste of a bourgeois state. It is a practice to which, a few years later, the German bourgeoisie resorted, with the foundation of the Second Reich and the ensuing powerful economic development. A division of labor was established, which Gramsci summarized thus: the bourgeoisie obtained economic industrial power, but the old feudal classes remained as the governing stratum of the political state, with wide corporative privileges in the army, the administration, and on the land. They thus became the intellectuals of the bourgeoisie, with a particular temperament conferred by their caste origin and by tradition. A celebrated contemporary historian has spoken in this connection of the persistence of the old regime in Britain, Germany, and Europe as a whole until the First World War. 23. In my view, the explanation given by Engels and Gramsci seems more precise and persuasive. The ancien regime was over, but certain strata hailing from it continued to be entrusted with important functions by the dominant bourgeoisie, often with a new significance relative to the past. This is how, in a highly developed country like Britain, we can explain the existence even today of institutions like the House of Lords and the monarchy. Recourse by a social class to ideological castes that are in a sense foreign to it can also occur in a progressive key. Marx's analysis of the period preceding the outbreak of the 1848 revolution in Prussia, the Rhineland province specifically, is significant. The middle class, still too weak to venture upon active movements, felt themselves compelled to march in the rear of the theoretical army led by Hegel's disciples against the religion, the ideas, and the politics of the old world. In no former period was philosophical criticism so bold, so powerful, and so popular as in the first 8 years of the rule of Frederick William IV. The power of philosophy during that period was entirely owing to the practical weakness of the bourgeoisie. As they could not assault the antiquated institutions in fact, they must yield precedence to the bold idealists who assaulted them in the region of thought. In Engels' words, the bourgeoisie, being short of men able to represent them in the press, wound up in alliance with the extreme philosophical party. Marx himself belonged to the theoretical army, or philosophical party, referred to here. He now looked beyond the bourgeoisie, and yet the latter invited him for a time to edit its newspaper, the Rheinische Zeitung, retaining ownership and control, thereby enabling it, at an opportune moment, to get rid of the extremist danger and pursue a more conciliatory policy towards the aristocracy. Can the distinction between dominant class and class delegated to perform particular functions in a subaltern position also obtain in a society intent on building socialism? This is the thesis formulated by Lenin. He legitimized it by reference to a passage to be found in late Engels' 1894 about the attitude to be adopted towards maje landowners and industrialists after the anti-capitalist revolution. We by no means consider compensation as impermissible, in any event, Marx told me, and how many tunes that in his opinion we would get off cheapest if we could buy the whole lot of them. What is evoked here is a scenario where, in a society of socialist orientation, wealthy bourgeois, individual property owners with major financial resources, survive to whom delegated functions might be entrusted. In truth, this scenario already emerges indirectly from an earlier text, while it calls for centralizing all instruments of production in the hands of the state, of the proletariat organized as the ruling class. The Community Manifest also advances a more cautious line. An extension of factories and instruments of production owned by the state is tabled. The nationalization invoked here would appear not to be integral, especially since we insinanter a qualification, at least in the beginning. The measures taken by the revolutionary government would appear economically insufficient and untenable. What immediately stands out is a no less significant watchworst confiscation of the property of all emigrants and arshel. More than a general measure of an economic kind, the expropriation of the bourgeoisie seems to be a partial action, dictated in part, at least, by political contingency. We once again find ourselves in the scenario which, even after the anti-capitalist revolution, envisages the partial persistence of major wealth, that is bourgeois or bourgeons in Angin. However, it is likely that, referring to the passage by Engels just mentioned, Lenin forced its meaning. But let us take a look at the developments underlying the Soviet leader's stance for state, administration, and ransom in Lenin. After 1917, the first doubts about the feasibility and rationality of the Onginal program of rapid, complete expropriation of the property-owning classes (SEM) emerged 2 years later in an intervention of November 7, 1919, referring to exploiters. Lenin observed, they still retain certain means of production in part. They still have money. The AR of state, military and economic administration gives them a very great superiority. 28. The program of expropriation seemed set to be comprehensively implemented, but a doubt emerged. Was it possible to do without the art on which the classes to be expropriated enjoyed a substantial monopoly? A few months later, on March 29, 1920, Lenin addressed the delegates at the Bolshevik Party's 9th Congress. But do you think that when the bourgeoisie superseded the feudals, they confused the state with the administration? No, they were no such fools. They declared that the work of administration required people who knew how to administer, and that they would adapt feudal administrators for that purpose. And that is what they did. Was it a mistake? No, comrades. The art of administration does not descend from heaven. It is not inspired by the Holy Ghost. And the fact that a class is the leading class does not make it at once capable of administering. We have an example of this. While the bourgeoisie were establishing their victory, they took for the work of administration members of another class, the feudal class. There was nowhere else to get them from. It was right for the victorious proletariat to proceed in a similar fashion, if it did not wish to lapse into sheer utopianism and meaningless phrase-mongering. The need to control political power and the state apparatus remained, but for the work of administration, of organizing the state, we need people who are versed in the art of administration, who have state and business experience, and there is nowhere we can turn to for such people except the old class. 30. Should the Bolsheviks confine themselves to this in drawing on the skills of the bourgeoisie, or go further? In May 1921, Lenin went decisively further. Having affirmed that the question of power is the fundamental question of every revolution, he called upon the Bolshevik Party to register the discrepancy between our economic forces and our political strength. And what then? In building the socialist system, they needed to know how to use members of the capitalist bourgeoisie. The latter would not agree to collaborate out of altruism. Hence, the need for a specific type of buying out operation which the workers must offer to the most cultured, the most talented, the the most capable organizers among the capitalists who were ready to enter into the service of the Soviet power and to help honestly in organizing state production on the largest possible scale. It was necessary to use the method of compromise or of buying out the cultured capitalists who agreed to state capitalism, who could be useful to the proletariat as intelligent and experienced organizers of the largest types of enterprises, which actually supply products to tens of millions of people. It was for support for this line of argument that Lenin appealed to Marx and, more precisely, to the passage in Engels quoted above. Here we have gone far beyond a distinction between state or political power and administration. It is no longer a question of hiring and adequately remunerating bourgeois specialists entrusted with more or less significant duties. What is involved is a compromise with capitalists who continue to be such, that is, do not surrender their property. Can the Soviet state and the dictatorship of the proletariat be combined with state capitalism? Are they compatible? Of course they are. It should be borne in mind that what is intended by state capitalism here is not nationalized means of production in state hands. Instead, state capitalism is synonymous with capitalism controlled and regulated by the proletarian state. 33, that is, we are dealing with normal capitalist private property, which thrived once again under the NEP, albeit to a limited degree. However, it should be remembered that state capitalism in a society where power belongs to capital and state capitalism in a proletarian state are two different concepts. Granted this distinction, it was necessary to invite in foreign capital, obviously without any power. 35. If this line of renouncing nationalization and full state ownership of the means of production applied to industry, a fortiori it could and should apply to agriculture. In October 1921, Lenin summarized the path followed hitherto. We assumed that we would build up state production and distribution and step by step win them away from the hostile system. We said that our task now was not so much to expropriate the expropriators as to introduce accounting and control, increase the productivity of labor, and tighten up discipline. 36. Clearly, economic expropriation of the dominant classes only corresponds in part to their political expropriation, and it is necessary and proper for it only to correspond in part for a determinate period. 4 years later, in 1925, in an article entitled Concerning the New Economic Policy and Our Tasks, Bukharin reached the same conclusions. Recourse to suppression was required against insurgent strata and their remnants. By contrast, there is a different relationship of the proletariat and its state power to the new bourgeoisie. With the existing balance of social forces, the new bourgeoisie is a socially necessary stratum, fulfilling, to a certain extent, within certain limits, and for a certain period of time, a socially useful function. 37. In Britain and Germany, the bourgeoisie in power availed itself of the collaboration of the aristocracy, whose political power proper had been expropriated. Similarly, in Soviet Russia, the proletariat in power, or the new political power, availed itself of the bourgeoisie to an even greater extent, given that the ousted class was used not only in state administration, but also in the organization of economic life and promotion of the growth of the productive forces. 5. Political expropriation and economic expropriation in Mao. The NEP experiment only lasted a few years, while a role was also played in its demise by persistent ideological reservations about this experiment and political line. What mainly determined it was the deterioration in the international situation and serious threats of war. But Soviet Russia of the NEP period is the starting point for the People's Republic of China for much of its history at least. On the eve of the conquest of power, Mao Zedong clarified his program for government thus: our present policy is to regulate capitalism, not to destroy it. To overcome backwardness, China must utilize all the factors of urban and rural capitalism that are beneficial and not harmful to the national economy and the people's livelihood. An important role could be played in this by the national bourgeoisie, which should not have the chief role in state power. Instead, it was enjoined to recognize the leadership of the working class through the Communist Party. In their turn, communists must acknowledge a key point. In taking power, they would be abandoning armed struggle and undertaking economic construction. Hence, we shall soon put aside some of the things we know well and be compelled to do things we don't know well. We must learn to do economic work from all who know how, no matter who they are. We must esteem them as teachers, learning from them respectfully and conscientiously. The distinction between the political expropriation of the bourgeoisie and its economic expropriation, which had emerged in Marx and Engels and then during the Soviet NEP, came into sharp focus. While they exercised political power, communists must know how to learn economically from the class they had supplanted. Mao further clarified his view in a speech of January 18, 1957. As for the charge that our urban policy has deviated to the right, this seems to be the case, as we have undertaken to provide for the capitalists and to pay them a fixed rate of interest for 7 years. What is to be done after 7 years? That is to be decided according to the circumstances prevailing then. It is better to leave the matter open, that is, to go on giving them a certain amount in fixed interest. At this small cost, we are buying over this class. By buying over this class, we have deprived them of their political capital and kept their mouths shut. We must deprive them of every bit of their political capital and continue to do so until not one jot is left to them. Therefore, neither can our urban policy be said to have deviated to the right. 40. What is articulated with especial clarity in this text is the distinction between the economic expropriation of the bourgeoisie and its political expropriation. The latter should be comprehensive, while the former, if not kept within strict limits, risked compromising the country's economic development and the new government's stability. In summer 1958, Mao reiterated his point of view to a rather wary Soviet ambassador. Here are still capitalists in China, but the state is under the leadership of the Communist Party. 41. Having assumed the leadership of China after numerous vicissitudes, Deng Xiaoping reconnected with this political tradition, which he revived and radicalized. But this did not betoken a break. It needs to be remembered that, prior to winning power on a national scale, from 1928 onwards, the Communist Party of China governed more or less extensive areas of the immense country, where a curious mixture of private capitalism, state capitalism, and primitive socialism, as well as co-operative property, coexisted. In the decades since 1928, attempts at total nationalization of the economy have been limited to a fairly short period of time. We know that the NEP was construed in the West as a camouflaged reversion to capitalism. 3 exceptional witnesses argued differently, however. The first is Gramsci, who was in Moscow from May 1922 until December 1923, and who some years later drew up a balance sheet. The USSR afforded an unprecedented spectacle. History has never seen a dominant class, in its entirety, experiencing conditions of living inferior to those of certain elements and strata of the dominated and subjected class. The popular masses who continued to suffer a life of hardship were disorientated by the sight of the netman in his furs, with all the goods of the earth at his disposal. But this should not be a cause for scandal or rejection, because the proletariat, just as it could not conquer power, could not retain it if it was incapable of sacrificing particular immediate interests to the general and permanent interests of the class. 43. The other 2 witnesses were less sympathetic to the country they were visiting, but on the key issue, they concurred with the Italian communist leader. I am referring to the Austrian writer Joseph Roth, who visited Moscow between September 1926 and January 1927, and who, in correspondence for the Frankfurter Zeitung, wrote, It is true that the proletariat is the dominant class. It is certain that the new bourgeoisie is the affluent class. The proletariat possesses all the institutions of the state. The bourgeoisie possesses all the institutions of an easy life. 44. Finally, in 1927, Walter Benjamin summed up his impressions as follows. Under capitalism, power and money have become commensurable qualities. Any given amount of money may be converted into a specific power, and the market value of all power can be calculated. The Soviet state has severed this communication between money and power. It reserves power for the party and leaves money to the netman. 45. The latter was, in fact, subject to terrible social ostracism. Economic wealth and political power in no wise coincided. Hence, in the 1920s, at least 3 very great intellectuals rejected any interpretation of the NEP as the expression of a bourgeois restoration. The People's Republic of China has not been as fortunate. Starting with Deng Xiaoping's turn, and despite the conspicuous exception of an eminent historian, the view that China is a fully fledged capitalist country goes virtually unchallenged. 6. Class consciousness as spirit of cleavage and catharsis. I have repeatedly spoken of the autonomization of the political and governing caste in connection with political regimes issuing from revolutions led by communist parties. It, let us be clear, is not a supersession of class struggle, but derives from its severity and endeavors to keep it under control. At first sight, at least, the category I have employed recalls that of bureaucracy, of which Trotsky was fond. In fact, the latter, rather than deriving from political and social analysis, was primarily intended to register a negative value judgment and started from the presupposition that it is the working class at the point of production which expresses revolutionary consciousness in its purity. What thereby gets lost sight of are the ambiguities that characterize the class struggle, especially in the phase following the conquest of power by a party of communist persuasion. Immediately after the October Revolution, who represented the cause of proletarian emancipation? Was it Lenin, the bureaucrat, who proposed to reorganize and restart the productive apparatus, putting an end to absenteeism and anarchy in workplaces? Or was it the Belgian worker Lazarevic, determined to oppose the speed-up and consequent exploitation by striking? Was it the Soviet leader who resorted to bourgeois specialists, guaranteeing them high remuneration, and to capitalists disposed to collaborate with Soviet power in developing the productive forces and overcoming the first type of inequality? Or workers indignant at the persistence of the second type of inequality and the restoration of capitalism? Even if we confine the contrast to workers, who furthers the cause of emancipation? Those who, stimulated by material and moral incentives, engage in the Stakhanovite movement to develop production and social wealth, or those who oppose all this? At a time when war communism had not yet come to an end, between March and April 1920, Lenin drew attention to the paradox that had been generated in Soviet Russia. The proletariat had become the governing class and is being called upon to make great sacrifices, to starve and to perish. It lived in worse economic conditions than the peasants, who had obtained major benefits from the new situation. For the first time, they had more food than throughout the centuries of czarist and capitalist Russia. The paradox deepened and added insult to injury with the introduction of the NEP. Now it was a class, or a section of a class, which had been ousted as an exploiting class that lived in far better economic circumstances than the politically dominant class. The tolerance shown the nouveau riche, despite enduring proletarian poverty, prompted a widespread, intense feeling of betrayal in Soviet Russia. In 1921, literally tens of thousands of Bolshevik workers tore up their party cards in disgust with the NEP. They dubbed it the new exploitation of the proletariat. Also abandoning the party was the workers' opposition. This was not only a political crisis, but a devastating existential crisis. In 1927, Benjamin observed, "The halt the party one day called to wartime communism with an NEP had a terrible backlash, which felled many of the movement's fighters." 49. Far from being confined to Soviet Russia, thus attitude possibly found its most impassioned or woeful followers and non-communist militants, even leaders. In the West, Lenin referred to them sarcastically, seeing that we were retreating. Several of them burst into tears in a disgraceful and childish manner, as was the case at the last extended plenary meeting of the Executive Committee of the Communist International. Moved by the best communist sentiments, several of the comrades burst into tears. But let us concentrate on Soviet Russia. Those who argued, felt, and suffered thun were convinced that they were giving voice to the consciousness of the working class. How did Lenin react? He condemned the workers' opposition as an expression of a syndicalist deviation. This category, which refers to what is to be done, is cloaked in itself Trudanian consciousness, or the syndicalist deviation, manifests itself in an ability to subordinate economic demands to the struggle for the conquest and retention of political power. According to the Soviet leader, in a speech to the Third Congress of the Communist International on 5 July 1921, the fact was that dire suffering has fallen to the lot of the working class, precisely because it is exercising its dictatorship. This was a parade's, but its underlying truth could be grasped by the politically most advanced elements of the working class. For Lenin, the terms of the situation were clear. Account must be taken A.F. Mars's teaching following its seizure of political power. The principal and fundamental interest of the proletariat lies in citing, an enormous increase in the productive forces of society. Secondly, it was clear that the Soviet government could not nihil if it did not solve the problem of the desperate poverty and hunger afflicting the Russian people. To revive agricultural production, generous concessions had to be made to the peasantry, and to cry scandal at this meant putting the craft interests of the workers above their class interests, and sacrificing the interests of the whole of the working class, its dictatorship for the sake of an immediate short-term and partial advantage for the workers to revive industrial production even, more generous concessions to bourgeois specialists, and the Russian and international capital prepared to collaborate with the net were required opening up to foreign capital, whose advanced technology was an absolute imperative, and which was guaranteed exceptional profits, induced deorientation. But it was this policy, not protests against it, which represented a form of struggle, a continuation of the class struggle in another form. Let us now glance at the nation in the factories. In the second half of the 1920s, Pierre Pascal, whom we have already encountered, lamented that, from a material point of view, we are advancing towards Americanization, in the sense of an idolatrous cult of economic and technological development. It was true that some economic progress had been made, but at the cost of tremendous exploitation of the working class. 56. Lenin argued the converse between 1920 and 1921. He called upon trade unions to liberate themselves from craft prejudices. They must act as mediators and facilitate the speediest and smoothest settlement of the disputes that inevitably arose. But without ever losing sight of the objective of development of the productive forces, the only thing that could ensure a tangible improvement in the living conditions of the popular masses and, at the same time, strengthen Soviet power. To be clear, conditions primarily demand higher productivity of labor, greater labor discipline. At such a time, improvements at home are the major achievements of the revolution, a neither salient, striking, nor immediately perceptible improvement in labor, in its organization and results. 58. I have italicized an assertion that further radicalizes the break with the sensualist epistemology to be found in Marx and Engels' early writings. The formation of revolutionary consciousness has still less to do with contemplation of the proletariat's conditions of existence, while what is to be done stress the need to analyze the totality of political and social relations, national and international. Now the same result was reached, starting from an assertion of the need to transcend the level of empirical perception, on the basis of observation of the high salaries and privileges enjoyed by bourgeois specialists and netmen respectively. The overhasty conclusion might be reached that proletarian class struggle coincided with the struggle against those privileges and salaries. But this would mean losing sight of the wider national and international context and ignoring the complexity of the class struggle against the two forms of inequality. Overall, the picture afforded by Soviet Russia could be summed up as follows. The proletariat, the revolutionary vanguard, possesses sufficient political power, but permits state capitalism alongside it. That is, the persistence of some zones of capitalism, albeit controlled by the state. This created an unprecedented historical situation, disorientating many. But only those who understood and supported this policy, which was imperative for the maintenance of Soviet power, displayed mature class consciousness. 59. A situation that history has never seen. Such were the words used by Gramsci, who clearly benefited from his stay in Soviet Russia. In his analysis of the paradox of the NEP and the USSR, he did not go beyond the picture drawn by Lenin. By contrast, the prison notebooks go much further, identifying the cathartic moment as the starting point for all the philosophy of praxis and revolutionary theory. How are we to interpret this sibylline, astonishing declaration? In European culture, revolution and revolutionary movements were long construed and discredited as expressions of envy, rancor, and resentment. It is enough to think of authors like Constant, Taine, and above all, Nietzsche. Gramsci's reflection refutes this commonplace. In NEP Russia, proletarians who could not rise above envy of the netman in his furs with all the goods of the earth at his disposal were not in a position to help build the new society to which they aspired. General in character, Gramsci's thesis not coincidentally reached maturity, while Nazism in Germany was intensifying the resentment and envy of more backward popular strata towards intellectuals, especially revolutionaries, and channeling the frustration of masses impoverished by war and economic crisis against Jews. Contrary to what Constant, Taine, and Nietzsche claimed, the revolutionary movement developed and matured only if it succeeded in expressing a cathartic moment. It is interesting to note that, thousands of miles away from Europe, another great communist leader was groping in the direction of the same theoretical result. In 1929, Mao Zedong engaged in a struggle against absolute egalitarianism. With its pettiness, charge of envy, and even resentment when the Red Army quartered, equality was demanded in the allotment of billets, and headquarters would be abused for occupying larger rooms. It was the expression of mean-spirited social relations, the product of a handicraft and small peasant economy, and thereby frustrated or prevented the creation of the social bloc needed to reverse the ancient regime. Successful revolution required the consolidation of unity between the most immediate victims of exploitation and oppression, as well as a policy of alliances to isolate the power to be overthrown. All this was possible only on condition of banishing or containing individual pettiness, as well as envy, rancor, and resentment towards the contiguous or immediately higher social strata who were the natural target of such mindsets. In fact, the cathartic moment played a key role in the process of forming class consciousness. In the same year that he developed his thinking on the NEP, 1926, Gramsci wrote, "The metalworker, the joiner, the building worker, etc., must not only think as proletarians, and no longer as metalworker, joiner, building worker, etc. They must also take a further step. They must think as workers who are members of a class which aims to lead the peasants and intellectuals, of a class which can win and build socialism only if it is aided and followed by the great majority of these social strata. If this is not achieved, the proletariat does not become the leading class." 62. What is described here is a two-stage process. In the first, membership of a specified C profession is transcended in membership of the proletariat. As such, here we have not gone beyond the view of Marx and Engels. But it is the second stage that contains signify-cant novel features. The proletariat exhibits mature class consciousness only when it rises to a view of the class it belongs to as the leading nucleus of a broader social bloc, called upon to carry the revolution to victory. And catharsis proves even more necessary when it is a question of retaining and consolidating power, as demonstrated by the struggles, as well as the disappointments and even personal dramas of the NEP years. The idea of catharsis was already stirring in Engels' thesis that communist consciousness presupposes transcending the immediate narrow interests of the proletarian class, see chap. 3, sect, 4, and was operative in Lenin's polemic against trade unionism. But it was only now that it met with an organic, consistent formulation. The acquisition of revolutionary consciousness involves a battle on two fronts. It is necessary to reject co-option into the dominant bloc on the one hand, and to avoid retreat into corporatism on the other. On the first front, it involves sharpening the proletariat's class antagonism, while on the second, it means increasing its capacity for mediation vis-a-vis classes or social strata that live in better material conditions than it does. Or in Gramsci's terms, it might be said that class consciousness is expressed on the one hand as the spirit of cleavage, which enables a subaltern class to achieve integral autonomy, and on the other as catharsis, thanks to which a class that was formerly subaltern can make the transition from the purely economic or egoistic passional to the ethico-political moment, thereby becoming a ruling class. Between Russia and China, the bourgeoisie as a class in itself and a class for itself, Catharsis makes it possible to come to terms with the complexity of the class struggle in the society emerging from the Bolshevik. October. Therein, especially after the introduction of the NEP, rich bourgeois continued to exist. But not only were they not the ruling class politically, they were not even a class for itself. The German ideology stresses that separate individuals form a class only insofar as they have to carry on a common battle against another class. In other respects, they are on hostile terms with each other as competitors. 64. This is a discourse that does not refer to one specific class but proposes to explain the process of formation of the proletariat and bourgeoisie alike and the class consciousness of both. Let us open the poverty of philosophy. By virtue of a common situation and common interests created by objective economic conditions, the proletariat is already a class as against capital, but not yet for itself. It is in struggle that the mass of proletarians becomes united and constitutes itself as a class for itself, and the class struggle becomes a political struggle. As regards the bourgeoisie, we have two phases to distinguish: that in which it constituted itself as a class under the regime of feudalism and absolute monarchy, and that in which already constituted as a class. It overthrew feudalism and monarchy to make society into a bourgeois society. 65. Hence, the bourgeoisie had long been a class in itself, before also becoming a class for itself, that is, before acquiring a developed class consciousness and being capable of defining and practically pursuing its own class interests. In the proletariat, the process of the formation of class consciousness is impeded and can even be interrupted or set back, either by the competition that objectively occurs between individual workers, or as a result of the political and ideological initiative of the dominant class. Something similar applies to the bourgeoisie, following a revolution that has more or less radically abolished its political power and discredited it ideologically. Let us see what occurred in the People's Republic of China. As emerges from the observation by Mao quoted above, it is important not to consummate the economic expropriation of the bourgeoisie. This class did not disappear following the Communist Party's arrival in power. In October 1978, initiating the policy of reforms and openness, Deng Xiaoping warned that we shall not allow a new bourgeoisie to come into being. This objective is not contrary to tolerance of individual capitalists. As was clarified a few months later by the new Chinese leader, the struggle against these individuals is different from the struggle of one class against another, which occurred in the past. These individuals cannot form a cohesive and overt class. Naturally, residues of the old class struggle survive, but overall, with the consolidation of the revolution and the power of the Communist Party, a new situation had been created. Is it possible that a new bourgeoisie will emerge? A handful of bourgeois elements may appear, but they will not form a class, especially given the existence of a powerful state apparatus equipped to control them. The historical precedent invoked by the Chinese leader in August 1985 is significant. Perhaps Lenin had a good idea when he adopted the new economic policy. We are directed back to a situation where the bourgeoisie, or individual bourgeois elements, continued to play, more precisely, resumed playing after the phase of war communism, a more or less pronounced economic role, even though they had been deprived of any possibility of playing a political role. It is not only political power that counters the bourgeoisie's transition from class in itself to class for itself. We have seen Marx celebrate the nobility of the Polish aristocrats who allowed themselves be governed by the national interest as opposed to class interest. Particularly at times of more or less acute historical crisis, an individual can find him or herself located not within a single contradiction, but within multiple contradictions. Marx's indictment of the French bourgeoisie, which in 1871 targeted the Paris Commune rather than the Prussian invader, is thought-provoking. In this conflict between national duty and class interest, the government of national defense did not hesitate one moment to turn into a government of national defection. 68. As emerges from the indignation evinced by this text, that option was not self-evident. The Polish noble, too, was concerned by the agitation of the peasantry, which risked threatening his social position and privileges. But he could not ignore the fact that the dismemberment and subjection of his country stripped him of his national identity, thereby condemning him to political, cultural, and even, in some respects, social subalternity to the dominant power. We could summarize things by saying that, in this determinate situation, the Polish noble was compelled to choose between social identity and national identity. As we know, during the Russian Revolution, a general of noble origin, Brusilov, found himself faced with a similar choice. He rallied to the new Soviet government on the basis of his sense of patriotic duty, because the Bolsheviks were in the process of rescuing Russia from balkanization and subjugation. Such processes occurred on a much larger scale during the Chinese Revolution, led by a communist party that had placed itself at the head of the war of resistance against Japanese imperialism, at the head of a struggle to save the Chinese nation as a whole, including the dominant exploiting classes from the enslavement for which the Empire of the Rising Sun intended it. It is likely that patriotism continues to play a role among the capitalists old and new who have no difficulty in realizing the support Washington has extended to the most disparate separatist movements that can emerge or be nurtured and encouraged in the multi-ethnic, multicultural continental country that is China. Finally, we should not lose sight of the process lucidly described by the Communist Manifesto. Let us reread a very famous passage. As and when the crisis is in full swing and the existing order is set to collapse or seems about to collapse, a small section of the ruling class cuts itself adrift and joins the revolutionary class, the class that holds the future in its hands. We are dealing with a switch of sides that is not motivated by national concerns, but explained mainly by intellectual and emotional adhesion to the party or movement in which the imminent, ineluctable future is embodied, or seemingly embodied. As protagonists of this change of camp, Marx and Engels point to intellectual strata, ideologists, who have raised themselves to the level of comprehending theoretically the historical movement as a whole. 69. But it can involve very diverse social strata, even representatives and sections of the capitalist bourgeoisie, and historically has done. In the years immediately following the Second World War, out of gratitude and admiration for the role played by the USSR and communist parties in the resistance and the struggle against Nazi and fascist barbarism, Marxism and communism exercised a power of attraction extending far beyond the popular classes. The converse occurred before and after 1989, when the desire to repudiate what the USA and the West tirelessly branded as the wrong side of history, a political current destined to disappear or end up in the dustbin of history, was widespread and insistent. This process is still underway, but exhibits little vigor in a country that escaped a century of colonialist and imperialist humiliation in 1949, and which today, after decades of rapid economic development, seems destined to play a growing role on the international stage. These are circumstances that strengthen the patriotism of individual bourgeois and capitalists, who, for objective reasons, have very great difficulty in constituting themselves as a class for itself. It is simplistic to make class consciousness and objective social situation correspond mechanically. The polemical exchange that occurred between Khrushchev and Zhou Enlai during the Sino-Soviet conflict possesses an emblematic value. The former had proudly exhibited his humble origins, throwing the latter's aristocratic origins back in his face. Zhou Enlai responded, "We have both betrayed our class of origin. Such betrayal, or switch of sides, is indeed to be taken into account, and during a historical crisis so grave as to represent a mortal danger to a nation, this betrayal, or change of sides, tends to be a more or less widespread and enduring phenomenon. Obviously, a national crisis also influences the process of formation of the proletariat's class consciousness. It can be drawn into chauvinist positions supportive of colonialist and imperialist war. In this instance, it ceases to be a class for itself and becomes a mere appendix of the bourgeoisie. This is what, in the more mature phase of their development, Marx and Engels were compelled to register painfully in connection with Britain. But even in the case of a war of resistance and national liberation, while the proletariat is called on to participate actively, possibly assuming a leadership role, it must avoid losing its autonomy and merging with the bourgeoisie. In November 1938, having proclaimed the identity between the national and the class struggle, Mao went on to criticize the slogan, "Everything through the United Front." In waging a class struggle that was at the same time a national struggle, the proletariat organized in the Communist Party must know how to safeguard class consciousness and identity, along with national consciousness and identity. But it could genuinely do this only by eliminating any form of national nihilism. Prior to the Bolshevik October, then, Lenin felt it necessary to underscore the inanity of setting off in search of class struggle and revolution in the pure state. After the victory of revolutions inspired by Marxism, the communist movement was impelled to clarify for its own purposes that it was no less an aim to search for proletarian or popular power in the pure state. Important theoretical results ensued. Lenin distinguished between state and administration, between dominant class and delegated class. Gramsci further developed reflection on the historically unprecedented phenomenon whereby a politically ruling class might not be the economically privileged class. Analyzed Caesarism and the process of autonomization of the political and ideological caste in a post-capitalist society, and highlighted the role of catharsis in a mature revolutionary class consciousness. Mao called for a clear distinction between the political expropriation of the exploiting classes and their economic expropriation. Finally, Deng Xiaoping also applied the distinction between class in itself and class for itself to the bourgeoisie, whose political power has been expropriated. In theory, such distinctions and reflections should have counseled caution in assessing post-revolutionary society. In reality, however, what happened? If we take the first 15 years after the October Revolution, we find a succession of three social models that are patently different: the collectivism of poverty and suffering, Gramsci, or socialized poverty, Trotsky, peculiar to so-called war communism, the NEP in recourse to a restricted zone of capitalism controlled from above, in order to reconstruct and restart the productive system, and the juxtaposition of a collectivized agriculture and an even more heavily nationalized industry. None of these models really silences the thesis of the advent of a new exploiting class. How are we to explain the constant widespread use of the category of betrayal, or, formulating the question differently, How are we to explain the exhausting pursuit of a society undefiled by the slightest bourgeois contamination? After the revolution discovering the limits of class struggle, one revolutionary hopes in the idealism of practice. Marx's position on the making of history oscillated somewhat. He criticized the racial mythology and naturalistic ideologies that affix the stamp of eternity to historically determinate social relations, insisting that the focus should be on history and the human beings who make history. But human action and the innovations that occur over the course of history have nothing to do with creation ex nihilo. Hence, at the start of his philosophical career, in a famous long letter to Pavel W. Annenkov of December, Marx underscored the limits of human action and class struggle. Is man free to choose this or that form of society? By no means. If you assume a given state of development of man's productive faculties, you will have a corresponding form of commerce and consumption. If you assume given stages of development in production, commerce, or consumption, you will have a corresponding form of social constitution, a corresponding organization, whether of the family, of the estates, or of the classes, in a word, a corresponding civil society. Needless to say, man is not free to choose his productive forces, upon which his whole history is based, for every productive force is an acquired force, the product of previous activity. Against naturalistic ideologies, it is certainly necessary to refer to history and human activity, to history as a whole, to all activity, including the previous activity of human beings, economic, social, political, and ideological. In the words of the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, "Men make their own history, but they do not make it just as they please. They do not make it under circumstances chosen by themselves." On the other hand, it must be borne in mind that, with its stress on practice and changing the world, revolutionary thought is prey to what might be characterized as the idealism of practice. One thinks of Fichte, who established a parallel between his doctrine of science and the dynamic action of revolutionary France. Just as that nation vouchsafes man liberty from external chains, so my system liberates him from the shackles of things in themselves, external influences. The pathos with which Fichte refers to human action is well known. A boundless field seems to open up before it. This was a viewpoint criticized by Hegel. His description of the French Revolution as a splendid dawn after which, in an unprecedented development, man stood on his head, that is, upon thought, and constructed reality in accordance with it, is at once a supreme acknowledgement, but also a gesture of detachment. In the intervening years, the resistance encountered by endeavors to refashion social reality ex novo, thereby creating for the first and only time true reconciliation between the divine and the world, had become clear. It might be said that Fichte and Hegel coexist, in an occasionally contradictory blend, in Marx and Engels, and the theory of class struggle formulated by them. They were formed at a time when echoes of the French Revolution were still strong, and there were premonitory signs of the revolution that invested continental Europe in 1848, which, in the hopes of the two young revolutionaries, would end up challenging the bourgeois order as well as old feudal relations. Positioned as they were between these two gigantic historical upheavals, which seemed set to remodel the world from its foundations, and to open up boundless space for the revolutionary transformation furthered by the class struggle, it is easy to understand why Marx and Engels were inclined to slip into an idealism of practice. In the communist future evoked by them, along with class antagonism, the market, the nation, religion, the state, and perhaps even legal norms as such seemed to wither away, rendered increasingly superfluous by a development of the productive forces so prodigious as to enable satisfaction of any and every need gratis, thereby surmounting the difficult task of distributing resources. In other words, it is as if the shackles of things in themselves had disappeared. It is no coincidence if the theme of the end of the state already emerges in Fichte. To the extent that he assimilated Hegel's lesson on the limits of revolutionary practice, Marx engaged in a less grandiloquent projection of the communist future, so that he sometimes referred to the withering away of the state as such, and sometimes to the withering away of the state in the present political sense. The ideal of internationalism also assumed a more balanced shape, now signifying not the disappearance of nations, but a new kind of relationship between them based on equality and mutual respect. However, these were occasional clarifications that do not really challenge the idealism of practice. It is significant that, in drafting a balance sheet of the communist movement, one of the greatest philosophers produced by it felt the need to construct an ontology of social being. Lukács rightly cautioned against a dual danger of historical idealism. Either social being has not been distinguished from being in general, or is regarded as something completely different, not in fact possessing the character of being. The first type of idealism is naturalism, against which the theory of class struggle was developed. Revolutionary thought is prey to the second type of historical idealism, the idealism of practice, wherein market, nation, religion, and state tend to lose the character of being. They end up being readily and infinitely malleable by political action and class struggle. To war and the revival of the idealism of practice. What made the construction of an ontology of social being even more difficult was an event that played a decisive role in the history of the fortunes of Marx and Engels. During the First World War, The various contending states, even those with a solid liberal tradition, presented themselves as sanguinary Molochs, intent on sacrificing millions of human beings on the altar of defense of the fatherland, in reality, on the altar of imperialist rivalry for global hegemony. Such horror could not but revive and further radicalize the thesis, indeed, the more or less messianic expectation, of the end of state. Any political program that fell short of demanding a social order without a state and military apparatus seemed wholly inadequate. This was a spiritual climate which, along with major intellectuals, also swept up prominent political figures for a time. In Publishing State and Revolution Amidst the Carnage of the War, and on the eve of the revolution called upon to end to it, Lenin formulated the thesis that the victorious proletariat needs only a state which is withering away. 3 years later, at a time when there were high hopes of revolution spreading to the West, a revolutionary leader generally distinguished by his uncommon realism and lucidity indulged in a prediction that belongs in the realms of political fiction. The generation of people who are now at the age of 50 cannot expect to see a communist society. This generation will be gone before then. But the generation of those who are now 15 will see a communist society and will itself build this society. The extinction of the state as such forms part of the communist future, which appears at hand. Patriotic rhetoric and national hatreds, in part spontaneous and in part fomented, had issued in unprecedented horror. The demand to have done with all this was urgent. What emerged in some sections of the communist movement was an unrealistic internationalism that tended to liquidate different national identities as mere prejudices. What had caused the catastrophe was the race to conquer colonies, markets, and raw materials, the hunt for profit, ultimately, the Ari Sacra fames. In 1918, the young bloc encapsulated the messianic expectations of the time. The Soviets had supposedly realized the transformation of power into love and built a world forever free of any private economy, any economy of money, and with it, of the market morality that consecrates everything most wicked in man. In short, the tragic experience of the First World War markedly strengthened the tendency towards an idealism of practice. Now it was moral conscience itself that dictated denial of the character of social being to state, nation, and market, the structures and relations regarded as responsible for the infamy that had been consummated between and which threatened to be repeated, and would in fact be repeated shortly. In the light of all this, the late Lukács' warning not to lose sight of the objectivity of social being sounds a self-critical note. In 1922, in his youth, he too had failed to appreciate it when he wrote, "Only when the core of existence stands revealed as a social process can existence be seen as the product, albeit the hitherto unconscious product, of human activity. This activity will be seen in its turn as the element crucial for the transformation of existence." The idealism of practice transpires here. Even if the class struggle of the proletariat has taken on the task of abolishing the shackles of things in themselves, the idealism of practice dies hard. As late as 1936-7, Trotsky took up and reiterated Lenin's prediction. The generation which conquered power, the old guard, will begin the work of liquidating the state. The next generation will complete it. In fact, nothing visible on the horizon of Soviet Russia rendered such a prospect credible. As regards money, there was no trace of its gradual dying away. In fact, it had in no wise lost its magic power. Neither state compulsion nor money compulsion had been dented, hence the main characteristics of class society, which is incapable of defining the relations of man to man except in the form of fetishes. Churchly or secular, after appointing to defend them the most alarming of all fetishes, the state remained firmly in place. The Fichtean shackles of things in themselves persisted, heavy and resistant. It only remained to target the bureaucracy that had insinuated its way into power and prevented implementation of the original program, with class struggle. 3. The difficult transition from practice to theory. The idealism of practice dies hard, yet it was regularly belied by governmental practice, by practice in action. The new Soviet government raised the banner of the withering away of the state. However, in June 1919, Gramsci credited the aristocracy of statesmen, represented by the Bolsheviks, with having saved the Russian state from the disintegration to which it seemed condemned by the catastrophe of World War Civil War, and the ambitions and maneuvers of imperialism. See chap. 8. Sect. 4. The Russian state saved by advocates of the end of the state. An anarchist reader of L'Ordine Nuovo was scandalized. He observed that the Soviet constitution was committed to establishing an order in which there will no longer be class divisions or state power. In fact, the discrepancy between practice and theory in Bolshevism is manifest. It was practice that proved the more lucid of the two. Practice, revolutionary class struggle, averted an already prostrate country being plunged into a war of all against all, into an interminable cycle of balkanization and anarchical fragmentation, violence, and private vendettas. Consequently, it averted the persistence of more or less feudal government in the regions of a country of continental dimensions, and the retardation or failed construction of the new order. In an important intervention, better, fewer, but better, that confirms his greatness as a statesman, and which was published in Pravda on March 4, 1923. Lenin advanced extremely significant watchwords: improve our state apparatus, engage seriously in building up a state, create a republic that is really worthy of the name of Soviet and socialist, a long-term task requiring many, many years, improve administrative work, and do all this without hesitating to learn from the best West European standards. The practice invoked here, and partially implemented, is in greater contradiction than ever with theory, and much more mature than it. Perhaps the first vague elements of theoretical rethinking emerge here. Not only is the objective of the extinction of the state not mentioned, or deferred to a distant future, but there is an awareness that neglecting the task of constructing a new state ultimately means prolonging the survival of the old czarist state apparatus. We must banish from it all traces of extravagance, of which so much has been left over from czarist Russia, from its bureaucratic capitalist state machine. However, the theory of the end of the state as a distant objective of the revolutionary class struggle was not called into question. Even so, in the German ideology and other texts by Marx and Engels, we read that the state is also the form of organization via which individuals of the ruling class mutually safeguard one another. And it is not clear why this function should become superfluous among a different ruling class, or in a different society, still comprising individuals between whom, obviously, the possibility and reality exist of disagreements, tensions, and conflicts. Initial doubts about the withering away of the state were formulated when the civil war between the Bolsheviks and the Great Terror were dramatizing the absence of a form of organization through which members of the party and society could safeguard one another. Expressing himself cautiously, aware that he was moving in a minefield, Stalin, enlisting the functions of the socialist state, along with the traditional one of defense against the class enemy at home and abroad, theorized a third function, economic and organizational work, and cultural and educational work performed by our state bodies, work geared to developing the young shoots of the new socialist economic system and re-educating the people in the spirit of socialism. The great jurist Hans Kelsen immediately highlighted the radical alteration to the doctrine developed by Marx and Engels. However, this mutation was in a sense concealed from itself, and hence did not yield a real shift. With the thesis of the withering away of the state not being explicitly called into question, the issue of the legal and institutional mechanisms required to ensure mutual security between individuals continued to be avoided. In the history of real socialism, the problem of the rule of law began to emerge only much later, with the advent of Deng Xiaoping at the head of China, following a cultural revolution likewise motivated by the conviction of the purely formal and largely meaningless character of legal norms destined to wither away along with the state. Secondly, the October Revolution and class struggle of the Russian proletariat were supposed to set in train a process at the end of which there would no longer be room for national identity and borders. Here, the contradiction between theory and practice predated the conquest of power by the Bolsheviks. The working men have no country, asserted the Communist Manifesto. But it was its authors who identified with the national struggles of oppressed peoples and placed them at the heart of the agitation of the International Working Men's Association. In more strictly theoretical terms, it was Marx who emphasized that, in a country like Ireland, the social question took the form of the national question. After October 1917, when the revolutionary wave seemed on the point of spreading in Europe and throughout the world, assuming the office of People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs, Trotsky graphically summed up the seemingly imminent prospect: "I will issue a few revolutionary proclamations to the peoples of the world, and then shut up shop." With the advent of a globally unified humanity, the first ministry to become superfluous would be the one that normally presided over interstate relations. Lenin's stance was no different. In concluding the First Congress of the Communist International, he declared, "The victory of the proletarian revolution on a world scale is assured. The founding of an international Soviet republic is on the way." Some months later, on January 4, 1920, Lenin stressed that the question of the demarcation of frontiers now had to be tackled, but only for the time being, for we are striving towards the complete abolition of frontiers. Waged comprehensively, revolutionary class struggle would result in the foundation of a world federal Soviet republic. 23. However, Lenin was soon impelled by the concrete requirements of the class struggle to defend Russia and build the new society to sound patriotic notes. Indirectly rejecting accusations of national betrayal directed at the Bolsheviks by advocates of continuation of the war to the bitter end, he observed in October 1921 that with Brest-Litovsk, Russia emerged from the imperialist war, mutilated, it is true, but not so mutilated as she would have been had she continued. Few months later, March 1922, the Soviet leader called on his collaborators and supporters to demonstrate realism in these terms. "The peasants will say, 'You are splendid fellows, you defended our country, that is why we obeyed you, but if you cannot run the show, get out.'" 25. As for Stalin, he led the struggle for an immediate peace and for the Bolshevik Revolution, advancing national slogans. That is, denouncing the Entente's attempt to force Russia to continue the war as an expression of imperial and neo-colonial arrogance. But it was with a certain astonishment on his part, too, that Stalin called in 1929 for acknowledgement of a phenomenon largely unsuspected by the protagonists of the October Revolution. Nations possess an extraordinary stability. 26. More important than such indirect theoretical acknowledgement of the idea of nation and fatherland were the actual results of government activity. In 1927, Benjamin highlighted the strong national feeling that Bolshevism has given all Russians without distinction. Even more eloquent was the conclusion arrived at by Trotsky 10 years later. In the USSRA, new Soviet patriotism was spreading, a sentiment that was undoubtedly very deep, sincere, and dynamic, all the more profound, sincere, and dynamic in that it involved not the oppression of non-Russian backward nationalities, but respect for them and their participation in the benefits of overall economic and cultural development. Soviet, and in reality especially Russian, patriotism subsequently played a decisive role in the defeat inflicted by the USSR on Hitler's plan to colonize and enslave the peoples of Eastern Europe. To summarize, the revolutionary class struggle which, following the conquest of power, should have inaugurated a process destined to result in the withering away of state and nation, actually witnessed the emergence of an aristocracy of statesmen, and a patriotism that saved state and nation from a horrific catastrophe. And that is not all. Along with national identities, linguistic identities were set to vanish in the wake of the creation of a linguistically unified world community following the supersession of the old cultures and languages which were branded with the stigma of class-divided society and hence incapable of long surviving the collapse of capitalism. Not a few argued thus in Soviet Russia. In this case, the opposition between theory and practice was particularly striking. No sooner had they conquered power than the Bolsheviks engaged in a massive literacy campaign, which involved the diffusion of Russian among broad masses hitherto incapable of reading and writing. Of particular importance was what happened in connection with national minorities. In 1936-7, Trotsky painted a telling picture. In the schools of the Union, lessons are taught at present in no less than 80 languages. For a majority of them, it was necessary to compose new alphabets, or to replace the extremely aristocratic Asiatic alphabets with the more democratic Latin. Newspapers are published in the same number of languages, papers which for the first time acquaint the peasants and nomad shepherds with the elementary ideas of human culture. 29. However, so tenacious was the miraculous view of a class struggle capable of generating a totally new world that 3 years before his death, in 1950, Stalin felt compelled to intervene critically. The limits of class struggle had to be recognized. Language was created not by some one class, but by the entire society, by all the classes of the society. To claim that language was not above social conflict might appear more of a class position and revolutionary. In reality, to lose sight of the fact that language was the product of a whole number of epochs, and to claim to invent a proletarian language from scratch, once again forgetting Marx's previous activity of preceding generations, was fanciful. Above all, the class view of language ignored the fact that it was a means of intercourse between people. Undue dilation of the framework of class struggle compromises intersubjective communication and eliminates the dimension of universality constitutive of Marxian class struggle as the struggle for recognition. Practice managed to achieve lucidity soon enough, but the operation required to adapt theory to practice proved extremely difficult and full of contradictions and often tragic lacerations. The exacting discovery of the market. In connection with the market, too, we may note the habitual discrepancy between theory and practice. In this case, however, the picture is more complicated. On the one hand, the dialectic we have already analyzed made its appearance, reviving the economic and productive apparatus of a disintegrating country, where sometimes the only form of exchange was barter. The Soviet government actually expanded the market, and further expanded it when it embarked on a large-scale campaign of industrialization and urbanization. We may venture a general observation. In the mostly backward and semi-feudal countries where communist parties arrived in power, the development of the economy and the productive forces also entailed the extension of market relations, and hence the advent of a genuine national market. But what accompanied this in theoretical terms was demonization of the market, which was particularly intense in countries where the shock of the First World War continued to be felt. On the eve of his death, Stalin had to engage in a difficult ideological battle. Commodity production must not be identified with capitalist production. They are two different things. 31. More than 30 years later, Deng Xiaoping stressed, here is no fundamental contradiction between socialism and a market economy. The problem is how to develop the productive forces more effectively. 32. What distinguishes socialism is not planning as such, which is a tool sometimes used by capitalist countries. The market is an instrument that can be utilized by a country of socialist orientation. We have hitherto been dealing with the familiar problem of adapting theory to practice. But the converse problem also presents itself. Marx had too profound a knowledge of the economic universe to be unaware that, without competition, it is impossible to promote the development of the productive forces. The critique of the Gotha program makes it clear that socialism is based on remuneration, according to labor performed, which by definition is unequal. 33. But in Soviet Russia, practice failed or struggled to conform to theory. The horror of the First World War and the disintegration of the economy, aggravated by the Civil War, created propitious conditions for the diffusion of a populist vision of socialism criticized by the Communist Manifesto, stamped by crude social leveling based on coercive universal asceticism. Lenin soon perceived the need for a practical switch, but did not proceed to a settlement of theoretical accounts. The self-critical reflection contained in an intervention entitled Fourth Anniversary of the October Revolution is certainly significant. Borne along on the crest of the wave of enthusiasm, rousing first the political enthusiasm and then the military enthusiasm of the people, we expected to accomplish economic tasks just as great as the political and military tasks we have accomplished by relying directly on this enthusiasm. Not directly relying on enthusiasm, but aided by the enthusiasm engendered by the Great Revolution, and on the basis of personal interest, personal incentive, and business principles. We must first set to work in this small peasant country to build solid gangways to socialism by way of state capitalism. At all events in the economic field, one could not look to militarily organized mass enthusiasm for long. Personal interest would have to be relied on sooner or later. Unfortunately, this important theoretical acquisition was neutralized by the persistent employment of military terminology. It was necessary to abandon any direct assault or offensive and retreat, and it sounds as if this retreat was to be a short-lived tactical expedient. 35. For a long time, too long, countries of a socialist orientation entrusted their economic development to revolutionary enthusiasm and patriotic fervor, but these are moods that involve a particular emotional intensity, which by definition cannot be permanent. Appeals to the spirit of self-sacrifice and even heroism can form the exception, not the rule. It might be said with Bertolt Brecht, "Blessed is a people that needs no heroes." Heroes are required for the transition from the state of emergency to normality, and are heroes only insofar as they succeed in ensuring the transition to normality. That is, heroes are such only to the extent that they are capable of rendering themselves superfluous. A communism that presupposed pursuit of the spirit of self-sacrifice and renunciation ad infinitum, or almost, would be decidedly bizarre. Historically, with the fading of revolutionary enthusiasm or patriotic fervor over time, the problems that emerged on the morrow of the October Revolution presented themselves in ever graver form. There was persistent anarchy in the workplace, calmly deserted by its employees, who, even when physically present, seemed engaged in a kind of go slow, which, moreover, was tolerated. This was the somewhat perplexed and rather admiring impression gained by labor and trade union delegations visiting the USSR in its last years. It is a problem that invests the history of the socialist camp as a whole. In China, which was beginning to leave Maoism behind it, customs and practices prevailed in the public sector that have been described as follows by a Western journalist. Even the lowliest attendant can, should he wish, stay at home for 1 or 2 years and continue to receive his pay at the end of each month. 36. Let us now turn to Cuba. In October 1964, Che Guevara felt compelled to say, "We further witness the problem of absenteeism." This formulation is erroneous or illusory because it suggests the problem was in the process of being solved. In fact, with the passage of time, appeals to revolutionary consciousness met with an increasingly feeble echo. Cuba obstinately strove to avoid recourse to the market and material incentives, on account of the element of inequality involved in remuneration according to labor. In the end, however, it had to take cognizance of reality. So now we have Raul Castro exhorting his compatriots to abolish once and for all the idea that Cuba is the only country in the world where one can live without working. 38. The real turning point occurred with Deng's assumption of the leadership of China. He drew up a judicious balance sheet. Initiative cannot be aroused without economic means. A small number of advanced people might respond to moral appeal, but such an approach can only be used for a short time. In the history of socialism, the appreciation of the market and competition as the motor of development of the productive forces expressed in the German ideology was henceforth registered via universal competition and the market. Large-scale industry forced all individuals to strain their energy to the utmost. 40. In philosophical terms, the discovery of the objectivity of social being proved especially difficult in the economic field. For too long entrenched in an idealist position, the communist movement resisted before facing the fact that, however triumphant the revolutionary class struggle, it has nothing to do with the creation ex nihilo of a new man, motivated solely by noble ideals and utterly deaf to material self-interest. The socialist camp and class struggle. Expansion of the framework of class struggle played an especially pernicious role in the regulation, or non-regulation, of relations between socialist countries or countries inspired by socialism. In 1916, having drawn attention to Engels' warning against the tendency that can arise in the victorious proletariat to foist blessings on other peoples, Lenin commented, Just because the proletariat has carried out a social revolution, it will not become wholly and immune from errors and weaknesses. But it will be inevitably led to realize this truth by possible errors, and selfish interest attempts to saddle others. However, as long as this lesson had not been fully assimilated, as long as the victorious proletariat continued to express chauvinist or hegemonic tendencies, revolutions against the socialist state and wars are possible. In other words, even when victorious, the class struggle of the proletariat does not entail the immediate disappearance of rivalry, tensions, and conflicts between nations. The communist movement proved capable of learning this lesson only at high points in its history. Of particular significance is a position adopted in 1956 by the Communist Party of the China and Mao Zedong on the breach 8 years earlier between the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia. It was stressed that within the socialist camp, systematic efforts are needed to overcome great nation chauvinist tendencies which, far from vanishing with the defeated bourgeois or semi-feudal regime, might be fueled in the sense of superiority created by the victory of the revolution. This was a phenomenon not peculiar to any one country. For instance, country B may be small and backward compared to country A, but big and advanced compared to country C. Thus, country B, while complaining of great nation chauvinism on the part of country A, may often assume the airs of a great nation in relation to country C. Although this passage is confined to generalities, it is clear that country B refers to Yugoslavia, which, while legitimately complaining of the chauvinism and high-handedness of the Soviet Union, A, exhibited hegemonic ambitions towards Albania. C. This analysis confronts us with bitter conflicts that are irreducible to a struggle between opposing classes in power in the different countries. By contrast, we witness a radical change of perspective in subsequent years, once the split in the international communist movement had been consummated. Let us see what the Communist Party of China had to say on the subject of Yugoslavia in 1963. Operative there were ruthless exploitation and the dictatorship of the bureaucrat comprador bourgeoisie. The following year, the polemic directly involved the Soviet Union after Khrushchev had set about restoring and extending the system of exploitation. A new bourgeoisie was on the rampage. 43. In these positions, the crucial aspect is not the extreme bitterness of the polemic, but the new philosophical approach. Persistent conflicts between countries identifying with socialism are now explained by the fact that some of them have, in fact, already undergone a capitalist restoration. The confrontation between the USSR and China was represented as a class struggle on an international scale, pitting a country dominated by the bourgeoisie against one ruled by the proletariat. Such an approach seems more in accord with historical materialism, inasmuch as it involves social classes in analyzing the international situation. In reality, however, it represents a lapse into an idealism of practice, the view that, as a result of revolutionary class struggle, the material objectivity of different national interests would disappear. This view committed the error of once again repressing national contradictions, with a consequent relapse into a utopian and idealistic vision of socialism. 6 class contradictions and non-class contradictions. On closer examination, Marxist reflection on the general problem of the persistence of contradictions in a post-capitalist society has been episodic and occasional, and to the extent that it has occurred, it has referred much more to the East than the West. A few years after the October Revolution, Lenin deemed strikes against bureaucratic distortions of the Soviet apparatus, safeguarding the working people's material and spiritual interests, wholly legitimate. They were an expression of the non-class economic struggle. In this respect, trade unions were called on to act as mediators and facilitate the speediest and smoothest settlement of the disputes that inevitably arose, even in a society engaged in building socialism. In contrast, agitation and mobilization that challenged the conquests of the revolution were to be regarded as counter-revolutionary class struggles. The first developed theoretical position on such issues derives from China and not by chance. Here, the First World War did not have the same traumatic impact as in Europe, and did not create messianic expectations. Furthermore, called on to put an end to the humiliations that began with the Opium Wars. From the outset, the Chinese Revolution not only had an explicitly national dimension, but was also situated in an extended temporal perspective, which saw the process of political and social transformation unfolding in successive phases. Finally, it should not be forgotten that in China, the communists arrived in power nationally, with 2 decades of experience of government behind them in liberated areas. Areas under siege not only militarily, but also economically, which therefore also had to be defended with the development of production and trade. Generally speaking, the conditions conducive in Europe to branding state, nation, and market as such, as expressions of class domination and exploitation, were absent. Publishing on Practice in 1937, Mao saw truth emerging in the course of social practice, material production, class struggle, or scientific experiment. 45. Manifestly, the ambit of class struggle is not unlimited. External to it is science, about which a note is sounded that is reminiscent of Marx. Knowledge is a matter of science, and no dishonesty or conceit whatsoever is permissible. What is required is definitely the reverse, honest and modesty. Material production itself is not determined in class struggle. Material production and scientific experiment are two forms of social practice beside class struggle, even if the latter has a strong influence on them. For Mao, this afforded an opportunity to define the scope of the class struggle. The development of the movement of human knowledge is full of contradictions and struggles. These contradictions and struggles obviously impact on the class struggle and can be influenced by it, but there is no identity between them. Like socialists of a Marxist persuasion, supporters of Luddism were an expression of the proletariat. Only engaging in machine smashing, they remained at the stage of perception, had not progressed in the process of knowledge of the social system responsible for their sufferings. Unlike Marxists, they had not understood the difference between machinery and the capitalist use of machinery, and likewise arrested at the stage of perception were national movements in China that struggled against invasion by triggering indiscriminate anti-foreign struggles rather than against imperialism. 47. In themselves, the contradictions inherent in the knowledge process are not class contradictions. So much so, the famous text on the correct handling of contradictions among the people observed in 1956, that they would continue to exist under communism, even after the disappearance of classes and class struggle. Struggles between the true and the false will never end, nor would those between the old and the new, which could be hindered only by lack of discernment. 48. Knowledge of the new international situation created by the victory of anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist revolutions in several countries was a process rich in contradictions, which were not class contradictions, at least judging from a text of 1956. The international solidarity of the communist parties is a type of relationship entirely new to human history. It is natural that its development cannot be free from difficulties. If the communist parties maintain relations of equality among themselves and reach common understanding and take concerted action through genuine and not nominal exchange of views, their unity will be strengthened. Conversely, if, in their mutual relations, one party imposes its views upon others, or if the parties use the method of interference in each other's internal affairs instead of comradely suggestions and criticism, their unity will be impaired. In the socialist countries, the communist parties have assumed the responsibility of leadership in the affairs of the state, and relations between them often involve directly the relations between their respective countries and peoples, so the proper handling of such relations has become a problem demanding even greater care. In subsequent years, this approach was unfortunately abandoned, and an accentuation and absolutization of class struggle prevailed. An analogous process occurred domestically with the outbreak of the Cultural Revolution, an unfinished learning process. The transition from theoretical patching up to theoretical rethinking began to emerge only on either side of the collapse of socialism in Eastern Europe, breaking with the Cultural Revolution, sometime greeted by the Western far left as the start, or potential start, of the withering away of the state. From the late 1970s, Deng Xiaoping called for extension and improvement of the legal system, and for the introduction of the rule of law in the party and society at large, as a precondition for the real development of democracy. Just as it does not betoken the end of the state, so socialism does not entail either the disappearance of the market or the fusion of the countries engaged in constructing a new social order into a community free of tensions and conflicts. In interviews given shortly before his death in 1980, Tito acknowledged that what provoked the split with Stalin's Soviet Union in 1948 was the national question, while the opposition of Yugoslav socialist self-management to Soviet state planning had merely served to justify and dignify Belgrade's defiant stance. 51 later, meeting Gorbachev on May 16, 1989 in Beijing, Deng pondered the reasons for the split that had occurred between the two countries and parties. What cast a shadow of suspicion was the attitude adopted by the USSR, along with the other great powers at Yalta, the secret agreement dividing up spheres of influence among them, greatly to the detriment of China's interests. The influence of the national question had been decisive. I don't mean it was because of the ideological disputes. We no longer think that everything we said at that time was right. The basic problem was that the Chinese were not treated as equals and felt humiliated. However, we have never forgotten that in the period of our first 5-year plan, the Soviet Union helped us lay an industrial foundation. Thanks to the awareness that had been painfully acquired, it was now possible to turn the page. 52. But for the Soviet Union, at least, it was too late. And for China, too, the situation was not free of dangers, as demonstrated by the Tiananmen Square incident. Let us jump ahead 3 years. In drawing up a critical and self-critical balance sheet, Fidel Castro arrived at the conclusion that we socialists made a mistake in underestimating the strength of nationalism and religion when we remember that religion can be a key moment in the construction of national identity. This is another reason for casting doubt and the thesis of the inevitable disappearance of religion after the victory of proletarian class struggle. The instances I have mentioned are shoots of belated, incomplete theoretical rethinking the idealism of practice, and the attribution to class struggle of a Wolverine power to remold, and even Crace, the social being of the state, nation, religion, marker, and so forth, made a decisive contribution to the defeat suffered by the socialist project between 1989 and 1991. In difficult or dramatic situations, this view acts like a kind of drug, burdening the struggle for social change with excessive expectation's intoxication gave way to exhaustion, and on the eve of its collapse, the condition of real socialism in Eastern Svamp was one of exhaustion. Class struggle at the end of history. One, colonialism's back and not a moment too soon. The collapse of the socialist camp and real socialism represents the nadir in the history of Marx's fortunes to date. At the time, a cartoon circulated that portrayed the revolutionary militant and philosopher exclaiming, "Workers of the world, forgive me." Theoretically, the summons to class struggle with which the Communist Manifesto ends was supposedly incapable of explaining anything, while in practice, it had resulted in disasters. The disappearance of regimes inspired by Marx from Eastern Europe was construed by the most intoxicated representatives of the dominant ideology as the definitive triumph of the West, of the Western idea, even as the end of history. Thus argued Francis Fukuyama, the intellectual and U.S. State Department functionary, according to whom the West had completed the final stage of the historical process, represented by liberal capitalist society. It was now only a matter of adding a sort of appendix to a book that was essentially already finished, raising the rest of the world to the level of the most advanced countries. However, this might involve the need to teach some harsh lessons to those who still resisted bowing before the triumph of the West, the Western idea, and the end of history. 3 years later, referring to the former colonies, the more or less official philosopher of the open society and the liberal West proclaimed, "We freed these states too quickly and too simplistically. It was like abandoning a play school to its own devices. Such flippancy should be rectified. We must not be afraid of waging wars for peace. In current circumstances, it is inevitable. It's sad, but we must do it if we want to save the world." But who is this "we" invoked by Popper? The crusade was proclaimed in the name of civilized states, or the states of the civilized world. Which were these? Clearly, the reference point is the West, whose geographical and political confines are not specified, but which decides in sovereign fashion which is civilized and which is not. In and through a series of wars, the capitalist and liberal West was called upon to realize a pax civilitatis. The rehabilitation of colonialism and colonial wars was explicit. What dispels any possible doubt is a New York Times magazine dated April 18, 1993, containing the headline, "Colonialism's Back and Not a Moment Too Soon." This encapsulated the thinking of the British historian Paul Johnson, who enjoyed considerable media success and was an acclaimed exponent of the dominant ideology. He saluted the altruistic revival of colonialism, to which there was no alternative in a great many third world countries. There is a moral issue here. The civilized world has a mission to go out to these desperate places and govern. In fact, it was not merely a question of intervening in countries deemed incapable of self-government by Washington, but also in those which, in governing themselves, displayed extremist tendencies. For example, Reagan had been right in 1983 to invade the small, defenseless Caribbean island of Grenada and overthrow its government. What is striking about such discourse is the rehabilitation of categories, which, following the tragic experience of Nazism and fascism, seem to have generally been discredited. Another well-known British historian, a passionate celebrant of the British and American empires, was right to observe a few years later that the real historic turning point was represented not by the terrorist attacks of September, but the fall of the Berlin Wall, which created the conditions for the revival of colonial and imperial projects. The start of the collapse of the socialist camp in Eastern Europe coincided with an event that has been largely repressed by the dominant culture. In late 1989, the invasion of Panama occurred. Preceded by intensive bombardment, it was carried out without any declaration of war, without any warning, and without any authorization by the UN Security Council. Densely populated districts were struck by bombs and conflagrations during the night. Hundreds, more likely, thousands died, the vast majority of them civilian and poor and dark-skinned. At least 15,000 were made homeless. As a U.S. scholar notes, this was the bloodiest episode in the history of the small country. Thanks to it, however, the USA rid itself of the dictator and drug trafficker it had installed, but who had now run out of control. 3 years later, the first Gulf War occurred. In Italy, the editor of a daily regarded as center-left explained the reasons for it. All the industrial powers had decided to severely punish Saddam Hussein, intent as they were on keeping the price of oil low, and therefore, on suppressing the possibility of another oil crisis that would have checked the expansionist momentum of Western capitalism. And as another journalist made clear in the same newspaper, the punishment had been administered without undue subtlety, since the USA had not hesitated to wipe out fleeing unarmed Iraqis. Undermined in its time by the Cuban Revolution, a classical doctrine of the age of colonialism and imperialism, the Monroe Doctrine, came back into vogue. In Moscow, I'll ask for Castro's head, read a headline in summer 1991 in an Italian daily, heralding the meeting between a triumphant Bush Sr. and Gorbachev, who was politically in his death throes. The article made it clear that the president has been very explicit on Castro. His presence 80 miles from our coast is intolerable. In this political and ideological climate, even the category of imperialism enjoyed a new and charming lease on life. Only Western imperialism, though few will like calling it that, can now unite the European continent and save the Balkans from chaos. A couple of years later, the discourse became more precise. Formerly Western imperialism now became unequivocally American. And so we have Foreign Affairs, a journal close to the State Department, proclaiming in the title of the page introducing one of its numbers, and then in the opening article, that the logic of imperialism or neo-imperialism is too compelling for the Bush administration to resist. These were not isolated voices, but a chorus that admiringly compared the U.S. empire to the Roman Empire, which even invoked the establishment of a colonial office, following the distinguished precedent of the British Empire, and which, with reference to Washington, extolled the most magnanimous imperial power ever. 11. This was the power called on to enforce respect for human rights throughout the world. The 20th century thus ended as it had begun. Having won its independence from Spain, Cuba had been forced by Washington to include the so-called Platt Amendment in its constitution, whereby the USA was granted the right to intervene in the island militarily whenever, in its judgment, peaceful enjoyment of property, liberty, and ultimately, human rights was imperiled. It was as if at the height of the unipolar moment, God's chosen nation, tasked with leading the world, claimed to apply the Platt Amendment on a global scale. The United Nations was neutralized. It had been created and progressively enlarged while an international anti-colonial revolution was underway. And, notwithstanding its limitations, paid homage to the principle of equality among nations in its charter. The UN was neutralized not only because the USA arrogated to itself the sovereign right to mount punitive expeditions without Security Council authorization, as in 1999 against Yugoslavia and in 2003 against Iraq. More important was the fact that this alleged sovereign right could be applied in utterly devastating fashion, without resorting to war in the strict sense. In June 1996, the director of the Center for Economic and Social Rights highlighted what the collective punishment inflicted by an embargo had meant for the Iraqi people. Already, more than 500,000 Iraqi children have died from hunger and disease. More were set to suffer the same fate. What had been assaulted in devastating fashion were the human rights of 21 million Iraqis. 3 years later, an article in Foreign Affairs drew up a disturbing balance sheet, following the collapse of real socialism in a unified world under U.S. hegemony. Embargoes represented the quintessential weapon of mass destruction. Officially imposed to prevent Saddam accessing non-existent weapons of mass destruction, the embargo in Iraq may have contributed to more deaths during the post-Cold War era than all weapons of mass destruction throughout history put together. Hence, it was if the Arab country, criminalized on the grounds of a charge that turned out to be completely unfounded, had simultaneously suffered the atomic bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the mustard gas attacks perpetrated by the armies of Wilhelm II and Benito Mussolini, and more besides. The threat of this weapon of mass destruction did not only loom over small countries. In the early 1990s, an Italian daily referred as follows to a debate that occurred on the UN Security Council. China opposed sanctions against Libya, and the three Western powers threatened trade reprisals. And such reprisals could be so devastating, a well-known U.S. political scientist stressed at the end of the decade, as to represent the commercial equivalent of recourse to nuclear weapons. See Chap. 12, Sect. 6. The highly successful, quasi-official historian of the West is unimpressed by such details. Having composed a eulogy to liberal empire and imperialism, he called upon the rulers in Washington to pursue the imperial course the USA had embarked on at the time of its foundation uninhibitedly and with greater urgency. There were no more self-confident imperialists than the founding fathers themselves. Once again, the celebration of colonialism and imperialism was explicit and brazen, as if the imperialism of the founding fathers and their attitude towards colonial peoples had not betokened the expropriation, deportation, and annihilation of Native Americans, as well as the enduring enslavement of blacks. In international relations, there is no doubt about the reactionary significance of the turn that occurred between 1989 and 1991, precisely in the year of the collapse of the Soviet Union and the First Gulf War. A prestigious British review, International Affairs, published in its July number an article by Barry Buzan, which concluded with an enthusiastic announcement of the good news. The West has triumphed over both communism and tiers-mondisme. The second victory was no less important than the first. The center is now more dominant and the periphery more subordinate than at any time since decolonization began. The chapter of history containing the anti-colonial revolutions could be regarded as safely filed. 15 some years later, from the converse position, an eminent historian observed with concern that the collapse of classical colonialism was accompanied by the establishment of the most extensive and potentially destructive apparatus of Western force the world had ever seen. No country, however large, was safe from this unprecedented, destructive apparatus. Recently, a former advisor to Vice President Dick Cheney has revealed that in the early 1990s, being invulnerable, U.S. naval and air forces violated China's airspace and territorial waters without scruple and with impunity. The law of the strongest was manifestly operative, but it was, and is, transfigured by the dominant ideology into a redemptive phenomenon. The petty provincial principle of the inviolability of state sovereignty and the equal right of countries, large and small, to have such inviolability recognized had finally lapsed. On closer examination, the arguments with which the putative redemptive phenomenon was celebrated ended up resurrecting the commonplaces of an ominous tradition. Does the universality of human rights override national borders and render the principle of respect for state sovereignty obsolete? In Foreign Affairs, we read, "It is a vision in which sovereignty becomes more conditional for countries that challenge Washington's standards of internal and external behavior. It is clear that, arrogating to itself the right to declare the sovereignty of other states superseded, the great Western powers grant themselves expanded sovereignty to be exercised far beyond their own national territory." To all intents and purposes, this reproduces the dichotomy that marked colonial and imperial expansion, whose protagonists constantly refused to recognize the countries they subjugated, or converted into protectorates, as sovereign states. Are we not assured that contemporary colonialism is altruistic and humanitarian in a cast? Such assurances are far from new. It is enough to think of Kipling's theme, the white man's burden. Voluntary assumption of such a heavy, demanding burden can be accepted only if motivated by an altruistic and humanitarian spirit. The imperial universalism of civilization, to be diffused throughout the world, has today assumed the garb of an imperial humanism of human rights to be enforced the world over, arrogating the right to define the boundary between civilization and barbarism, or between respect for universal norms and violation of them. De facto means granting oneself universal sovereignty. In the same year as the New York Times Magazine celebrated the altruistic character of the colonialist revival desired by it, an Italian general who was at the same time a teacher and scholar of geopolitics expressed himself more bluntly. Having emphasized that the tendencies towards recolonization were a constitutive feature of the new international order, he added, "In fact, this trend comes up against its limits only in the inconvenience to the West of getting involved in crises whose management would be costly, without deriving any concrete benefit from them. The concrete benefit is immediately obvious. There is no need to posit a strict one-to-one relationship between individual military operations and profits. Instead, we need to keep the big picture in mind. To arrogate to oneself the right of military intervention in certain countries, which for the most part are not lacking in energy resources and are often located in areas of great geopolitical significance, means conditioning their international relations to the advantage of the great powers that de facto exercise sovereignty. If the reaction that followed 1989 did not achieve all its objectives, it was down to economic and political processes outside the West's control. One thinks, in the first instance, of China's extraordinary economic and technological development, or one thinks of Russia. In 1994, a prestigious intellectual, who until 1989 had been a dauntless dissident, observed that his country was in effect experiencing colonial democracy. Only later did Russia manage to regain control of its enormous energy assets, and this following the advent of political forces and figures hated in Washington and Brussels. Also worthy of attention is the failure of the attempt to instill in Cuba an obedience and submission to the Monroe Doctrine, a doctrine challenged by a growing number of Latin American states. Nor should we lose sight of the resistance to military occupation in Iraq and Afghanistan. These processes and movements, unanticipated by the triumphant bourgeoisie of the years of the turn, all directly or indirectly pertain to the enduring anti-colonialist and anti-imperialist impulse deriving from the October Revolution. The power of the USA and the West to blackmail is thus diminishing, all the more so in that they are now invested by an extremely serious economic crisis. However, neo-colonial ambitions have not disappeared. Against the latter, as against classical colonialism, a national struggle has developed that is, at the same time, a class struggle. I shall focus on its modalities in the next chapter. The return of primitive accumulation. Let us go back to the turning point. From 1989 onwards, Russia was invested by a wave of privatizations that enabled a privileged few to literally rape state assets, and which was summarized by the Financial Times as follows: "The majority of the public has been given an object lesson in Proudhon's maxim that property is theft." While this plumped-up bourgeoisie was being formed, a dreadful tragedy was being consummated elsewhere. A well-known French political scientist referred to a collapse in average life expectancy, even a veritable genocide of the elderly, whose culprits were the privileged few who had succeeded in accumulating enormous wealth that was speculative and parasitic in origin, were not patently illegal. 22. The picture is completed by testimony all the more striking for being published in journals engaged at the time in celebrating the turn. In the weeks immediately preceding its official dissolution, when the neoliberal reforms proposed or imposed by the West were already ravaging the Soviet Union, The International Red Cross announced that the survival of 1.5 million people was at stake because of a shortage of food and medicine. In subsequent months, the situation deteriorated further. More than half the population is now below the poverty threshold. In the first 6 months of 1993, GDP was 14% below the first months of 1992. Tragic years of Hitler's harked back to the tragic years of Hitler's invasion. In 1992, for the first time in the post-war period, there were fewer births in Russia than deaths. A sharp drop, 6 years for males, occurred in average life expectancy. The weakest groups were the most heavily hit. This emerges from dramatic testimony concerning not the elderly but bezprzeżoniki, or abandoned babies. There were at least 200,000 in the whole country, according to experts. As many as in Russia in 1925, after the Civil War. They are the primary victims of a country that is sacrificing everything to the god of money, which has abandoned the old scale of values without replacing it, which has set in train a process of degradation that is perhaps unstoppable. 10 years ago, in the totalitarian, Brezhnevite USSR bezprzeżoniki were practically non-existent. Orphanages were terrible places, often scandalous from a logistical point of view, and even more often bereft of human warmth. But they guaranteed a roof, a dining hall, a school, and, later, a job. In 10 years, everything has changed. The funds to maintain young internees and prisoners are ever fewer, and institutions that basically lived at state expense are now closing one after the other, while the abandoned boys took to crime. For the girls, there is only one profession: prostitution. 28. These were social relations that seem to have disappeared from Europe long ago. And in 1992, a U.S. author, who in his book's dedication celebrated the Western creators of the most productive economy the world has ever seen, had no hesitation in forecasting that some of the former socialist countries would end up swelling the ranks of the Third World. 29. In fact, something worse happened. In foreign affairs, we read that a country like Bulgaria is to be regarded as a mafia state. 30. There is no doubt that the turn of 1989 swept away the economic and social rights hitherto enjoyed by the population in Eastern Europe. In practice, they were travestied. One thinks, for example, of the right to rest and leisure, itemized Article 24 by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, issued by the United Nations in 1948. In Russia, the new rich, who emerged with privatization, exhibited aggressive wealth in tourist sites from which workers who had previously had a right to a free or semi-free holiday were now excluded. 31. This extreme social polarization was the result of such an aggressive and unscrupulous class struggle by the new privileged that it recalls the primitive accumulation discussed by Capital in connection with England. After the Glorious Revolution, state lands were given away, sold at a ridiculous figure, or even annexed to private estates by direct seizure. All this happened without the slightest observation of legal etiquette. From this derived the princely domains of the English oligarchy, 32, or its Russian equivalent. With his theory of class struggle, Marx demonstrated his incisive contemporary relevance even as he was being written off as a dead dog. 3. Emancipation and dis-emancipation. Obviously, we must not lose sight of the big picture. Notwithstanding major social achievements, what weighed negatively on Eastern Europe before 1989 was a problem of democracy, which was glaring and present at 2 levels. Having emerged victorious but devastated from the struggle against Hitler's aggression, the USSR had sought to strengthen its security by interposing a kind of Soviet Monroe between itself and potential enemies. But this was bound to create resentment in the countries that saw their sovereignty curtailed and democracy international relations violated. The turn was unavoidable, and its significance was clarified as follows by the Latvian ambassador to Oslo in a letter to the International Herald Tribune. His country was determined to join NATO and the EU in order to reaffirm our European roots and Nordic cultural connections. 33. All links with Asia and barbarism must be severed for good. In other words, democracy in international relations posted a success in Eastern Europe, but in the context of an alteration of converse significance in the global picture. The West proclaimed its primacy, challenged the results of the anti-colonial revolutions, and exercised its sovereign right of military intervention throughout the world. In wars involving the participation of countries liberated from the Monroe Doctrine imposed on Eastern Europe by the USSR, but resolved to help impose an American and European Monroe globally. The picture is more complex when it comes to political and civil rights. A preliminary remark is indicated. In the USSR and Eastern Europe, improvements in the situation regarding these rights had begun well before 1989, and even before Gorbachev's arrival in power. It started with the end of the most acute phase of the Cold War, which had involved the resort to severely repressive measures by the West as well. McCarthyism in the USA, the banning of the Communist Party in West Germany, etc. Not to mention the imposition, often promoted and blessed by Washington, of ferocious military dictatorships, especially in the Third World. The waning of the Cold War created a new, more favorable situation, but it would be absurd to give the credit for this exclusively to those who, bearing at least equal responsibility for the outbreak of the Cold War, had contributed directly in the area controlled by them and indirectly in enemy territory to the drastic restriction or abolition of political and civil rights. That said, there can be no doubt that for millions of people in Eastern Europe, the turn of 1989-91 meant access to fundamental political rights previously denied them. However, it occurred at a time when the influence of money in elections became so strong that in the USA, it ended up limiting politics to candidates who have money of their own, or who take money from political action committees. In the final analysis, lobbies. 34. In other words, as regards political rights, the process of emancipation in Eastern Europe formed part of a converse global process wherein, as a result of the triumph of the bourgeoisie internationally, traditional censitary discrimination, expelled by the front door, climbed back in through the rear window. When it comes to civil rights too, still bearing in mind the general preliminary remark, the balance sheet is positive. But it must be added that, in the wake of the upheavals in Eastern Europe, the trade union movement was weakened, and the power of the bourgeoisie in workplaces strengthened in the West. And we cannot adequately assess the state of civil rights if we confine ourselves to the sphere of circulation and ignore production. Marx drew attention to this point in a famous passage in The Poverty of Philosophy. While inside the modern workshop the division of labor is meticulously regulated by the authority of the employer, modern society has no other rule, no other authority for the distribution of labor than free competition. It can even be laid down as a general rule that the less authority presides over the division of labor inside society, the more the division of labor develops inside the workshop, and the more it is subjected there to the authority of a single person. Thus, authority in the workshop and authority in society in relation to the division of labor are in inverse ratio to each other. It might be said that under real socialism, an inversion of the dialectic of capitalist society, as described by Marx, sometimes occurred. Considerable anarchy in factory and workplace, with the disappearance of traditional, more or less pronounced employer despotism, was flanked by the terror exercised by the state over civil society. All this came to an end with the turn of 1989-91. By contrast, China sought to put an end to anarchy in the workplace with market socialism and the reforms introduced from 1980. But it was not a straightforward operation. As late as 1994, the journalist we have already cited referred to the difficulties in disposing of the legacy of the Maoist era when a dependent laborer could decide to do absolutely nothing, although continuing to receive his wage at the end of each month. But here is how a respected Italian daily described the situation in Turin's motor industry in the same year. The employee approaches cautiously, careful not to draw attention to himself. He hesitates, then suddenly turns and says it all in one go. After that, he flees and mingles with the Fiat cadres and workers, who, having set off from Corso Marconi, walk with him. They are terrified of the future. How will I live without a job? But they are also terrified of Fiat. I'm begging you, don't put down my name. The two colleagues that came out in the papers with their name and surname were destroyed by the company. They don't come to meetings anymore. And then look there. That man in plain clothes is the superintendent of my gate at Mirafiori, 36. In the West, what corresponded to the workplace anarchy of Maoist China was the dictatorship in the factory, but also projected beyond it. Dis-emancipation was most marked in the area of the welfare state. Its dismantlement in the East also had consequences in the West and was sanctioned theoretically. Some decades earlier, Hayek had already waged a campaign to demonstrate that the freedom from want proclaimed by Roosevelt and the social and economic rights promulgated by the UN were the result of the influence deemed ruinous by Hayek of the Marxist Russian Revolution. In truth, for the patriarch of neoliberalism, it was a question of erasing the legacy not only of October, but also of June. It was necessary to sweep away social or totalitarian democracy for good everywhere. 38. But this program enjoyed definitive consecration in the years 1989-91, when neoliberalism arrived in triumph in Moscow in its most radical version. On the eve of the Soviet Union's collapse, O.T. Bogomolov, well-known leader of the Russian reformist economists, invoked the capitalist West, which he regarded as a model society and in fact identified with normal society as such, to express his contempt for those who persisted in speaking, for example, of the right to health or education. In a normal society, this sphere, the market, includes everything. Among us, by contrast, health services and education are not market categories. And by way of reinforcement, another exponent of the new course argued, we need normal medicine based on individual insurance. Free medicine is a scam. 39. To escape barbarism and be admitted into the circle of genuinely civilized countries, internationally it was necessary to join NATO and take part in its neo-colonial wars, while domestically one had to proceed to abolition of the welfare state. 4. Old order and new order. The turning point in Eastern Europe coincided with the bicentenary of the French Revolution. On the basis of this coincidence, it was easy to play the game of analogies, with the order overthrown in Eastern Europe becoming the old regime or the old order. But are there any good grounds for this? As is well known, in Russia, the Ancien Régime, aristocratic and czarist, was overthrown in February 1917. While the liberals and Mensheviks were still in power, a period of extreme violence and chaos commenced. Partial, fragile stability arrived only with the consolidation of the Bolshevik government. Obviously, we can express our horror at this historical and political cycle. Regardless of value judgments, however, it is the case that what felled the Ancien Régime in the strict sense of the term in Russia was the 1917 revolution. This revolution also helped eliminate the remnants of the Ancien Régime in the West, where censitary discrimination, in Britain itself, the upper chamber was the preserve of the aristocracy and the haute bourgeoisie, and discrimination against women who were excluded from political rights persisted. The innovations ensuing from the October Revolution, in particular, are even more apparent if we introduce colonial peoples and peoples of colonial origin into the picture. Relying on the reconstruction by an eminent historian, let us see how George V, having been crowned in London in 1910, took part the following year in the ceremony that raised him to the rank of emperor in India. Dressed in coronation robes, their trains held by richly vested pages of princely Indian blood, their imperial majesties mounted the steps to an extravagantly elevated dais isolated in the center of the amphitheater. Seated in two resplendent throne chairs, surrounded by maces and emblems, they accepted the homage of their servants and subjects. Lord Hardinge, the Governor-General, in his political uniform and the flowing robes of the Order of the Star of India, ascended to the raised platform in a bowing posture to kneel and kiss the King-Emperor's hand. Once the members of the Viceroy's Council had made their reverence from the foot of the throne dais, it was the turn of the proud and striking but compliant ruling Maharajas of India and their tribal chiefs of the frontier areas to make obeisance to their overlord. 41. Britain's residual Ancien Régime was intimately bound up with the Ancien Régime maintained and nurtured in the colonies by the London government. If such was the picture in the capitalist world's leading country in decline, let us glance at the picture in its leading country in the ascendant. In these years, the institution of slavery had disappeared from the USA, but the old lords in the South, or barons referred to by Engels 42, continued to exercise power over the blacks. The latter were deprived not only of political rights but also of civil rights. They were prey to a regime of terroristic white supremacy, which sometimes condemned them to lynching, slow torture, and agony, providing a mass spectacle for a festive, jubilant crowd of men, women, and children from the white community. Such was the universe, challenged by the October Revolution. What collapsed between 1989 and 1991 was therefore not the old regime or old order. Overthrown were the inheritors or epigones of the revolutionary new regime or new order, which was never able to go beyond the stage of insecurity. A revolution may be regarded as stably victorious only when the class that is its protagonist, after having gone through a more or less protracted period of conflicts and contradictions, trial and error, succeeds in expressing the enduring political form of its rule. This is a learning process that extended from 1789 until 1871, in the case of the French bourgeoisie, which, as Gramsci correctly stressed, only discovered the political form of its rule thereafter, creating a parliamentary republic on the basis of universal male suffrage. That rule proves enduring in a modern society on condition that it can combine hegemony and coercion, and can activate coercion and dictatorship only at times of acute crisis. As a result of objective circumstances and subjective responsibilities, the revolution initiated in 1917 was incapable of yielding this outcome. In Russia breaking the chains of the Ancien Régime, the new order achieved a massive diffusion of education and culture, and created extraordinary social mobility, laying the foundations for a civil society that became progressively more mature and exacting to the point of being unable to identify with a fossilized order. In this sense, what occurred between 1989 and 1991 was the result at once of the success and the defeat of the communist project. To understand this complex, paradoxical dialectic, we should bear in mind a famous page written by Hegel in Jena in the early 19th century. On the one hand, Memories of Thermidor was still fresh. On the other, its political and historical implications had become ever clearer. Already consul for life, in 1804, Napoleon was on the point of becoming French emperor, in a substantial normalization of the French regime on the model of hostile countries and the very universe of the Ancien Régime. What attitude should be adopted towards this turn? It could either be condemned as a betrayal of revolutionary ideals or celebrated as a liberation from the Jacobin terror. If the latter, the period that began in 1789 with the storming of the Bastille, or 1792 with the Jacobins' assumption of power, could be branded as a manifestation of sanguinary madness. Hegel took a different route. On the one hand, he regarded the Jacobin terror as legitimate and necessary. In the French Revolution, a terrible force took hold of the state, and indeed everything. This force is not despotism, but tyranny, pure, terrifying dominance. But it is necessary, and just to the extent to which it constitutes and maintains the state as a real individual entity. On the other hand, the philosopher recognized the legitimacy and necessity of Thermidor as well. With the supersession of the state of emergency, tyranny became superfluous and had to make way for the dominance of laws. Robespierre was oblivious of this and was overthrown. His power abandoned him because necessity had abandoned him, and so he was violently overthrown. The antagonists in this struggle became the embodiment of two different moments of necessity. 43. With this major theoretical precedent behind it, the bourgeoisie of the West and Eastern Europe could have extolled 1989 without demonizing the Bolshevik Revolution, and hence without transfiguring the world challenged by the latter. But this was too sophisticated an operation for the habitual binary logic, which remained precious and, in fact, indispensable for the purposes of delegitimizing the Chinese Revolution and anti-colonial revolutions. So starting from the depiction of 1989 as an annus mirabilis Dahrendorf, or ultimately as the plenitudo temporum Fukuyama, the dominant ideology proceeded to the liquidation not only of 1917, but of a much longer historical cycle. According to Dahrendorf, it was necessary to have done not only with Marx, whose teaching has come to grief in 1989, if not long before, but also Hegel and Rousseau. It was necessary to go back to Burke, drawing inspiration from the theoretician of the open society and unbending enemy of the French Revolution. Thus, having characterized the world that collapsed in Eastern Europe in 1989 as the old regime, Dahrendorf ends up casting himself as a follower of the champion of nothing less than the ancien regime. 5. The impasse of the New Order and Restoration, 1660, 1814, 1989, 91st. It emerges from the general picture we have drawn that, although containing contradictory tendencies, the principal aspect of the political change which occurred in Eastern Europe and the world consisted in restoration. But does not employing this category mean legitimizing discredited regimes, whose fall was greeted with virtual unanimity in world public opinion? A kind of political blackmail has, it seems, paralyzed many of those who, though not identifying with the existing order, nevertheless refuse, and rightly so, to be branded as nostalgic for Brezhnev and the Gulag. In fact, the historical process is more complex than the crude alternative implicit in this question and objection suggests. Think of the historical sequence initiated with the French Revolution. At the point when what any history textbook characterizes as the Restoration occurred, it seemed difficult to question the failure of the project or hopes of 1789, which was followed by the Terror, the unbridled corruption of the post-Thermidor years, military dictatorship and then empire, with an emperor warlord who conquered vast territories and distributed them to relatives and friends, in accordance with a patrimonial conception of the state that not only contravened any principle of democracy, but also seemed to reproduce worst aspects of the ancien regime. There is more. In overthrowing absolutism and feudalism, the French revolutionaries insisted that they aimed to eradicate war so as to establish perpetual peace. Instead, in Engels' words, with Napoleonic despotism, the promised eternal peace was turned into an endless war of conquest. 45. In 1814, then, the plans and hopes of 1789 were completely unrecognizable. At the end of the initial phase of a major historical crisis, the return of the Bourbons installed a regime that was unquestionably more liberal than the Terror, the military dictatorship, and the bellicose, expansionist empire that had succeeded revolutionary enthusiasms. Similar remarks could be made, for example, of the First English Revolution, which issued in Cromwell's military dictatorship, bound up with the exceptional character of its founder and incapable of surviving his disappearance. Despite all this, it is correct to apply the category of restoration to the return of the Bourbons or Stuarts, who sought to smother the novelties that were emerging laboriously from trial and error, blind alleys, contradictions, regressions, and deformations of every kind. There is no reason to proceed differently in the case of the changes in Eastern Europe, notwithstanding the pitiless interpretation we can and must give of the history of the regimes that collapsed between 1989 and 1991. Use of the category of restoration is all the more convincing if we bear in mind the fact that in the capitalist West itself the crisis, and then collapse, of real socialism paved the way for the deletion of economic and social rights from the catalogue of rights. We reach the same conclusion if we focus on the international context. The planet was a kind of private property owned by a handful of capitalist great powers on the eve of the October Revolution, which instigated a massive wave of anti-colonial revolutions. Here too, however, the eclipse of the ancien regime ended up being followed by a situation of deadlock. In fact, the national question played a decisive role in the dissolution of the socialist camp and the country created by the October Revolution. Its protagonists were convinced that national conflicts, tensions, and even identities would disappear along with capitalism. But let us glance at the gravest moments of the crisis and discrediting of the socialist camp. In 1948, the split between the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia. In 1956, the invasion of Hungary. In 1968, the invasion of Czechoslovakia. And in 1969, bloody incidents on the Sino-Soviet border. Barely evident then, war between countries claiming to be socialist, became a tragic reality a decade later, with the trial of strength between Vietnam and Cambodia, and then China and Vietnam. In 1981, martial law in Poland to prevent a possible fraternal intervention by the USSR, and to check an opposition movement that had gained a large following by appealing to a national identity trampled over by Big Brother. Albeit very different, what these crises have in common is the centrality of the national question. Not by chance, the dissolution of the socialist camp began on the periphery of the empire, in countries long restive at the limited sovereignty imposed on them. Within the USSR, too, even before the obscure coup of August 1991, the decisive spur to the final collapse came from the agitation of the Baltic countries, where socialism had been exported in 1939-40. In a sense, the national question, which facilitated the victory of the October Revolution, also sealed the end of the historical cycle initiated with it. And in this instance, too, the element of restoration is obvious, as is confirmed by the occasionally explicit rehabilitation of colonialism and even imperialism. We may venture a comparison with the other great revolutions that have punctuated modern and contemporary history. In England, following Cromwell's death and the ephemeral succession of his son Richard to the post of Lord Protector of the Republic, the commander of the Scottish Army, George Monk, marched on London, and a new convention parliament was summoned, which sanctioned the return of the Stuarts. In 1814, Napoleon, back from the disastrous venture in Russia and defeat at Leipzig, and confronted by a formidable enemy coalition and the growing disaffection of the French people, was forced to abdicate and accept the return of the Bourbons. Between 1989 and 1991, the dissolution of the USSR and the order derived from the October Revolution occurred. Granted the radical differences between the three revolutions, the crises in which they resulted share some common features. Firstly, having exhausted their hegemonic phases, all three had to face serious international political problems, respectively: Irish and Scottish insurrections and national rebellions that undermined first the Grande Nation and then the doctrine and/or practice of limited sovereignty. Secondly, domestically, they had to confront opposition both from supporters of the overthrown Ancien regime and from the growing number of people disillusioned and disappointed with the new regime, who withdrew in disgust from political life and engagement, or, worse, proclaimed that the original plans and ideals had been abandoned and betrayed. The upshot was the impossibility of stabilizing the new order, which ended up lacking a principle of legitimation and being, as it were, suspended in a vacuum. Thirdly, and finally, the impasse in the search for stabilization and a principle of legitimation that could ground it, issued in a reversion, albeit only partial, to the Ancien regime. To a certain extent, moreover, this reversion was promoted, or at any rate, accepted by a more or less significant fraction of the ruling group hailing from the Revolution. One thinks of the role played by Monk in the Parliament summoned in England in 1660, by the Conservative Senate, Minister Talleyrand and Marshal Marmont in France in 1814, and by Gorbachev and Yeltsin in the Soviet Union in 1989-91. In all three cases, the impasse of the new order made the return of the old dominant classes to power possible. Class struggle between exorcism and fragmentation. One errant and the incubus of class struggle. If the end of history was lacking in credibility or even sense when it was proclaimed, more ambitious attempts to exercise class struggle are in crisis today. We may start with a thinker of undoubted intellectual courage. The years are the 1960s and 1970s. Widespread agitation by workers in the capitalist metropolis coincided with the revolution of colonial peoples, both determined to challenge exploitation and wage the class struggle, which, according to Marx, developed, and justifiably so, against exploitation. In these circumstances, which challenged the reigning social and political order globally, Hannah Arendt had no hesitation in radically delegitimizing both categories and the movements inspired by them. Exploitation? The value of this hypothesis for the historical sciences is small indeed. If it had survived more than a century of historical research, it was certainly not because of its scientific content. Class struggle? Marx's grave mistake consisted in having persuaded the masses that poverty is a political, not a natural phenomenon, in having identified the alleged victims of exploitation as the agents of a major emancipatory process, when it should be plain to all that the condition of misery, by definition, can never produce free-minded people, because it is the condition of being bound to necessity. The emancipation of the working class must be the work of the working class itself, accomplished in and through class struggle, thus argued Marx and the International Working Men's Association. Arendt's answer was clear. It was never the oppressed and degraded themselves who led the way, but those who were not oppressed and not degraded and could not bear it that others were. Emancipating themselves through class struggle, the exploited are supposed to achieve an outcome that is positive for society as a whole. Once again, Arendt is sharply opposed to Marx. The rarity of slave rebellion and of uprisings among the disinherited and downtrodden is notorious. As and when they did occur, they were nightmares for everybody. The Great Black Slave Revolution led by Toussaint Louverture, which set off a chain reaction of abolitions of slavery, is ignored. Arendt's radicalism is unquestionable. With her attempt to delegitimize the category of exploitation, she unwittingly comes into contradiction with a long intellectual tradition. In Marx, exploitation is synonymous with the appropriation of surplus value by the class that has ownership of the means of production. Well, in the spirit of the laws, Montesquieu identifies the source of the luxury enjoyed by the upper classes in the work of others, travail d'autrui. This was a far from isolated instance. In the great critic of the French Revolution, Hippolyte Taine, we find this striking summary of the Ancien Régime. At work in it was a class, bound to the land, which suffered hunger for 60 generations to feed other classes, the upper classes. As we know, the category of surplus value is also present in authors like Calhoun and Nietzsche, the second of whom had no difficulty acknowledging the reality and, to his mind, the necessity of exploitation. See chap. 3. Sect. 3. Concerned as she is to expel the specter of any suspicion of exploitation from a socio-political system that seemed at the time to be in difficulties even on the American continent. Arendt does not really measure up to Marx. To demonstrate that surplus labor and exploitation can also be immediately empirically self-evident, he cited the corvée. After having worked his own land, the peasant was compelled to perform labor on the feudal lord's land. In this instance, the spatial distance between the plots of land indicates the difference between necessary labor and surplus labor. Forced labor in the colonies would afford another example of the immediate empirical self-evidence of the reality of surplus labor, performed by natives in the service of their colonial masters, not feudal lords. In addition, the fact that Britain, a state ruled by capitalists and landowners, felt the need to set legal limits to the working day, so as to save the living force of the nation, manifestly threatened by the unrestrained drive for surplus labor and surplus value, and hence unbounded exploitation, should give us pause for thought. Arendt pursues a very different line of argument. There was something lethal about Marx's interpretation of the compelling needs of mass poverty in political terms, and transformation of the social question into a political force, in his theory of exploitation and class struggles. In reality, it is only the rise of technology, and not the rise of political ideas as such, which has refuted the old and terrible truth that only violence and rule over others could make some men free. Until the rise of technology. At any rate, responsibility for mass poverty is to be laid exclusively at the door of Mother Nature. This thesis ignores the fact that in the recurrent crises of overproduction which invest capitalism, a great part not only of the existing products, but also of the previously created productive forces, are periodically destroyed. This thesis is more relevant than ever in the light of the crisis that erupted in 2008. It was already contained in a text, the Communist Manifesto, published 160 years earlier. In other words, we are dealing with a social system that involves not only unjust relations of distribution, but also recurrent destruction of social wealth. And the development of technology is powerless in the face of such destruction. In any event, if technology is the solution to the social problem, how are we to explain the fact that when Arendt formulated her thesis, according to a journal with impeccable credentials, in Washington, in the world's most technologically advanced country, 70% of patients in the pediatric hospital suffer from malnutrition, see introduction. In this instance, at any rate, the reality of exploitation and the necessary and positive character of class struggle should be recognized. But that is not what Arendt argues. She never frees herself from the incubus of class struggle and assigns technology a positive, decisive role independently of politics and political action. It is here that the contrast with Marx is sharpest. Marx insisted even more forcefully on the prodigious emancipatory potential of the progress of technology, the objectified power of knowledge. But such an outcome was far from taken for granted. As long as science continued to be pressed into the service of capital, technological development was not synonymous with social wealth. Capital, a critique of political economy, as indicated by its subtitle, is also a critique of the one-sided, miraculous view of technological development held by bourgeois political economists, and accepted and radicalized by Arendt. History demonstrates that in the context of capitalist society, technology can have disastrous consequences for the subaltern classes. The rise of the English woolen factories, together with the gradual conversion of arable land into sheep pasture, brought about the superfluity of agricultural laborers that led to their being driven in masses into the towns. This was the tragic moment when, in Thomas More's words taken up by Marx, thanks to the mechanical processing of wool, the sheep eat the men, see chap. 4, sect. 3. More than 2 centuries later, during the Industrial Revolution, insofar as machinery dispenses with muscular power, we have the introduction of the labor of women and children. 12. 2 examples adduced by Capital are especially striking. Let us see what happened in the USA in the late 18th century, following the introduction of the cotton gin. Prior to this invention, a day of a Negro's most intensive labor barely sufficed to separate a pound of cotton fiber from the cotton seed. After the invention of the cotton gin, an old Negro woman could comfortably supply 50 pounds of cotton daily, and gradual improvements have subsequently doubled the efficiency of the machine. The emancipatory potential of this technological development is obvious. But what actually happened? The rapid strides of cotton spinning not only pushed on with tropical luxuriance the growth of cotton in the United States, and with it the African slave trade, but also made the breeding of slaves the chief business of the border slave states. When, in 1790, the first census of slaves was taken in the United States, their number was 697,000. In 1861, it had nearly reached 4 million. 14. Far from abolishing or reducing the work of slaves, technology, which greatly facilitated cotton ginning, increased it terribly. This state of affairs was challenged by class struggle and the abolitionist revolution in the particular forms they took during the American Civil War. Given the relations of exploitation extant at home and abroad, technological progress could represent a disaster not only for the working class in a particular country, but also for entire populations. History discloses no tragedy more horrible than the gradual extinction of the English hand loom weavers, an extinction that was spread over several decades. On the other hand, English cotton machinery produced an acute effect in India. The Governor-General reported in 1834-35, "The misery hardly finds a parallel in the history of commerce. The bones of the cotton weavers are bleaching the plains of India." 15. Once again, such processes are countered by class struggle. Arendt counterposes the material reality of technological progress to class struggle and its ruinous results. However, stresses the poverty of philosophy. Technological development is itself strongly influenced by the class struggle. In England, strikes have regularly given rise to the invention and application of new machines. If combinations and strikes had no other effect than that of making the efforts of mechanical genius react against them, they would still exercise an immense influence on the development of industry. Indeed, after each new strike of any importance, there appeared a new machine. 16. Capital further clarifies this dialectic of strikes by workers and reactions by owners. In Britain, class struggle in the factories imposed the legal limitation of the working day with a consequent reduction in absolute surplus value, which depends on the length of the working day. Capital threw itself with all its might into the production of relative surplus value by hastening on the further improvement of machinery and increasing the pace of work. The approach recommended by Arendt risks being devastating intellectually and ethically. It becomes impossible to appreciate the motives of the victims of technological progress and, in fact, of the capitalist system. Supporters of Luddism, who set fire to modern factories and smashed the machines whose introduction caused unemployment and poverty, appear plain mad, even criminal. In reality, the latter also protested for another reason, already highlighted by utopian socialism. Here is what Robert Owen, as reported by Marx, had to say. Since the general introduction of inanimate mechanism into British manufactories, man, with few exceptions, has been treated as a secondary and inferior machine, and far more attention has been given to perfect the raw materials of wood and metals than those of body and mind. The poverty of philosophy graphically describes the consequences of the introduction of machinery and the related simplification and parcelization of work. Capital has been concentrated. The human being has been further dismembered. The Communist Manifesto seeks to understand the reasons for Luddism and to direct the anger of its supporters at the real target, bourgeois relations of production, rather than machinery per se, thereby bringing maturity to a class struggle which, in its spontaneity, risks being blind. While Luddism was to be rejected, it was necessary, observed Capital, to criticize the optimism beloved of a bourgeois political economy and Arendt. A distinction must be drawn between machines, which are potentially capable of reducing the hardship of work, and the capitalist use of machinery, which can afflict workers as a most frightful scourge, increasing the sufferings of the workmen displaced by machinery, or, when not made redundant, further crippled by the division of labor. 21. Above all, we must reflect on one aspect of Marx's analysis. As becomes particularly clear during recurrent commercial crises, the increased speed of machinery and its unceasing improvement bring about an increase of the work exacted in a given time and make the wages of the workers ever fluctuating and their livelihood more and more precarious. 22. This brings us to the immediate present. Prodigious technological development is far from performing the miracles attributed to it. Quite the reverse, it may very well occur in tandem with increasing job insecurity and casualization, with a reduction in living standards and the reemergence of the figure of the working poor, with an intensification in the polarization between wealth and poverty, with the concentration of economic and political power in the hands of a shameless oligarchy. If it makes it impossible to pay the victims of the past their due, recommendation of technology as the only solution to the social problem sounds like a joke to today's victims. 2 further considerations. Let us note the date of the text in which Arendt positively opposes technology to political and social struggle, to class struggle, in an enjoyable manner. On the night of December 2, 1984, possibly the most appalling ecological disaster in human history, with thousands of deaths occurred. Its protagonist was Union Carbide, an agricultural fertilizer and insecticide transnational that was highly advanced technologically, and whose headquarters were in the USA. But the tragedy unfolded in Bhopal, in India. In the light of the ecological question, which is clearly bound up with the social question nationally and internationally, the distinction between machines and capitalist use of them is more imperative than ever. Finally, at an international level, technological development and the related revolution in military affairs, RMA, reinforces the USA's and the West's temptation to apply the law of the strongest at the expense of countries incapable of putting up real resistance to overwhelming military power. The only thing that can counter all this is political struggle, class struggle. It is striking to see Arendt, passionate theoretician of Aristotelian praxis and intersubjective action, call for praxis and action to step aside at key moments, so that technology can unfold its beneficent effects in tranquility, the repression of conflict in Habermas. Unlike Arendt, at least until the mid-1970s, Jürgen Habermas continued to employ the concepts of exploitation, class society, and class struggle, although stressing the need to differentiate between different evolutionary circumstances. About a decade later, he stated his conviction that, following the advent of the welfare state and the ensuing pacification in the West, everything had changed by comparison with Marx's time. Unlike in Arendt, the class struggle was not ruinous. It had quite simply become obsolete and superfluous. Where Arendt had been disquieted by the incubus of the class struggle, in Habermas's view, people could sleep soundly, at least in the West. It might be said that the German philosopher was rather unfortunate. He formulated his reassuring thesis in the years when Dahrendorf drew attention to the figure of the working poor, who staged an ominous return even in the most developed capitalist countries while the financial aristocracy enriched itself yet further. In the USA, the prisons were increasingly crowded with the poor, old and new, on account of ever more inflexible laws on minor crimes committed by members of the subaltern classes. In 1991, in France, a caustic observer proceeded to a comparison between the North American Republic and the South African Republic, which at the time was still segregationist and dominated by the white minority. In the space of a decade, the American prison population doubled to reach an overall proportion of percent, beating the previous world record holder, South Africa's percent, by nearly a third. Our language as yet lacks a word for this kind of gulag, and the question resurfaces, what on earth is happening to America? 24. Subsequent historical and political developments were inclement to Habermas's thesis. He demonstrated the occurrence of pacification by reference to the welfare state, whose construction in Europe proceeded under social democratic or conservative governments. But today it is obvious to everyone that it is being dismantled under conservative or social democratic governments. There is more. In the prestigious weekly Die Zeit, to which the German philosopher has frequently confided his reflections, we find this explanation of the advent or return of a liberal social Darwinism, retrospectively. It might be said that the eclipse of socialism disinhibited capitalism and led its ideologues from fine words to the rhetoric of rigor. The competition between systems has disappeared, and capitalism has concluded that it need no longer be concerned with its acceptability. 25. We may pass over the indirect trib to the defunct socialism of Eastern Europe. Let us focus on the theoretical aspect, a product of class struggle waged by popular masses emboldened by the challenge represented by socialism. The welfare state prompted a reaction from the privileged classes, a new and different class struggle which, in the decidedly propitious global conditions for the big capitalist and financial bourgeoisie created after 1989, is inflicting fatal blows on welfare. What, in Habermas's view, is an elementary fact, refuting the theory of class struggle, proves to be the unstable outcome of a process witnessing bitter class struggles, which are wrongly ignored and repressed. Further examples of this singular way of proceeding can be adduced. In an essay from the 1970s, Habermas noted that the world over, only 17 states possess a balance sheet greater than that of General Motors. This is a datum that prompts a variety of reflections. How to explain the enormous gap between the developed capitalist countries of the West, those to which the major transnationals primarily pertain, in the countries of the Third World, with a colonial past behind them? Is the gap referred to here, which has been called the Great Divergence, a natural, eternal datum? Or is it the result of historical processes and conflicts that need to be examined and clarify instead? And what new conflicts are sparked by this great divergence? With the possibility it affords the most opulent transnationals and the wealthiest, most powerful countries to restrict and even neutralize the independence of the most backward, weakest countries via economic pressure or direct military force? And are the latter resigned to their fate, or are they struggling to achieve both economic development and genuine political independence? There is no trace of any of this in Habermas, who draws a single, unequivocal conclusion from the datum he reports: the gradual erosion of state sovereignty and the emergence of a post-national constellation. Thus, once again, the conflicts inherent in a determinate socio-political situation vanish. The proclamation of the advent of the post-national constellation is the obverse, the international one, of the putative pacification. Drawing attention to the pacification in Western Europe, Habermas believed he was refuting Marx's theory of class struggle. But let us glance at the climate prevailing at the time of the foundation of the International Working Men's Association in 1864. In his inaugural address, Marx drew a bleak picture: class struggle between exorcism and fragmentation 275. The discoveries of new goldlands in the USA led to an immense exodus, leaving an irreparable void in the ranks of the British proletariat. Others of its formerly active members were caught by the temporary bribe of greater work and wages and turned into political blacks. All the efforts made at keeping up, or remodeling, the Chartist movement failed signally. The press organs of the working class died one by one of the apathy of the masses, and, in point of fact, never before seemed the English working class so thoroughly reconciled to a state of political nullity. Engels wrote in similar terms in a letter sent to Marx the previous year, bemoaning the disappearance of revolutionary energy in a proletariat now reconciled with the bourgeoisie. See chap. 6, sect. 5. What the two revolutionary philosophers denounced as the political nullity of the working class and as capitulation to the dominant class is celebrated by Habermas as pacification. The reversal of the value judgment is patent, but the most important difference lies elsewhere. Marx and Engels did not repress the conflicts that preceded and succeeded the so-called pacification. What explains it, and the discouragement of the English proletariat, which ended up accepting its political nullity, is the defeat of the continental working classes. The iron hand of force they were subjected to as a result of the failure of the 1848 revolution, compelling the vanguard elements, the most advanced sons of labor, to seek refuge across the Atlantic. 28. And naturally, we must bear in mind the colonial expansion that muffled social conflict in the metropolis, in fact accentuating national and social conflict in the colonies, as demonstrated by the Sepoys' rebellion in India some years before the foundation of the First International. Habermas proceeds very differently. He dates the start of the pacification from 1945. One of the greatest class struggles in world history was scarcely over. The Third Reich's attempt to revive the colonial tradition and radicalize it to the point of imposing a new form of slavery on Slavs in Eastern Europe had suffered a resounding defeat. On the other side, the prestige and influence of the Soviet Union and international communist movement were at their height. In these conditions, anti-colonial revolutions exploded in the east and south of the globe, in Western Europe, but not the USA, where the labor movement has always played a lesser role. The struggle for a welfare state posted important successes. These processes were interconnected, as is confirmed by the support extended to the national liberation movements by the movements engaged in Western Europe in building the welfare state. It is very difficult to describe all this as the onset of the disappearance of class struggle. Although lacking a genuine social state, and despite the explosion of the economic crisis, the USA is experiencing the phenomenon of pacification today. Rather than blaming the dominant class, workers suffering from unemployment or job insecurity tend to blame the unfair competition of which China and other emerging or third world countries are supposedly guilty. Pacification is thus ensured, but in this instance as well, it is far from being a new phenomenon. We have seen Engels observe that in Britain, the mass of genuine working men tended to target, not their own bourgeoisie, but competitors in international markets, whom they accused of unfair competition and contraventions of fair trade, and against whom they called for protectionism. See chap. 7, sect. 1. Some decades later, Oswald Spengler called on German and Western workers to consider class struggle at an end because race struggle had supervened. According to the German theoretician troubled by the decline of the West, the Soviet Union imposing starvation wages on its workers and keeping the price of its goods artificially low threatened the existence of the white working class. Here too, pacification within the West and the white race was a function of a remorseless race struggle that aimed to preserve an international division of labor favoring the colonial and imperial powers, which thus in reality represented a class struggle of a conservative or reactionary stamp. In our day, fair trade is the slogan advanced by Washington and often echoed by American workers, who are wholly pacified within the USA, but extremely pugnacious towards China primarily, invoking trade war against it. But is it legitimate to separate pacification from conflict, or are they two sides of the same coin? The Communist Manifesto stresses that the acquisition of class consciousness by the proletariat is impeded by competition within it, which the bourgeoisie has an interest in stoking. 3. A change of paradigm. Today, notwithstanding Arendt's warning and Habermas's reassurance, the theory of class struggle once again enjoys a large and sometimes sympathetic audience. But what are its objectives? And what are we to make of Fraser's thesis that since the death of communism at any rate, emancipatory movements have made their objective not the redistribution of resources, but recognition? See chap. 4, sect. 1. In reality, we have seen that on three fronts, the emancipation of the working class, oppressed nations, and women, Marxian class struggle rejected any such distinction. The moment of the struggle for recognition is never absent. This applies even to the denunciation of the militarism for which the socialist movement criticized the capitalist and imperialist system. Gramsci's line of argument is significant. The country is Italy, dragged by its rulers into the First World War over the opposition of broad masses of Catholic or socialist persuasion. And this, at a time when the enormous price to be paid in human lives was apparent. We can now understand Gramsci's conclusion, invariably treated as a childlike multitude, and hence incapable of political intentions and volition. The popular masses were calmly sacrificed by the dominant class on the altar of its imperialist projects. Hence, the struggle for recognition was more than ever on the agenda. It was necessary to act so that the laboring population did not remain prey to everyone, mere human material at the disposal of the elite, raw material for the history of the privileged classes. 30. Communist engagement must avoid any repetition of the enormous tragedy played out between 1914 and 1918. In the wake of the October Revolution, emerged the global struggle for recognition represented by the anti-colonial revolution. Do we want to focus on the years from the end of the Second World War to the mid-S, the 3 decades that witnessed the expansion of the welfare state, which have been construed as the époque par excellence of the struggle for redistribution? But a mere glance beyond the West indicates that this was when some of the most memorable struggles for recognition in world history occurred. In 1949, Mao Zedong solemnized the conquest of power, proclaiming, "Ours will no longer be a nation subject to insult and humiliation. We have stood up. The era in which the Chinese were regarded as uncivilized is now ended." The Chinese Revolution was consummated even as the Algerian Revolution was beginning. Frantz Fanon observed of it, "The colonized took up arms not only because they were dying of hunger and witnessing the disintegration of their society, but also because the colonists treated them like animals. To free themselves from their inferiority complex, the colonized embarked on a struggle that rehabilitate them in their own eyes." The date is? The Vietnamese Revolution was entering its hardest phase. Not long after defeating France, it was at grips with the world's greatest power. The leader and artisan of this liberation struggle remained Ho Chi Minh, who in 1960, on the occasion of his 70th birthday, recalled his intellectual and political path. Initially, it was patriotism, not communism, which had prompted me to believe in Lenin and the Third International. What primarily attracted him were the appeals and documents supporting and promoting the liberation struggle of colonial peoples, asserting their right to constitute themselves as independent nation-states. Lenin's theses on the national and colonial question roused me to great emotion, great enthusiasm, great faith, and helped me to see the problems clearly. My joy was so great that at times I was reduced to tears. 33. There is no doubt that we are dealing with 3 epic national liberation struggles, which at the same time were conscious of being 3 epic struggles for recognition. All this certainly occurred outside the West, but it is not unconnected with it. The anti-colonial revolution exercised influence even inside the USA, impelling African Americans into a struggle against segregation, discrimination, and the persistence of the regime of white supremacy. Secondly, in a country like France, oppressed, rebellious colonial peoples made their presence, including their physical presence, felt on the territory of the colonial power that oppressed and humiliated them in the metropolitan territory itself. In the North American Republic, as Palmiro Togliatti observed in 1948, along with blacks, racial discrimination also affected other peoples, including Italians, regarded as an inferior species. 34. In any event, having for decades carried the banner of the struggle for recognition, in order to further their emancipation, the subaltern classes of the capitalist metropolis could scarcely remain deaf to the demand for recognition advanced by peoples in colonial conditions or of colonial origin. In 1954, debating with Norberto Bobbio, Togliatti posed the universalistic charge of the communist movement to the persistent exclusion clauses of the bourgeois universe. When and how far have the liberal principles on which the 19th century British state claimed to be based, the model, I think, of a perfect liberal regime for those who argue like Bobbio, been applied to colonial peoples? The truth was that liberal doctrine is based on barbaric discrimination between human creatures. 35. Nor is the paradigm of the struggle for recognition operative only when it is a question of expressing solidarity with colonial peoples or peoples of colonial origin. It is interesting to see how in 1940 the Labour Minister Ernest Bevin, a leader of the Labour Party with long experience as a trade unionist, justified the need for the construction of a welfare state in Britain. There will have to be a great recasting of values. The conception that those who produce or manipulate are inferior and must accept a lower status than the speculator must go. The welfare state was not demanded solely in the name of redistribution. Persistent adherence, direct or indirect, to the paradigm of the struggle for recognition facilitates support for the women's liberation movement and construal of it precisely as a struggle for recognition. The following significant statement by a communist leader enjoying great international prestige was made at the start of the 1945-75 period. The emancipation of women should be one of the central problems of the renovation of the Italian state and Italian society. Legislation sanctioning the inferiority of women should be repealed. The rights of man were insufficient. It was necessary to go further and have the ability and the courage to arrive at the proclamation of the rights of woman. This not only involved improving women's material living conditions, but also dictated respect for their dignity. 37. The date is 1945. In subsequent years, the feminist movement underwent significant developments and radicalization. But the misleading character of the opposition between the paradigms of recognition and redistribution remains. While the struggle for recognition certainly did not disappear in the decades when construction of the welfare state was on the agenda in the West, the struggle for redistribution is more relevant than ever following the explosion of the economic crisis in 2008. In reality, the two paradigms are closely connected. The unemployed and the working poor protest or feel resentment not only at the heavy sacrifices imposed on them, but also because their difficult living conditions are experienced as an insult and humiliation in such a wealthy and opulent society. The sense of non-recognition is reinforced by the growing influence of wealth in the selection of those called on to occupy the highest political offices. Both paradigms are likewise present in women's struggle for liberation, a struggle which, while it has posted important results in the West, albeit threatened by the crisis, which impacts on female employment in the first instance, is less advanced or only just beginning in other cultures. Finally, prominent in the struggle against the neocolonialism practiced by self-styled chosen nations, which control the centers of international economic power and claim to be the only ones entitled to genuine sovereignty. The link between the struggle for the distribution of resources and the struggle for recognition is immediately self-evident in a phenomenon like the Palestinian situation. The natives have their land expropriated and are condemned to poverty and marginalization. At the same time, they suffer dual non-recognition. They are not regarded as worthy either of constructing an independent nation-state or of becoming citizens of the state which, annexing their territory, prevents them from constituting themselves as an independent nation-state. The fragmentation of class struggles. The situation since the crisis and then collapse of the socialist camp is not characterized by a paradigm switch, but the opposition between the paradigm of redistribution represented by the labor movement and the paradigm of recognition, which supposedly found its principal embodiment in the feminist movement, is a sign of the real change that has intervened. To understand it, we must not lose sight of a point to which I have frequently drawn attention. The subjects of class struggle are diverse, and struggles for recognition and emancipation are multiple. There is no preordained harmony between them. For objective and subjective reasons, misunderstandings and divisions can occur. The high points in the history that started with the Communist Manifesto are those where fragmentation was avoided, so that the various struggles merged in a single powerful wave of emancipation. This is the exception rather than the rule. However, progressive in itself, there is no class struggle that cannot be instrumentalized by the dominant power and integrated into a general project of a conservative or reactionary stamp. This not a new phenomenon, but it has been accentuated and acquired a new qualitative potency in the wake of disenchantment at the results of 20th century revolutions and subsequent theoretical disorientation. Disraeli extended the suffrage to the popular classes, thereby promoting their political emancipation, but in exchange for support for the policy of British colonial expansion. It was a successful policy. Marx and Engels were obliged to note that even the quintessential revolutionary class, the proletariat, could succumb to the siren of colonialism. This syndrome is much more pronounced today given that, with the advent of neocolonialism and what an American political scientist highly attentive to geopolitical themes has defined as human rights imperialism, the oppressor and aggressor can easily envelop violence against an oppressed country in a fog of mystification. It is not the only factor fragmenting class struggle. Let us glance at the third front of the class struggle, the women's liberation movement. The extension of political rights to women was long demanded by the labor movement as an integral part of the project of overthrowing or superseding the old capitalist regime. In 1887, Eleanor Marx, tackling the woman question along with her husband Edward Aveling, and demanding political rights for women, not only compared the oppressed condition and merciless degradation of women to that endured by workers, but added that the relation between men and women was the clearest, most repugnant expression of the gruesome moral bankruptcy of capitalist society as such. However, in this same period, representatives or ideologues of the dominant classes regarded female suffrage from a completely different, even opposed, political and social perspective. It might, suggested a French author, represent conservatism's largest reserve. In Europe, as in the USA, votes for women were often invoked as a counterweight to the dreaded growing political influence of the popular masses consequent upon the relaxation of censitary discrimination. In other words, we find the dominant power utilizing women's class struggle and struggle for recognition in order to neutralize or counter the class struggle and struggle for recognition waged by the popular classes. A different scenario can obtain. In the early 20th century, in a country like Britain, there was no shortage of women distinguishing themselves in celebration of colonial expansion and the role of crusader for empire. Nor were feminists lacking who demanded women's emancipation in the name of the role they played in building the empire. In this case, the women's liberation movement came into contradiction with the colonial people's liberation movement. Rather than simply being the result of maneuvers by the powers that be, such multiple contradictions reflect a complex objective situation. Only in special circumstances, in the presence of compelling theoretical syntheses, or under the influence of major revolutions or mature revolutionary projects, can they be resolved or unified, and even then, not without oscillations and difficulties of various kinds. While the First World War was raging, Lenin, on the one hand, called on the proletariat in the West to rise up against the bourgeoisie and transform the imperialist war into a revolutionary civil war, and on the other saluted the national liberation struggles and wars waged by colonial nations and oppressed nations, and drew attention to the permanent condition of domestic slavery imposed on women, who not by chance were excluded from political rights along with the poor and the lower stratum of the proletariat proper. 43. The three fronts of the class struggle converge here. Almost a decade later, starting out from rural zones, Mao promoted a revolution which, in the context of the radical national and social revival of China, also sought to challenge the authority of the husband, the additional thick rope that women carried round their neck along with the others strangling the whole Chinese people. 44. On other occasions, unification of the different fronts of the class struggle proves more difficult. Certainly for Fanon too, the liberation of the Algerian people became identified with woman's liberation, with her entry into history. This was not only a statement of principle. Active involvement in the partisan war meant that woman was no longer a minor, especially since it challenged sexual segregation and the demand of virginity. In any event, the old fear of dishonor had become altogether absurd in the light of the immense tragedy being experienced by the people. However, another aspect of the question should not be ignored. The officials of the French administration in Algeria committed to destroying the people's originality and under instructions to bring about the disintegration at whatever cost of forms of existence likely to evoke a national reality directly or indirectly, were to concentrate their efforts on the wearing of the veil, which was looked upon at this juncture as a symbol of the status of the Algerian woman. The occupier's aggressiveness, and hence his hopes, multiplied tenfold each time a new face was uncovered. Algerian society, with every abandoned veil, seemed to express its willingness to attend the master's school and to decide to change its habits under the occupier's direction and patronage. 46. In a very specified objective context, national liberation can come into conflict with women's liberation, at least in the immediate present. This risk has greatly increased today because, following the crisis of communism and Marxism, parties of a religious persuasion find themselves at the head of national liberation and resistance movements. In the past, colonial powers, including Mussolini's Italy, promoted their expansion in the name of emancipation from the slavery still extant in Africa, only to proceed to impose forced labor in even more odious forms, and not merely on a specified class, but on the whole indigenous population. In our day, the neo-colonialist project sometimes hoists the banner of women's emancipation, not without success. But it targets not countries such as Saudi Arabia, where female segregation and domestic slavery persist in their strictest, most benighted form, but countries recalcitrant to the West like Iran, where forms of discrimination against women remain onerous and odious, but have been considerably dented. Young women form a majority of the university population and enjoy greater social mobility. 5. Between trade unionism and populism. What exacerbates the fragmentation of class struggles is the split that has occurred between the anti-capitalist struggle in the metropolis, in the most industrially developed countries, and the struggle which the former colonies are compelled to wage against neo-colonialism and the gunboat diplomacy or outright aggression practiced by great powers unwilling to renounce their domination or hegemony. This is a split explicitly theorized by a celebrated philosopher who is unsparing in his irony about a trend he regards as utterly erroneous. According to it, the class struggle no longer has capitalists and the proletariat in each country as its protagonists, but unfolds in an international context, pitting states rather than social classes against one another. Marx's critique of capitalism as such is thereby reduced and distorted into a critique of imperialism, which loses sight of the main thing, capitalist relations of production. 47. Is this irony and argument justified? It should have targeted Marx in the first instance. His attention to the national question was constant, and his analysis of the way that in a country like Ireland, the social question took the form of the national question is especially thought-provoking. In Zizek's view, in the 20th century, the quintessential rebel is Mao, whom we have seen asserting more clearly and sharply than anyone else the identity between national struggle and class struggle. Of course, this was at a time when China faced attempted enslavement by Japanese imperialism, while in Europe Slavs in general, and the Soviet Union in particular, were confronting German imperialism. But the assertion is quite the reverse of a tactical expedient motivated by patriotic fervor. In 1963, with reference to the struggle of African Americans for their civil and political rights, the Chinese leader stressed, national struggle, in the final analysis, is a question of class struggle. This was a point of view reiterated 5 years later. Our racial discrimination in the United States is a product of the colonialist imperialist system. The contradiction between the broad masses of black people and the U.S. ruling clique is a class contradiction. 48. When we refer to African Americans, we are obviously dealing with a particular country. But would the conclusion be different if we were analyzing the oppression suffered not by a people of colonial origin, but a colonial people in the strict sense? In order to clarify this problem, we may reflect on a chapter of history that attracts Zizek's passionate interest. I am referring to the Great Revolution, the great class struggle of the black slaves of Santo Domingo. In his view, it regressed to a new form of hierarchical rule after the death of Jean-Jacques Dessalines in 1806. So let us focus on the preceding period. Santo Domingue's black slaves rebelled not against capitalism as such, but against the slave system reserved for colonial peoples by the capitalist metropolis. That is, from the outset, the Black Revolution included a national liberation component. The insurrection, led by Toussaint Louverture, freed not a specific subaltern class, but black people as a whole from the shackles of slavery. The national liberation component became even more explicit in the second stage of the revolution. The powerful army dispatched by Napoleon, under the command of Charles Leclerc, his brother-in-law, was intended to restore both French colonial rule and black slavery. It was defeated by revolutionaries who cast themselves as the army of the Incas, or the indigenous army, yelling, "Anathema to the French name!" Eternal hatred of France. 50 de facto independents now also demanded de jure recognition, and Santo Domingo was renamed Haiti, significantly employing a name that derived from the pre-Columbian epoch. In other words, the black revolutionaries identified with the original victims of the West's colonial expansion, seeking to connect their struggle for freedom from slavery with the earlier battles of indigenous peoples against Spanish invaders. 51. In short, the anti-slavery revolution was simultaneously an anti-colonialist revolution and wound up taking the form of a war of national resistance and liberation. It would manifestly be absurd to define the first stage of this process as a revolutionary class struggle, but consider such a characterization invalid when it comes to the second stage. It would be bizarre to regard the insurrection to abolish slavery and colonial rule as a revolutionary class struggle, but not the armed resistance to prevent the restoration of both. In both stages, the national question played a key role, and both are viewed favorably by Zizek, who nevertheless ironizes about the tendency to reduce anti-capitalist class struggle to anti-colonialist and anti-imperialist struggle. In the 20th century, a sequence of events occurred that might well be compared to what we have just seen in the case of Santo Domingo, Haiti. Its symbol is Stalingrad, the battle that inflicted defeat on Hitler's plan to colonize and enslave entire peoples in Eastern Europe. Not by chance, the two sequences generated similar ideological processes. The colonialist and pro-slavery counter-revolution attempted by Napoleon felt obliged to liquidate the universal concept of man inherent in the interpretation of the 1789 Declaration of the Rights of Man by Santo Domingo's slaves. Toussaint Louverture, whom we have seen proclaim the unconditional principle whereby, whatever their skin color, no human being can be the property of his fellow chap. 4. Sect. 3 seems to be answered by Napoleon. I am for the whites because I am white. I have no other reason, and that one is good. 52, responding to the even more marked universalistic ethos of the October Revolution, with its appeal to colonial slaves to break their chains, was theorization of the underman, Untermensch. This is a category which, having been coined by the American author Lothrop Stoddard for predominantly anti-Negro purposes, presided over Hitler's campaign to colonize Eastern Europe and enslave the Slavs, and also presided over the extermination of the Jews, branded along with the Bolsheviks as ideologues and instigators of the deplorable revolt of the inferior races. 53. It is a kind of commonplace to compare Napoleon's invasion of Russia with Hitler's invasion of the Soviet Union, but it would be much more apt to stage a comparison between the latter and Napoleon's expedition against Santo Domingo. In both cases, what was at stake was the fate of the colonial system and the institution of slavery. In both cases, there was a class struggle that was simultaneously a war of resistance and national liberation. Should we view the co-presence of the national struggle as a contaminating factor in the class struggle? On closer inspection, this is a problem and debate that runs throughout the history of the socialist and communist movement. Marx and Engels bemoaned the fact that British workers were committed to improving their living conditions and winning political rights, but ignored the independence struggle of Ireland, Poland, or India. Later, in criticizing trade unionism and elevating support for national liberation movements into a key component of revolutionary class consciousness, Lenin, in turn, was accused of abandoning a class standpoint, of drowning the cause of proletarian emancipation in an undifferentiated, insipid mess. See chap. 5. Sect. 2. Let us jump ahead some decades. In 1963, invoking Lenin, the Communist Party of China repeated, "The national question in the contemporary world is one of class struggle." To demand a clear line of demarcation between oppressed nations and imperialism was the Marxist-Leninist class stand. This was an argument against the Soviet communists, who in their turn accused the Chinese of forgetting the proletarian class struggle in the capitalist metropolis. The danger of a fragmentation of class struggles is ever present. In 1963, it was certainly difficult to adopt the attitude branded by Lenin as trade unionism and to regard the anti-colonial revolutions exploding in Vietnam, Algeria, and Latin America, which were countered with genocidal practices by imperialism, as foreign to the class struggle. The contemporary global picture seems more favorable to the resumption of trade unionism. Should we locate Zizek's position in this context? In reality, in a situation of the theoretical crisis of Marxism, a tendency to evade the challenge involved in interpreting the tangle of contradictions, what might be characterized as the populist tendency to fall back on the binary interpretation of conflict, asserts itself. 6 liberation struggles poised between military victory and economic defeat. To examine the problem in depth, we must pose a preliminary question. How do things stand today with the massive anti-colonial revolution stimulated by the October Revolution and accelerated by Stalingrad? In Palestine, colonialism and anti-colonialism continue to confront one another in classic form. And in the rest of the world? Let us set down a premise. Not only have the decisive class struggles of modern history wound up taking the form of national struggles, but they have been and are conducted economically as well as militarily. Once again, the most striking case is the revolution of Santo Domingo's black slaves. It managed to defeat the strongest army of the day, namely Napoleon's. The independent country that emerged, Haiti, played a revolutionary role far beyond its borders. It impelled Simón Bolívar to abolish slavery in Spanish Latin America and aided him in his struggle for independence. It inspired the revolt of the black slaves in Demerara, today's Guyana, and Jamaica, and cultivated relations with British abolitionists. The first country on the American continent to abolish the institution of slavery proudly presented itself as the land of freedom, and the slaves of Cuba, or the American Deep South, looked to it with hope. For this very reason, the efforts of the colonialist slaveholding state, whose global power was intact, and which aimed to neutralize and eliminate the potentially incendiary example of a country governed by former slaves, did not end with the defeat of the army sent by Napoleon. Only now the crusade to restore uncontested white supremacy resorted to new methods. According to Thomas Jefferson, having isolated them, diplomatically, it was necessary to condemn those who dared to defy the international order and turn it upside down to starvation. In likewise refusing to recognize Haitian independence, France brandished the threat of a resumption of military intervention, and it led the rulers of the Caribbean country in 1825 to accept an agreement that proved disastrous. In exchange for recognition by Paris, they committed themselves to compensating the colonists who had been divested of their human livestock, the black slaves. Haiti ended up getting ever more heavily into debt. In 1898, half of state expenditure went to repay the creditor country, and in 1914, the percentage had risen as high as 80%. 55. The spiral of growing economic dependence increasingly neutralized formal political independence. Victorious militarily, the Haitian Revolution was unquestionably defeated economically. The people and country that had overcome Napoleon's army could not challenge the international division of labor imposed by the colonialist system. The consequences were grave, and not only because the living conditions of the popular masses inside the country deteriorated. Internationally, the decline in the prestige of the country emerging from the Black Slave Revolution meant the regime of white supremacy obtaining in the American South and, in the final analysis, globally could carry on undisturbed. A rerun of this sequence occurred in the 20th century in 2 stages. Let us glance at the first. Immediately after October 1917, Herbert Hoover, at the time a senior representative of the Wilson administration and later U.S. president, explicitly brandished the threat of absolute famine and starvation, not only against Soviet Russia, but also against peoples inclined to allow themselves to be infected by the Bolshevik Revolution. They were all confronted with a crude alternative encapsulated by Gramsci in the title of an article in Avanti. On December 16, 1918, O la borsa o la vita, O l'ordine borghese o la fame, your money or your life, the bourgeois order or hunger. And now let us turn to the second stage. Having emerged from the Second World War bled white, in May 1947, an erstwhile ally of the USA was confronted by the Marshall Plan, with a choice summarized as follows by a U.S. scholar. If they did not wish to renounce the credits and trade they urgently needed, the Soviets must open their economy to Western investment, their markets to Western products, their account books to Western administrator, and accept economic and media penetration by the countries about to form NATO. This is a familiar piece of blackmail. Your money or your life, the bourgeois order or hunger. The economic struggle manifestly played a far from negligible role in the ultimate defeat of the October Revolution in Eastern Europe. Having faced albeit limited military intervention by the USA in the Civil War, the Chinese Revolution likewise had to come to terms with an offensive conducted predominantly on the economic front. Representatives of the Truman administration were explicit at times. China must be plagued with a general standard of life around and below the subsistence level, economic backwardness, and a cultural lag. There must be a heavy and long protracted cost to the whole social structure. A state of chaos and a catastrophic economic situation must ultimately be created, leading China towards disaster, collapse. In the White House, presidents came and went, but the embargo persisted and included medicine, tractors, and fertilizers. In the early 1960s, a collaborator in the Kennedy administration, Walt W. Rostow, observed that, thanks to this policy, China's economic development had been set back by decades at least. The threat of economic war did not even cease on the eve of China's entry into the World Trade Organization. Not without satisfaction, a well-known American political scientist, Edward Luttwak, observed, metaphorically speaking, it might be said that a ban on Chinese imports is the nuclear weapon that America keeps pointed at China. 57. Political annexation and economic annexation. Marx was well aware of the economic component of any major class struggle and national struggle. We have seen him denounce British colonialism for having reduced Ireland to simple pasture land, to a mere supplier of meat and wool at the cheapest possible price. Chap. 2. Sect. 3. In a letter to Engels of November 30, 1867, Marx hypothesized a popular revolution in Ireland, terminating colonial rule and formalizing independence. The new revolutionary government would have to halt the deindustrialization implemented by the colonizers and pursue a protectionist policy, imposing protective tariffs against England in the first instance. 58. Marx repeatedly stressed how free trade promoted the development of the productive forces, but this did not prevent him from recommending protectionism for a limited period. In the case of a country that had to extricate itself from underdevelopment and colonial dependency, and which had to advance the process of emancipation from the politico-military to the economic stage. The problem is prominent in Lenin, who with customary clarity distinguishes between political annexation and the economic variety. Abolishing the first is insufficient for liberation from the second. Formally, independent Argentina was, in reality, a trade colony of Britain, and Portugal was in reality a vassal of Britain. In analyzing the forms of power and rule in an individual country, Marx observed that a feudal situation characterized by relationships of personal dependence was replaced by a situation of personal independence based upon dependence mediated by things, characteristic of capitalist society. We can now understand the transition in the sphere of international relations from colonialism to neocolonialism. Political annexation corresponds to personal dependence, while economic annexation with formal national independence corresponds to material dependence with personal independence. The phenomenon we are discussing certainly cannot be regarded as obsolete in a historical period when, thanks to their economic and technological power, the capitalist great powers, resorting to economic warfare or warfare proper, are in a position to destroy third world countries, in practice without suffering any loss, as in the classical epoch of colonialism, and in fact even more starkly. Hence today, once again, the social question can to a certain extent take the form of a national question and a partial identity between national and class struggle, to employ the terminology of Marx and Mao, respectively, can exist. The anti-colonial movement has shown itself fully aware of the economic dimension of its struggle for emancipation in its moments of greatest strength and maturity. On September 16, 1949, on the eve of conquering power, Mao Zedong drew attention to Washington's desire that China be compelled to live on U.S. flour, thereby winding up a U.S. colony. The struggle to develop production was cast as a continuation of the struggle against colonial or semi-colonial domination. 4 decades later, Deng Xiaoping repeated that, to achieve genuine political independence, a country must lift itself out of poverty. Thousands of miles away in Cuba, Che Guevara adopted a similar stance. In the 1960s, he called for vigilance against economic aggression as well, and enjoined newly independent countries to free themselves not only from the political yoke, but also the imperialist economic yoke. 63. In the same years, on the eve of the Algerian Revolution's triumph, Fanon posed the problem of a national liberation movement's transition from the politico-military to the politico-economic phase of the struggle. To impart material reality and solidity to the independence won via armed struggle, the newly independent country must escape underdevelopment. Application in work and production thus took over from courage in battle. The figure of the more or less skilled worker replaced that of the guerrilla. When compelled to capitulate, the colonial powers seemed to say to the revolutionaries, "If you want independence, take it and suffer the consequences." In this way, the apotheosis of independence becomes the curse of independence. This was the new challenge, non-military in kind, which had to be met. The country requires capital, technicians, engineers, and mechanics, etc. 64. The deadlock of so many African countries which failed to make the transition from the military phase of the revolution to the economic is in a way anticipated here. But so is the turn that occurred in such anti-colonial revolutions as the Chinese or Vietnamese. The date is 1961. That year, another eminent theoretician of the ongoing anti-colonial revolution devoted a book to Toussaint Louverture, which was at the same time a balance sheet of the revolution, whose main protagonist was the Black Jacobin. After the military victory, he had had the merit of posing the problem of economic construction. To that end, He had promoted a culture of work and productivity, and also sought to employ white technicians and experts from the ranks of the defeated enemy. This is what Lenin exactly did in the years of the NEP, introducing the strictest discipline into the workplace and employing bourgeois specialists. 65. Comparative history is always problematic, and the same author draws attention to the limitations of the militaristic approach adopted by the black slave leader once in power. But the essential fact remains: the comparison was born out of an awareness of the transition that needs to be made at a certain point in any anti-colonial revolution. In any revolution that challenges the international division of labor imposed by capitalism and imperialism. We must then register the tragedy that unfolded during the revolution led by Toussaint Louverture. Having resorted to white specialists and technicians, he was suspected and accused of betrayal, and his political line suffered a severe defeat. The consequences were grave. Santo Domingo was a very wealthy island, thanks to the sugar, mainly for export, produced on large, highly efficient plantations. Obviously, the wealth created by the slaves was pocketed by their masters. Could the ex-slaves operate the advanced economic structure they had inherited from the revolution to their own advantage? In the event, the system of slavery and colonial rule was replaced by a backward subsistence agriculture. The island thus experienced generalized poverty, and to this day is one of the poorest countries in the world. After the agreement made with France by Haiti, a French author exulted, the former colonial power had restored its domination without recourse to war, but employing, much more effectively, the economic tool. 66 later, Haiti largely escaped French control, but only because the European country was supplanted by the closer, more powerful North American Republic. At this point, it might be interesting to reflect on the history of the Third World as a whole. At the 1955 conference which met in Bandung, the Indonesian leader Ahmed Sukarno, having enthusiastically greeted the initial results of the anti-colonial revolution, then in full swing, called for the newly independent countries to also liberate themselves from the economic control exercised by the old colonial powers. The following year, the Ghanaian Kwame Nkrumah published a book intended to demonstrate that a state in the grip of neocolonialism is not master of its own destiny. 67. We witnessed the global eruption of the dialectic that had already manifested itself in various countries, and with particular clarity in the USA. There, following the abolition of slavery, the blacks sought to consolidate or give effect to their emancipation by acceding to land ownership. The failure of this endeavor, obstructed by the white elite by any and every means, condemned African Americans to segregation on the bottom rungs of the labor market, and economic and social subalternity down to the present. The Union's victory, achieved in part thanks to an influx of slaves into the ranks of its army, was followed by the economic and social defeat of the former slaves. It should be clear that the class struggle manifests itself in both the military and economic phases of liberation struggles. Today, in the advanced capitalist countries, even the intellectual culture influenced by Marx finds it hard to include the struggle to shake off political annexation, Lenin, or the political yoke, Guevara, to repel military aggression, in the category of emancipatory class struggles. The refusal to interpret endeavors to end economic annexation, Lenin, or the imperialist economic yoke, and to foil economic aggression, Guevara, in terms of class struggle is prejudicial. Happily, this attitude is not without its fluctuations and inconsistencies. Zizek expresses disdain for the alleged degeneration of class struggle into a struggle against imperialism, but in his better political moments, he ends up problematizing his own theoretical presuppositions. With patent reference to Israeli policy in Palestine, Zizek draws attention to colonial land grabbing. Here, political annexation effected by military force is subject to criticism, but things do not end there. In connection with Salvador Allende's Chile, the philosopher reports the instructions sent by Henry Kissinger to the CIA: make the economy scream, and stresses that a similar policy is being implemented against Chávez's Venezuela. The tone is one of bitter condemnation, a condemnation that clearly invests imperialism, which is excoriated even more for its policy of economic aggression than its military aggression. The national question can be negated, but the conduct towards Palestine, Chile, and Venezuela, highlighted by Zizek, although it impacts on subaltern classes in particular, affects the nation as such, so that a class struggle which ignores this question lacks credibility and effectiveness. However, given the ever-present danger of chauvinism, is it legitimate to refer to the national question and, in specific circumstances, connect and even identify it with the class struggle? In 1916, while an imperialist bloodbath was underway in the name of defense of the fatherland, Lenin had no hesitation in affirming that eine genuinely national war. The words, defense of the fatherland, are not a deception and we are not opposed to it. This was a valuable hint, destined to play a key role in the resistance and national liberation struggles against the Third Reich and colonial rule generally. On the other hand, those who, by analogy with the First World War, ridiculed defense of the fatherland and enjoined defeatism, actually ended up playing the game of the Third Reich or the empire of the rising sun. This confirms that substituting the easy game of analogies for the concrete analysis of a concrete situation is a source of nothing but disasters. Besides, there is no category or slogan that does not suffer from contamination by political and social struggles. Has the term democracy remained immaculate? Democratic Party is the name of the U.S. party that long fought to defend first the institution of slavery and then white supremacy. The fate of words which, at first blush, would seem to be the unchallenged property of the left, revolution, socialism, working class, is similar. In 1933, we had the revolution of the National Socialist Party of German workers, led by Adolf Hitler. Linguistic affinities are not necessarily synonymous with politico-ideological affinities, as a superficial view would have it. They can also denote antagonism, intense struggle to construe in one sense or another watchword which, in a determinate historical situation, impose themselves on common consciousness or public attention. 8. China and the end of the Columbian epoch. In the case of China, the partial identity of class struggle and national struggle did not end with the close of the century of humiliation. 1949 saw the birth of the People's Republic, which has not, in fact, completed the process of national reunification and restoration of its territorial integrity. Indeed, must beware plans for dismemberment entertained by the West, which supports and fuels secessionist movements in Tibet, Xinjiang, Inner Mongolia, and elsewhere. The target of a ruthless economic war, the PRC remained exposed to the danger of military aggression. It would have been no accident if it was long excluded from the United Nations. Above all, it was among the poorest countries in the world, and hence, according to Mao's statement of September 16, 1949, risked dependency on us, flour, and becoming a U.S. colony. Until the late 1950s, the leader of the Chinese Revolution did not call into question his own thesis of the identity, or, at any rate, substantial convergence between class struggle and national struggle in China. The picture certainly changed with the launch of the Great Leap Forward, and then, in particular, the Cultural Revolution, when the slogan, "One divides into two," reverberated. The anti-imperialist United Front was split, and the principal target of the class struggle was identified as domestic. As we know, however, in May 1974, Mao himself expressed profound disappointment at the results. Acknowledging, in the course of his conversation with Heath, that he had not succeeded in solving the problem of food supplies, he must have had in mind the danger, evoked almost a quarter of a century earlier, of China become a colony of the country equipped to supply it with the flour required for its survival. The thesis of a substantial convergence between class struggle and national struggle came back into vogue with Deng Xiaoping's assumption of power. The policy of reform and opening up initiated by him has often been construed as China conforming to the West and the advent of a kind of dead calm on the world scene. But this is a rather superficial interpretation. In some respects, the policy was an attempt to evade the most devastating forms of the economic war, which did not come to an end. While the threat of a nuclear attack in commercial guise remained, an intricate game became apparent. The USA hoped to have at its disposal an enormous country, supplying a low-cost labor force and products with low technological content at knockdown prices. China sought to access the advanced technology on which the West, in the aftermath of the crisis and collapse of the Soviet Union and the socialist camp, had a monopoly. In this way, the gap between it and the most advanced capitalist countries could be bridged and the first form of inequality eliminated. However, this was far from easy to accomplish, given that the USA in particular sought to subject the PRC to a kind of technological embargo. Where are we in the development of this duel? In the late 20th century, Huntington observed that, were the industrialization and modernization of China to succeed, its attainment of the status of major power will dwarf any comparable phenomena during the last half of the second millennium. 71. A decade and a half later, there was no doubt about it. In the interim, China had been admitted to the World Trade Organization, and the USA was no longer able to brandish the threat of a nuclear attack in a commercial guise. As a result, Ferguson today concludes as follows on the subject of the epochal changes in Asia: "What we are living through now is the end of 500 years of Western predominance." 72. The two authors cited here use the same pointed dating. If we work our way back approximately 5 centuries, we come to the discovery conquest of America and the beginning of what Halford J. Mackinder, one of the fathers of geopolitics, defined as the Columbian epoch of the discovery and political appropriation of the world by the West, which expanded triumphantly in the face of almost negligible resistance. The end of the Columbian epoch is, at the same time, the beginning of the end of the Great Divergence that created a profound gulf between the West and the rest of the world, primed the overwhelming military might of the former, and prompted or facilitated the cultural and often racial arrogance displayed by the restricted area of more advanced economic and technological development. The prospect of a radical mutation in the international division labor has now emerged, and once again, the political, diplomatic, and economic contest to alter or conserve the international division of labor imposed by capitalism and imperialism is itself a class struggle. a class struggle seeking to further or obstruct an emancipatory process of global dimensions. From Marx and Engels' standpoint, engagement in overcoming the patriarchal division of labor in the family was to be regarded as an integral part of the process of emancipation and class struggle. It would be very strange if engagement to end the division of labor imposed internationally by force of arms in the Columbian epoch were to be regarded as foreign to the process of emancipation and class struggle. In any event, the shrinking of global inequality has an enormous historical significance, which manifests itself on a world scale. All the more so in that global inequality facilitated a terrible and tenacious relationship of compulsion. Adam Smith had already observed that at the time of the discovery conquest of America, hence, at the start of the Columbian era, the superiority of force happened to be so great on the side of the Europeans that they were enabled to commit with impunity every sort of injustice in those remote countries. 74. Many years later, Hitler addressed the industrialists who were investing him with power. The white race can genuinely maintain its position only if the difference in living standards in the world persists. If our so-called export markets are accorded the same standard of living as us, you will find that the dominant position of the white race will become unsustainable as regards both the political power of the nation and the economic situation of individuals. 75. The Soviet Union should be first in the firing line. With the crutches of the capitalist economy, it was on the point of becoming the most threatening economic competitor of the white race countries. In defense of what would today be called global inequality, Hitler was prepared to unleash one of the most ferocious reactionary class struggles in world history. Marxism, or post-Marxism, of the trade unionist populist variety seems indifferent to all this. It proclaims a desire to struggle against inequality, provided it is not global inequality, the form of inequality most pregnant with violence, which creates the profoundest rift between human beings. The West China and the two great divergences. If the global great divergence is shrinking, within the more developed capitalist world, another great divergence is expanding. Already underway for some time, this second great divergence was accentuated in the wake of the crisis of 2008. The financial editor of the Wall Street Journal has observed that in the USA, 1% of the population owns more than 1/5 of the country's wealth, and 15% of people live below the poverty line. 77. Thus, we are dealing with power relations that void the freedom of the popular classes. Only 27% of the unemployed are covered by unemployment insurance. This allowed companies to bust unions and threaten employees who tried to organize. A question is indicated. Does the second great divergence also affect the country which, more than any other, is challenging the first great divergence? While the qualitative absolute inequality, the difference between life and death ever present in a situation of penury, has disappeared in China, the distribution of social wealth has become markedly more unequal. This is not a new dialectic in the history of the movement that emerged from the October Revolution. In the case of Soviet Russia, it was well described by Trotsky in 1936-7. In its first period, the Soviet regime was undoubtedly far more equalitarian and less bureaucratic than now, but that was an equality of general poverty. The resources of the country were so scant that there was no opportunity to separate out from the masses of the population any broad privileged strata. At the same time, the equalizing character of wages, destroying personal interestedness, became a brake upon the development of the productive forces. Soviet economy had to lift itself from its poverty to a somewhat higher level before fat deposits of privilege became possible. Notwithstanding its polemical tone, the book we are quoting from denounces the betrayal of the revolution in its very title. This is an illuminating passage. A. One cannot remain at the stage of general poverty. B. That stage is marked by the equalizing character of wages. But we should note the quotation marks around the adjective. What obtains is equality in poverty, in the forced universal asceticism from which the Communist Manifesto clearly distances itself, and which, I add, can involve slippage into absolute qualitative inequality. C. To escape this condition, it is necessary to promote the development of the productive forces, banking on personal interestedness. The result is inequalities that are justified by the differential quantity and quality of the labor performed, but which can turn into intolerable privileges. Here we have an analysis and warning that can also be applied to China. The changes that have occurred over recent decades might be illustrated with a metaphor. Two trains are leaving the station named underdevelopment and proceeding in the direction of the station named development. One of the trains is high speed, the other slower. As a result, the distance between them progressively increases. Such a gap is readily explained if we bear in mind China's continental dimensions and tormented history. The coastal regions, which already possess albeit basic infrastructure and benefit from the vicinity to and the possibility of trade with developed countries, are more favorably situated than traditionally more backward regions, which lack an outlet to the sea and border on countries and areas that are economic backwaters. The picture presented by the West is very different. Observers note a return of the poverty that seemed to have been eradicated in a society where opulence is concentrated in an ever narrower circle. In the case of China, by contrast, we must speak of a restoration of welfare or a dignified condition of existence in a process admittedly replete with contradictions. Albeit at different speeds, the two trains of our metaphor are advancing towards the same goal. In the USA and Western Europe, the emergence or exacerbation of the second Great Divergence and the dismantling of the welfare state were preceded by an ideological campaign which, at Hayek's hands, deleted economic and social rights from the schedule of rights, regardless of any economic considerations. In China, completely different ideological and political process has occurred. In making the turn of 1979, far from challenging economic and social rights, Deng Xiaoping underscored their centrality. He criticized the old model on the grounds that, incapable as it was of developing the productive forces and overcoming the state of penury, it could not genuinely satisfy the right to life and a dignified existence, the economic and social rights of the citizens of the world's most populous country. A change of direction was required. There was a need to recognize that poverty is not socialism, that socialism means eliminating poverty and realizing common prosperity, welfare, and happiness for the people as a whole. See Chap. 8, Sect. 6. On this basis, opposition to capitalism, which can only enrich less than 10% of the Chinese population, it can never enrich the remaining more than 90%, remained firm. The choice made in 1949 must be abided by, putting a stop to lapses into populism, which identified wealth as a potential source of contamination of revolutionary purity, and which, abolishing any material incentives, in fact rewarded lack of commitment to work. If we adhere to socialism and apply the principle of distribution to each according to his work, there will not be excessive disparities in wealth. As in the Soviet NEP explicitly referred to, public property was flanked by private property but assigned a leading role. 80. The ideological and political struggle that dictated the new course in China is now becoming clear. On one side, advocates of an egalitarian distribution of penury, inclined to a populist transfiguration of this condition into a synonym for political and moral excellence. On the other, advocates of a prosperity that is common, to be achieved through competition between individuals and enterprises, the market, a mix of public and private industry, with the leading role of the state and the public sector of the economy and public power taken as read. As demonstrated by Deng's reference to the experience of the Soviet NEP, this is not a new debate in the history of countries of a socialist orientation. Albeit with unprecedented radicalism, a very familiar dilemma is being recreated, staking everything on universal asceticism and crude social leveling, mocked by the Communist Manifesto, or taking seriously the task which, according to the manifesto, a communist party in power should acquit, namely, increasing the total of productive forces as rapidly as possible. After at least 3 decades of prodigious economic development, which amid contradictions and conflicts of every kind has made it possible to liberate hundreds of millions of people from poverty, from absolute qualitative inequality, or the danger of succumbing to it, in today's China we also witness efforts to tackle the various manifestations of quantitative inequality. In recent years, Tibet, Inner Mongolia, and other regions have posted a growth rate superior, and sometimes markedly so, to the national average. The same can be said of an enormous megalopolis like Chongqing, and a large metropolis like Chengdu, which are nearly 1,000 miles from the eastern and coastal regions, the most developed, and which seem to have embarked on a furious chase. Hence, in the continent of China, regional disparities are diminishing and are doing so in an accelerated process of economic development. By contrast, such differences are growing in Europe and within individual countries like Italy, and are doing so during a process of stagnation, at best, or recession. Certainly, the gap between the cities which attract the youngest, most enterprising elements in the countryside is continuing to grow in China. But this trend is in a way contained by the rapid process of urbanization. The passengers on the express urban train are becoming ever more numerous, but there is no lack of endeavor to increase the speed of the slower rural train. In urban areas themselves, access to welfare, and sometimes wealth and even opulence, is far from uniform. But such inequalities and distortions are in a sense contained or diffused by the rapid rise in wage levels and the introduction of the first elements of a welfare state. Overall, the different speeds at which poverty has been left behind and the comforts of modern civilization attained cannot be accurately described with the category of great divergence, especially given that the remaining obstacles on the road to common prosperity are major hurdles that prevent full enjoyment of economic and social rights, and which society is enjoined to clear as soon as possible. Ideologically, too, there is a patent antithesis with neoliberalism, which furthers and justifies both of the great divergences. 10. China and class struggle. What form, then, do class relations and class struggle take in China? Any answer that ignores the international context would be superficial. It is appropriate to recall the criticisms which the U.S. TV journalist Mike Wallace conveyed to Deng Xiaoping on September 2, 1986. Western investors complain that China is making it difficult to do business here. Exorbitant rent for offices, too much bickering about contracts, too many special taxes, labor that is too expensive. 81. Such complaints are renewed whenever the Beijing government enacts laws favorable to the working class or seeking to restrict its exploitation. Today, in the face of a rapid increase in wages and the introduction of stricter environmental and ecological norms, transnationals react by relocating their plants to more backward, more accommodating countries, sometimes even returning home, especially to the USA, where labor costs have declined significantly in the interim. We can understand why initially, to overcome penury and the absolute qualitative inequality bound up with it, the rulers in Beijing were mainly concerned to consolidate the industrial and technological base. The international conditioning of China's economic policy, something regularly ignored by adherents of the idealism of practice, does not end there. Let us look at the situation in the second half of the 1990s. We are already familiar with Washington's recurrent threat to close the U.S. market to Chinese goods, resorting to a measure that had for some time represented the commercial equivalent of using nuclear weapons. China was able to seek shelter by joining the World Trade Organization. However, the latter, and the other international economic organizations hegemonized by the USA and the West, pressed for rapid, massive dismantling of state industry, regardless of the social costs, growth in unemployment, and the loss of social benefits, childcare, health provision, etc., which have traditionally been linked to employment in a state factory in China. 82, on other occasions, Washington's interventions have been more direct. The U.S. press has referred to the warnings issued by the American ambassador in Beijing about the adverse consequences of the retention of an extensive state and collective economic sector and not making a stronger commitment to the market, a policy which, rather than closing loss-making state enterprises, tried to make them more competitive, was deemed worrying and unacceptable. Frank indignation was provoked by the emergence of a strategy based on the proposition that foreign investors would collaborate with Communist Party bosses to bring modern technology and management techniques to China's state industries. 83. In the meantime, China has been admitted to the World Trade Organization. Thanks to this and the Asian country's prodigious economic development, the commercial nuclear weapon has been neutralized. But this does not mean that the arsenal of commercial weapons at Washington's disposal is empty. If China wishes to be recognized as a country with a market economy, and thereby in one way guaranteed against the threat of protectionism, especially if it wishes to have the technological embargo it remains subject to relaxed, it is exhorted to make further concessions of the kind we have already noted. We know that, like other countries with an anti-capitalist and anti-colonial revolution behind them, China finds itself having to confront two different inequalities, global inequality and domestic inequality. Hence, it is as if Washington addressed Beijing as follows: if you wish to clear the obstacles that impede overcoming the first type of inequality, with the abolition of the rules that prevent or impede access to the most advanced technology, you must make concessions that actually aggravate the second type of inequality. Dismantling the state sector would entail reduced capacity to intervene on behalf of less developed regions and thereby make the struggle against regional inequalities more difficult. In theory, China could avoid such pressures and conditions by embarking on a more or less autarkic road of development. In reality, as the Communist Manifesto had already explained, the economic and technological lag cannot be overcome in isolation from an ongoing process at a global level, which sees old established national industries replaced by new industries, whose introduction becomes a life and death question for all civilized nations, by industries that no longer work up indigenous raw material, but raw material drawn from the remotest zones, industries whose products are consumed not only at home, but in every quarter of the globe, 84%. In other words, the development of a country that has made an anti-capitalist or anti-colonial revolution is inconceivable if it does not hook up with a world market still largely controlled by the bourgeoisie. There is no real alternative to the option of dancing with wolves. We may draw a conclusion. If we wish to understand the terms of the class struggle in China correctly, we must bear in mind the role of the Western, and especially the U.S. bourgeoisie. Its offensive is not restricted to the state sector of the economy and, more generally, the leadership role of political power in the economy. It is a politico-ideological offensive that seeks to demonize Mao on the basis of an absolutization and decontextualization of his unhappiest years in power. In the case of a leader who died in 1976 and who governed the whole of China from 1948 and more or less extensive areas of it from 1928 onwards, only the years of the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution are taken into account. What gets repressed is the essential thing. Taken as a whole, the social achievements of the Mao era were extraordinary. They involved a marked improvement in economic, social, and cultural conditions, and a significant increase in the Chinese people's life expectancy. Without these premises, we cannot understand the prodigious economic development that subsequently freed hundreds of millions of people from hunger and even from death by starvation. 85. Secondly, Western ideologues are silent about the fact that the Great Leap was, in many respects, a desperate attempt to deal with a devastating embargo. It also applies in part to the Cultural Revolution, which was characterized by the illusion that it was possible to promote extremely rapid economic growth by appealing to mass mobilization and methods successfully adopted in the military struggle. All of this was undertaken in the hopes of putting an end to the devastation of the economic war behind, which could be glimpsed the threat of an even more total war. By virtue of these two distortions, those jointly, or perhaps mainly, responsible for a tragedy pose as judges and pronounce sentence. Mao, the protagonist of an epic national liberation struggle that defeated the plans for colonization and enslavement pursued by the Third Reich's Asian imitators, is put on a par with Hitler. This operation aims to undermine the self-respect of members of the Communist Party and citizens of the People's Republic in the context of a crusade seeking to wield the power of wealth over Beijing in order to suppress what is regarded as an intolerable anomaly. The combination of economic and politico-ideological pressures represents the principal class struggle in and over China. An elementary consideration suffices to appreciate this: major industrial and technological development and the escape from poverty of more than 600 million people. 86, or according to other calculations, 660 million people. 87 would not have been possible had China not defeated U.S. plans for regime change. And the success of any such project now would block the road to the further advances required in the struggle against the two inequalities, and would, in fact, imperil what has already been achieved. Naturally, the domestic bourgeoisie, which is growing rapidly, cannot be ignored. Workers struggling for higher wages and better living and working conditions who have achieved and are achieving significant results often clash with it. But such struggles are not aimed at overthrowing or challenging the government, and in fact often call on its support to face down the arrogance and resistance of particular local employers or bosses. It is an attitude that often amazes Western Marxists. They call on Chinese workers to reject any compromise with state power in their industrial struggles and regard themselves as radical and even revolutionary in so doing. In reality, they recall to mind the Belgian worker, Lazarevic, who in a Soviet Russia devastated by World War and Civil War, was ready to denounce any attempt by the Soviet government to reorganize the industrial and economic apparatus as synonymous with exploitation. Chap. 8. Sect. 1. Obviously, the situation in today's China is very different. Yet, Chinese workers, who are often members of the Communist Party, and in that capacity are also concerned with promoting the technological development of the firms they work in and the nation they belong to, have possibly learnt something, directly or indirectly, from what is to be done. Lenin criticized the corporatist trade union secretary for losing sight of the struggle for emancipation in its different national and international aspects, thereby sometimes becoming the prop of a nation which exploits the whole world. At the time, Britain, the revolutionary who is a tribune of the people, adopts a very different attitude. He or she must be able to take account of the totality of political and social relations, nationally and internationally. Chinese workers, although only vaguely aware of the fact that their country's technological development frustrates economic annexation, Lenin, or economic aggression, and the economic yoke, Guevara, imposed by imperialism on rebellious countries, are much closer to the tribune of the people, agent of revolutionary class struggle, than Western Marxists, preoccupied exclusively with wages. Unlike their putative defenders, these workers intuit that the main antagonists in the class struggle in and around China are the American and Western bourgeoisie and a revolutionary political stratum which has become autonomous, but which, in contrast to Eastern Europe, still enjoys great prestige because it consistently embodies the cause of national emancipation. Nobody can foresee the outcome of this struggle, not Chinese capitalists, who are obliged to come to terms with the policy described by Mao as the political expropriation of the bourgeoisie, but its only partial economic expropriation. This political expropriation does not simply entail the impossibility of converting economic power into political power. In reality, it is the bourgeoisie's economic power itself that is subject to powerful political conditioning. It is enough to enter a privately owned Chinese firm to realize the influence wielded in it by the Communist Party and organized communist workers. They encourage the owners to either reinvest a significant share of the profits in the enterprise's technological development so as to further the growth of the productive forces and the country's modernization, and to reduce or eliminate the first type of inequality, or to use part of the profits for social initiatives. Given that private firms largely depend on the credit supplied by the state-controlled banking system, a conclusion dictates itself. In private firms, the power of private ownership is balanced and limited by a kind of counterpower. Chinese capitalists who cannot adapt to this situation leave the country but find it difficult to transfer their wealth. The outcome of the struggle cannot be foreseen by the Communist Party either. It is conscious of the need to advance along the road of democratization, despite the persistence and, in some respects, exacerbation of military encirclement and threat. But even in the vagueness of its features, the democracy pursued in Beijing is not that invoked by the West, which by democracy ultimately means the possibility of the Chinese bourgeoisie ultimately converting economic power into political power. At the same time, we must bear in mind that within the Communist Party of China, there seems to be a clash between a purely national current, which regards the revolutionary process as concluded with the achievement of national objectives, modernization, restoration of territorial integrity, and the Renaissance of China, and a current with much more ambitious objectives pertaining to the history and ideals of the communist movement. One thing is certain. With its development, which continues to be largely directed by the political power, and even now seeks to subordinate the hunt for profit by private sectors of the economy to general ends, China is the country that more than any other is challenging the international division of labor imposed by colonialism and imperialism, and furthering the end of the Columbian epoch, a fact of enormous progressive historical significance. The class struggle poised between Marxism and populism, one while, and the struggle of those who obey against those who command, especially since the crisis that erupted in 2008, which has often been compared to the Great Depression, edifying discourse a la Arendt and Habermas, who oppose the miracles of technological development or pacification to class struggle, have lost credibility. Internationally, too, the picture is becoming clearer. The grande bourgeoisie, promoter and beneficiary of the Second Great Divergence, creating ever more extreme polarization in the West, follows the reduction in the First Great Divergence, global inequality, with increasing alarm, and seems determined to counter it with extra economic means as well. This dangerous situation should facilitate a revival and unification of class struggles. Why is this not happening, or happening only on an utterly insufficient scale? We must come to grips with a way of thinking and feeling populism I have frequently referred to, but which we must now examine more closely. We may start with a philosopher who turns out to be particularly significant in this context. With a Marxist formation behind her, and inspired by a strongly sympathetic interest in the condition of the working class, she collaborated on journals of a socialist or communist, even revolutionary stamp. La Révolution prolétarienne, was actively engaged in trade unionism and working class struggles, had experience of factory work, and ended up breaking first with the USSR and then with Marx. In 1937, Simon Weil, the philosopher in question, having stated that class struggle was an expression in need of quite some clarification, summarized her interpretation of it thus: the struggle of those who obey against those who command, when the type of domination involves the destruction of human dignity by the latter, is the most legitimate, the most justified, the most authentic thing in the world. This struggle exists from the moment those who command tend, without necessarily being conscious of it, to crush the human dignity of those in their power. By dint of its clarity, this formulation serves to bring Marx and Engels' contrasting view into sharper focus. For while one can speak of class struggle only when there is a clash between the rich and powerful on the one hand and the weak and poor on the other, the cause of justice and emancipation is invariably and exclusively represented by those devoid of power and material goods. Class struggle exists only starting from that opposition. While it is the ordinary state of the historical and social process in Marx and Engels, in Weil, class struggle is a morally privileged moment in the history and existence of human beings. The French philosopher construes class struggle as a moral imperative. Social relations involving the destruction of human dignity must be done away with. This sense is also to the fore in the authors of the Communist Manifesto. The workers of the world exhorted to unite in struggle are the interpreters of the categorical imperative to overthrow all relations that degrade and humiliate man. See chap. 4, sect. 3. However, we must not forget that the struggle to perpetuate exploitation and oppression is also class struggle. For example, the massacre with which the French ruling class repressed the workers' revolt of June 1848. Class struggle understood as more or less veiled civil war, and according to the manifesto, destined sooner or later to become open revolution, erupted but ended provisionally in the triumph of the bourgeoisies. Unlike in Weil, class struggle in Marx and Engels does not necessarily involve a positive value judgment. Even if we attend exclusively to emancipatory class struggles, the latter by no means exactly correspond to the struggle of those who obey against those who command, referred to Weil. It is not only members of subaltern classes who are victims of national oppression and the domestic slavery imposed on women, and hence the subjects of struggles for national liberation or women's liberation are not exclusively those who obey. Let us focus on the conflict between capital and labor. Weil's schema does not even work here. Take the bitterest class struggles experienced by Marx and Engels. In June 1848, what ensured the victory of the bourgeoisie was the support of lumpen proletarian elements, lacking wealth and power, but inclined to place themselves in the service of those who possessed both. As regards the agitation that issued in the legal regulation of working hours in Britain, it was the result of centuries of struggle between capitalist and laborer, a civil war, a protracted civil war, more or less dissembled, between the capitalist class and the working class. The conflict had sometimes approached breaking point, There were moments when the antagonism of classes had arrived at an incredible tension. However, whereas in France the class struggle led to the Revolution of June 1848, in Britain the danger of proletarian revolution from below was countered by reform from above. But this did not involve a clash exclusively between proletarians and capitalists. Among those pressing for change were also more far-sighted sectors of the dominant classes and a government which, not coincidentally, was accused of Jacobinism by its opponents. Even the Paris Commune did not witness a clash exclusively between those who obey and those who command. In Marx's words, an important role was played in it by National Souvenirs of 1792, indignation that the Prussia advance was not adequately resisted by the French government, which was challenged for its weakness and impotence. These memories and this sentiment tended to widen the social basis of the revolt beyond the popular classes. See chap. 7, sect, 10. The inadequacy of Wales' schema is revealed with especial clarity by a historical crisis that developed across the Atlantic. I am referring to the American Civil War. Pitted against one another on the battlefield were not the powerful and the weak, the rich and poor, but two regular armies. That is also why Signify Kant-figurers and sections of the labor movement and more or less socialist movement viewed the gigantic clash with detachment and condescension, especially given Lincoln's initial pronouncement that his aim was to suppress not slavery but merely secession. From the outset, however, Marx identified the South as the self-declared champion of the cause of slave labor and the North as the more or less conscious champion of the cause of free labor. In utterly unanticipated fashion, the class struggle for the emancipation of labor was embodied in a regular, disciplined, and powerfully equipped army. In 1867, publishing Volume 1 of Capital, Marx pointed to the Civil War as the one great event of contemporary history, in a formulation that recalls the definition of the workers' insurrection of 1848 as the most colossal event in the history of European civil wars. See chap. 2, sect. 7. Here, then, we have two crucial phases in the history of class struggle in the 19th century. Class struggle could assume such different forms that the protagonist of the emancipatory process might be the famished workers in rags of June 1848, or the formidable army commanded by Lincoln. It is true that in the course of its march on the South, the Union Army saw its ranks swollen by an influx of slaves or ex-slaves, who abandoned their masters or former masters to help defeat the pro-slavery secession. It was an army supported outside the USA by the sympathy of the workers most aware of what was at stake, the freedom or manifest slavery of labor. Nevertheless, it was a regular army, which for the first time in history systematically applied industrial technology to military operations. An army which, far from lacking power, wielded it imperiously. When Lincoln, determined to defeat the South, introduced conscription, the poor immigrants, especially Irish, of New York rebelled. An army corps marched on the city to suppress the uprising with an iron fist saint, invariably committed to the national liberation struggle of the Irish people. In this instance, Marx had no hesitation in branding the Irish rabble. The European working class was enjoined to identify with the Union Army, not with immigrants from the island oppressed by British imperialism. In this case, at least, the weak and poor were arrayed with reaction. Actually furthering the cause, emancipation, were not those who obeyed to employ Weil's language, but those who commanded. Given Weil's theoretical presuppositions, it is easy to understand her uncertainties and oscillations in the face of the major political struggles and class struggles of the 20th century. A text that probably followed Hitler's arrival to power by a few months expressed concern at what it might mean internationally. To defend the conquests of October against foreign capitalism would represent an aspect not of the struggle between nations, but of the struggle between classes. As we can see, the conflict between Soviet Russia and Nazi Germany is subsumed under the category of class struggle between proletariat and bourgeoisie here. However, a contemporaneous text reached the opposite conclusion. In formulating the hypothesis of an attack on the USSR mounted by a fraction of the German bourgeoisie, the French philosopher was immediately concerned to make it clear that the most aggressive fraction of the German bourgeoisie was pursuing plans for an attack to satisfy its imperialist appetites, not, as Stalinists and even Trotskyists believe, in order to destroy a class enemy. The category of class struggle made sense in the phase immediately following October 1917, when the Bolsheviks, on the verge of losing power in Russia, were threatened by the so-called anti-Soviet bloc of all the capitalist states. The schema of the opposition between the weak and the powerful, those who obey and those who command, the rich and the poor, still in some sense applied then. Now, however, as demonstrated by the Franco-Russian rapprochement, Soviet power had been consolidated, was a state like any other, a power like the rest, 10%. And it made no sense to speak of class struggle in connection with a clash between constituted powers. The Third Reich certainly intended to subjugate Russia, but where was the conflict between proletariat and bourgeoisie? Where was the class struggle? A few years later, civil war broke out in Spain. Overcoming her perplexity and hesitation, the philosopher decided to set off for the front and fight in defense of the Republic. The class struggle seemed to have staged a return. The legitimate government embodied the cause of the workers and peasants and was facing a revolt by the property-owning classes, who enjoyed the support of the powerful Nazi and fascist military apparatus. Disenchantment soon set in, and Weil decided to return to France. This is scarcely surprising. Ranged against one another were two armies and power apparatuses. Furthermore, the same horrible smell of civil war, blood and terror, even sadistic violence, emanated from both sides. 11 Above all, an international trial of strength was now bound up with the Civil War. Italy and Germany had intervened in support of Franco, while Madrid's Republican government enjoyed the support of the Soviet Union. And if it was difficult to distinguish between the opposed fractions of the Spanish Civil War, it proved impossible to perform this operation in the case of the alignment of the great powers. Given the international circulation of capital, antagonisms between nations were incomprehensible. Even more so was the opposition between fascism and communism. No two such structurally similar nations as Germany and Russia, which are mutually threatening one another, exist. It was not possible to speak of class struggle because the weak, those who do not command, were not to be found on either side. In reality, here is how a captain in Franco's army, Gonzalo de Aguilera, put things. The masses in this country are slave stock. They are good for nothing but slaves, and only when they are used as slaves are they happy. When the war is over, we should destroy the sewers. The perfect birth control for Spain is the birth control God intended us to have. Sewers are a luxury to be reserved for those who deserve them, the leaders of Spain, not the slave stock. 13. As we know, the leaders of the Third Reich intended to reduce the Slavs to conditions of slavery. Whether as regards Spain or the international conflict, we can ask what sense it makes to put aspirant slaveholders and potential slaves on a par. To speak of class struggle, Weil seeks the weak, those who do not command, and does not notice the overwhelming mass of slaves or potential slaves on the horizon. To Weil and mendicancy as the sole repository of truth. Yet Weil immediately understood the change in the international picture that occurred with Hitler's rise to power. On the one hand, war is simply the continuation of the other war that is called competition, which makes production itself a mere form of the struggle for mastery. On the other, the whole of economic life is currently geared towards a future war. 14. Great power rivalry for hegemony had not come to an end in 1918 and was played out economically before exploding on the battlefield. This situation impacted severely on the popular masses. Not only the firm, but any kind of working collective needs to limit the consumption of its own members to the maximum, so as to devote as much time as possible to forging weapons against rival collectives. So that as long as there is a struggle for power on the Earth's surface, and as long as the decisive factor in victory is industrial production, the workers will be exploited. 15. As for Soviet Russia, it risked being reduced to a colony. To defend itself, it must constantly expand its productive apparatus and armaments, and this at the cost of complete enslavement of the laboring masses. 16. Were it not for the conclusions, which seem utterly incompatible with the premises, reading this analysis we might be browsing through some of the most developed resolutions of the Communist International. Even before war and massacres, imperialism entailed a decline in living standards, and an intensification of the speed of work, posing an even more serious threat to Soviet Russia. An acute class struggle was underway, and for a people seeking to avoid colonial enslavement, it could only be waged by strengthening the productive and military apparatus. In Weil's view, by contrast, the general reinforcement of the productive and military apparatus proved that the exploitation of workers and the strictest factory discipline were being enforced in all countries. The proletarian was everywhere work fodder before being cannon fodder. The same bleak picture everywhere presented itself of the despised masses, without any control over the diplomacy that threatens their life without them realizing it. Even if countries were distinguished by their greater or lesser readiness and alacrity in transforming their inhabitants into cannon fodder in Weil's eyes, they were largely indistinguishable when it came to employing labor fodder. The Soviet Union was no exception. In fact, as Marx himself recognized, the revolution cannot be made at the same time everywhere. And when it is made in a country, this does not abolish, but actually increases, that countries need to exploit and oppress the working masses because it is afraid of being weaker than other nations. The history of the Russian Revolution affords a painful example of this. Weil was referring to a country that had emerged from a revolution which issued appeals for a dual-class struggle, of Western workers against the capitalist bourgeoisie and of colonial slaves, as they were characterized, against the colonialist and slave-holding great powers. The Soviet Union's commitment to developing its productive and military apparatus in order to avert colonialist enslavement can be interpreted as perfectly consistent with the second appeal. Instead, Weil interpreted it as a betrayal of the first appeal by a country which, to develop its productive and military apparatus, had no hesitation in exploiting and oppressing the working masses. On closer examination, what Weil condemns is the race against time to escape the danger of colonial enslavement. However paradoxical, such is the obligatory conclusion of the populist view, for which the only class struggle worthy of the name is the struggle of those who obey against those who command. With the outbreak of the World War, there seemed to be a shift. The horror of the war unleashed in the East by Hitler clarified the nature of Nazism. Ralf acting on the history of colonialism in 1943, Weil arrived at a significant conclusion. Colonization has the same legitimacy as Hitler's analogous claim on Central Europe. Hitlerism precisely consists in Germany's application of the methods of colonial conquest and rule to the European continent and, more generally, to white race countries. 19. This time it was the Western colonial powers that were compared to the Third Reich, not Soviet Russia. For the English living in India, for the French living in Indochina, the human environment is composed of whites. The natives form part of the landscape. The very logic of colonialism reduced subject peoples to the status of human material. Indeed, the populations of occupied countries are nothing else in the eyes of the Germans and the Japanese, who were imitators of Nazi Germany. Colonial rule, in particular, that imposed by Hitler and his imitators, entailed patent dehumanization of its victims. On the basis of Weil's own definition, class struggle combats the destruction of human dignity. We must unquestionably speak of class struggle in connection with the Great Patriotic War and other liberation struggles against German and Japanese imperialism. But the French philosopher did not use this category. The possibility, in specified circumstances, of class struggle taking the form of national struggle lay beyond her intellectual horizons. In other words, Weil's position shifted politically rather than theoretically. She did not place the various participants in the war on par. On the contrary, she sought to make a contribution to the defeat of the Third Reich, organizing a nursing corps for the front and being ready to die herself. But now let us read a letter that is sometimes celebrated, but which seems to me to be morally questionable. In this world, only beings who have succumbed to the lowest level of humiliation, well beneath mendicancy, who not only lack any social consideration, but are regarded by everyone as if they were devoid of the first element of human dignity, reason. Only such beings are actually capable of speaking the truth. 22. The date was August 4th, 1943. Despite Stalingrad, Hitler was not yet conclusively beaten and had not in fact given up on building his continental empire. More than ever, he resorted to genocidal practices to reduce the peoples of Eastern Europe to the condition of redskins, whose land was to be expropriated, and blacks fated to work like slaves in the service of the master, race. But what Weil seems to be concerned about is a single contradiction that divides all countries from top to bottom, pitting mendicants against non-mendicants. This represents the triumph of populism, independently of any concrete historical and political analysis. There is no room for Marx's distinction between proletariat and lumpen proletariat. The locus of moral excellence resides in those bereft of power and wealth. The weak, in fact, the humiliated, and the most humiliated of all. In this instance, populism functioned as a way of evading the class struggles that were raging all around. Weil and modern production as the site of slavery, having asserted that war and threats of war invariably result in enhanced productive efforts, a reinforcement of hierarchical and authority structures in factory and society alike, and an intensification of labor exploitation, Weil took a further step. Regardless of the international situation, even in the absence of conflicts and tensions between different countries, the very regime of modern production, that is, large-scale industry, should be challenged. The reason was simple. With the industrial prisons that are large factories, only slaves can be made, not free workers. The overthrow of capitalism and nationalization of firms would not bring any real change. The total subordination of the worker to the firm and those who manage it rests on the factory structure, not the property regime. The abolition of private property would not be enough to prevent toil in mines and factories weighing like slavery on those subject to it. He was accused of having cultivated a break with Marx's aided a religion of the productive forces, not dissimilar from the bourgeois cult, not dissimilar from the religion in whose name generations of entrepreneurs have crushed the laboring masses without any remorse. For Marx, the task of revolutions essentially consists in the emancipation, not of men, but of the productive forces. 25. In reality, we have seen Marx cast the class struggle as a struggle for recognition, waged against a socio-political system that dehumanizes and reifies a huge mass of concrete individuals, and denounce capitalist production for scandering human lives, for a Tamerlanish prodigality of human life, indeed for incessant human sacrifices from among the working class. See chap. 4th, sect, 3 in chap, 2, sect, 12. As long as capitalism exists, all methods for raising the social productiveness of labor are brought about at the cost of the individual laborer. All means for the development of production transform themselves into means of dominion over and exploitation of the producers. 26. What escaped Weil is the fact that, as a result of the unity between humanity and nature and the decisive role of consciousness in the development of the productive forces, the squandering and prodigality of human lives is, at the same time, a squandering and prodigality of material wealth. Capitalist destruction of the productive forces and capitalist destruction of human resources are intimately related, in fact, go hand in hand. The greatest productive power is the revolutionary class itself, the proletariat. Driving workers into an early grave through an excessive workload and life of hardship also means eroding social wealth. To have at its disposal a mass of human material always ready for exploitation, capitalism condemns one part of the working class to enforced idleness. In and through its competition, the Industrial Reserve Army makes it possible to saddle the employed section of the working class with an excessive workload. Once again, enforced idleness and overwork alike involve the humiliation and degradation of concrete individuals, flesh and blood human beings, while they also represent the squandering and destruction of material resources. This is a process that occurs on an even larger scale during recurrent crises of overproduction. In a sense, the French philosopher recognized the incongruity of her critique when she observed that, in Marx, vigorous formulations abound about the enslavement of living labor to dead labor, of concrete individuals to the exigencies of capitalist accumulation. 29. In fact, the bone of contention is different. Marx was historically right to condemn Luddism's rage against the modern factory as such. In the first place, it can employ free workers or slaves, as occurred in Hitler's Germany and Empire. The defeat of the Third Reich certainly did not betoken the end of the modern factory, but it did save a huge mass of human beings from the enslavement for which they were destined. Secondly, it is clear that within capitalism itself, in addition to foiling the reintroduction of slavery, class struggle and political action can improve the working environment and reduce working hours, and can contain and limit the despotism invoked by the Communist Manifesto. Thirdly, however hard modern factory work might be, it becomes even more unbearable if, outside the factory gates, what awaits the worker is a condition of poverty and degradation. If, that is, productivity increases, peculiar to the modern factory, serve only to enrich a handful of exploiters. For these three reasons, class struggle and political action are decisive and can produce radical changes. We may conclude with Marx, the present use of machinery is one of the relations of our present economic system, but the way in which machinery is exploited is quite distinct from the machinery itself. Powder is still powder whether you use it to wound a man or to dress his wounds. Acquisition of a mature class consciousness presupposes overcoming Luddism. It is a question of fighting not machines and modern industry, but capitalist utilization of them. For while, by contrast, the target of genuine class struggle was modern industry, which entailed the total subordination of the worker. The struggle for freedom had to target large factories, which can make nothing but slaves. If supporters of Luddism seem mad and criminal from Arendt's standpoint, in that they are guilty of preventing the only possible solution of the social question and poverty, they become saints and martyrs in the calendar of struggles for freedom and emancipation notionally compiled by Weil. While Arendt flees class struggle as an incubus, Weil warmly embraces it, but interprets it in a Luddite key and deflects it towards a quixotic objective. Criticizing Sismondi, Marx observed that it was inane to seek to prescribe science from industry, as Plato expelled poets from his Republic. In truth, society is undergoing a silent revolution, which must be submitted to. In a world where knowledge has become the productive force par excellence. 32. The development of science. Technology and methods of production that increasingly incorporate both is a destiny which can be escaped only by an inconceivable, disastrous mutilation of human intellectual capacities. It should be added that, in a far from a unified world where international conflicts are often the order of the day, for a poorly developed country to renounce modern industry is to expose itself to extremely grave dangers. It is a point underscored by Weil herself, when she analyzed the international situation in the interwar period. Populists can obviously skip over all this and regard as morally relevant only the contradiction, internal to each country, between those who obey and those who command. But it is the case that, in abdicating from the task of promoting modern industry and science and technology, and de facto consigning itself to the laws and rule of the strongest, an undeveloped country adopts a stance that is also problematic morally. In the interwar years, while Weil recognized the risk Russia ran of becoming a colony, she criticized the cult of productivism prevalent in a country that sought to free itself from backwardness and penury, and, at the same time, defend and consolidate its independence. Even today, there is no affinity between populism and the class struggle that less advanced countries are committed to waging against penury and neo-colonial dependence. In 2006, the vice president of Bolivia, Garcia Linera, expressed sentiments that are very widespread in Latin America and the Third World. Generally, when he stressed the need to achieve a progressive dismantling of colonial economic dependence and launched the slogan of industrialization or death, the motto fatherland or death, with which Fidel Castro's speeches and Che Guevara's speeches and letters sometimes conclude, now reverberates as industrialization or death. The second formulation is simply a clarification of the first. While the first expresses the identity, in specific circumstances, of the social question and the national question Marx, or class struggle and national struggle Mao, the second expresses an awareness that political independence proves fragile and even illusory if not sustained by economic and technological independence, an awareness that termination of political annexation is not in and of itself the overcoming of economic annexation Lenin. And without that, the recognition that makes self-constitution as a nation-state possible is not really achieved. This is proved today by wars whose victims are countries unable to mount any real resistance to the Western great powers. Populism as nostalgia for original fullness. In Weil, the remorseless critique of modernity and industry is the obverse of a vision of the past full of pietas. This is a feature of populism that we can analyze with Marx's help. He offered a dazzling summary of the tragedy of India colonized by Britain. This was a society deprived of its old world, without being compensated by the conquest of a new world. See chap. 6. Sect. 3. Such a situation generates a particular kind of melancholy, inclined to transfigure the past, hence the widespread tendency in India at the time to regret a society contaminated by distinctions of caste and by slavery, where the individual was subject to inviolable traditional rules, imprisoned in a narrow circle which seemed like never-changing natural destiny, and, especially in the case of the poor, forced to lead an undignified, stagnatory, and vegetative life. However, in the absence of a new world, the old world, idealized and transfigured in the light of the sufferings of the present and vague memories of the past, continued to be an object of heart-rending nostalgia. This was not something exclusive to the colonial world. It also manifested itself in Europe in the midst of the Industrial Revolution, which, in the words of the Communist Manifesto, has put an end to all feudal, patriarchal, idyllic relations, and has left remaining no other nexus between man and man than naked self-interest, than callous cash payment. It has resolved personal worth into exchange value. What ensued, observes the Grundrisse, was complete emptiness, inspiring regret for a mythical original fullness and the illusion of the purely personal relationships of feudal times and the pre-modern, pre-industrial world in general. This is the context in which to situate a mass movement like Luddism on the one hand and an eminent contemporary of Marx's on the other, criticized by him for retreating into the past.
Becoming a laudator temporis acti.
38. I am referring to Sismondi. Escaping with his family from revolutionary France, skeptical about its plans for radical socio-political transformation and yet sympathizing with popular suffering. In order to avoid or alleviate it, he seemed to propose putting a brake on industrial development. In his view, the introduction of new, more powerful machinery brought about an increase in productivity, but ended up destroying the preceding balance, without yielding any real enduring advantage. The picture was a bleak one. The old looms will be lost, and with them, the world of the weak, which was certainly marked by modest living conditions and even penury, but nevertheless rich in its serenity and dignity. A first form of populism subjected by Marx to Copulus was a figment of the imagination and of the repression of travails and suffering even more grievous than those from which an escape was being sought. Turning to the past, we find not a more vibrant spirituality, but a world where the daily struggle for survival can render it impossible. We find not richer personal and intersubjective relations, but much greater poverty. In fact, on closer inspection, the figure of the subject, of the individual, has not yet really emerged. Inasmuch as it evinces genuine sympathy for the sufferings of the weak in the grips of the Industrial Revolution, this first form of populism expresses, albeit immaturely, a legitimate, indisputable protest. But it can take a very different, rather instrumental form. It is employed by those who wish to neutralize, blunt, or deflect the protest of the subaltern classes. As regards this second aspect, Marx is perhaps the harshest critic of the topos, wherein, for example, Mandeville has it that the greatest king would envy the peace of mind met with in the meanest and most uncivilized peasant, the calmness and tranquility of his soul. The peasant, constantly on the verge of starvation, is enjoined to be content with his situation, and indeed, cling to it as though it were an asset and privilege. The charming world over which Mandeville goes into ecstasies becomes the idiocy of rural life referred to by the Communist Manifesto, one which does not bode well. Later, Marx explained the broad support enjoyed by Louis Bonaparte in the peasant world. Thus, there was no wealth of social relationships, and intercourse with society was extremely limited. This served to disarm peasants in the face of maneuvering by the Bonapartist adventurer and dictator. 42. Arguably, no one is further removed from Marx than Tocqueville, who described the condition of the poor man in the Ancien regime as follows. Characterized by limited desires and serene indifference towards a future that did not belong to him, his fate was less to be lamented than that of men of the people today. Habituated to their condition, the poor of the Ancien regime enjoyed the kind of vegetative happiness whose appeal is as difficult for the civilized man to understand as it is to deny its existence. The word I have emphasized is thought-provoking. It is the term we have seen Marx use to stigmatize the undignified, stagnatory, and vegetative life peculiar to Indian caste society, which is ultimately unworthy of a human being. The view we find in Mandeville and Tocqueville, that economic and material penury goes hand in hand with spiritual wealth or at all events, with serenity or some form of happiness, is nothing but a mystificatory consolation. In addition to a different, more just distribution of income, the class struggle must aim to overcome material poverty, which is also synonymous with poverty of social relations, and hence spiritual poverty, primarily thanks to a different mode production and more intensive development of the productive forces. Marx also contradicted another commonplace of the rhetoric peculiar to this first form of populism. It is fond of contrasting the cocoon-like serenity of a small village community with the upheavals of the political world and global history. Such rhetoric was already widespread in Germany at the time of the French Revolution and the reaction to it. In the Aesthetics, Hegel had observed that, while it could encourage an attitude of blinkered Philistinism, the narrow social circle peculiar to a small strip of the countryside did not afford protection against the greatest world events, the major historical upheavals. Marx went further, as emerges from his observation that it was precisely the idiocy of rural life which furnished the base for the disaster of the advent of Bonapartism in France, with its sequel of ruthless military dictatorship at home and sanguinary military adventures abroad. Populism simply does not fulfill its promise, yet historical situations emerge that are conducive to its re-emergence. One thinks of the years between the two world wars, both of which were marked by the large-scale application of science and technology to colossal bloodbaths. This was when the Great Depression succeeded the expectation of uninterrupted growth in social wealth. If a solution seemed to emerge, it was represented by military Keynesianism, as demonstrated in particular by the case of Hitler's Germany. The development of the productive forces, thus, corresponded to novel, enormous destruction of material resources and human lives. In the spiritual climate, which found its highest expression in Simone Weil, regret for a mythical original fullness was bound to make its reappearance. Let us turn to our day, to the world in the aftermath of the defeat of the revolutionary project, or, at least, the end of hopes for total regeneration. The more large-scale industry subjects agricultural sectors to its control and destroys artisanal manufacture and traditional domestic industry, and the greater the impact of the upheavals of globalization, the more space there is for regret for, and transfiguration of, past social relations. At least in the past, so it is argued and often fantasized, community bonds and shared values existed in a world that was not yet invested by division and crisis and hence meaningful. One thinks of an author like Pasolini and his denunciation of the genocide for which, despite its significant extension of life expectancy, industrial and neo-capitalist development was responsible, with its suppression of broad swaths of society, that is, widely diffused cultures and life forms. And the populist temptation becomes even stronger following the advent or exacerbation of the ecological crisis. The populism of transfiguration of the oppressed. A second form of populism is, or can be, related to this first form. It is characterized by a transfiguration not of the past, but of the victims of the present, who are represented and idealized as the embodiment of moral excellence. This is the context in which to situate Weil's celebration of beings who have fallen to the lowest level of humiliation, well below mendicancy, as the only ones in a position to state the truth. They are strangers to the luxury, artifice, inauthenticity, and ultimately, dishonesty peculiar to the affluent and dominant classes. Far removed from power and rule, mendicants and the weak also represent clemency. This is the first variant of the second form of populism. There is a second variant which identifies not the subaltern classes or any particular one of them, but some oppressed people as the locus of moral excellence. During the 20th century, Gandhi conjoined denunciation of British and Western colonial rule with celebration of Hinduness as proximate to nature, foreign to luxury, and inclined to modesty and frugality, as well as a guardian of moral values, starting with a rejection of violence and the logic of subjugation, unattainable by the oppressors. In his turn, the African politician and intellectual Leopold Senghor intoned a hymn to negritude, contrasting it with the lethal culture of the frigid white man, supposedly bereft of sympathetic impulses and interested only in calculation and calculating rationality, and who not by accident had imprinted domination, destruction, and death on the history of the world. 45. Finally, the populism of transfiguration of the oppressed presents itself in a third variant, which identifies the locus of moral excellence not in the mendicancy celebrated by Weil, and not in the Hinduness or negritude of Gandhi or Senghor, but in gender difference, and a different social figure who is the victim of oppression. Qua creator of life, it is now woman who is closer to nature and further removed from artifice and inauthenticity, and who represents the antithesis to the culture of violence and domination, now embodied in male humanity. In the struggle to free themselves from the self-hatred and the denigration they have traditionally been subjected to, the protagonists of social, national, and sexual liberation movements often adopt stereotypes from conservative and reactionary culture, while reversing their value judgments and turning them against their oppressors. For centuries, discrimination against subaltern classes, colonial peoples, and women was justified by their alleged inability to genuinely raise themselves above the state of nature and argue in rigorously and abstractly logical terms, by their lack of courage and martial spirit, by their tendency to let themselves be governed by their feelings and emotional reactions. The reversal of the value judgment does not make the traditional stereotypes credible. Such an operation is obviously an understandable and legitimate form of protest, a moment in the struggle for emancipation. But use is being made of an ideology that is also liable to be employed in a conservative sense. We can see this at once in connection with the third variant of populism. In May 1846, Marx and Engels felt compelled to polemicize against Hermann Kriege. The latter preached a form of communism, understood as overcoming the existing kingdom of hatred based on the religion of profit, on cold insensitivity to the needs and griefs of neighbors, and on subjugation. In its stead, the kingdom of love that flees before the rattle of money was to be realized, and a community animated by the warmth of sentiment and love of one's neighbor founded. In the event, women alone could be the protagonists of this transformation. They were exhorted to turn their backs on the politics of old and pronounce the first consecration of the long-promised kingdom of bliss. Marx and Engels mocked this sentimental effusion, whose only content was woman's hypocritical and ignorant captatio benevolentiae. The ideology vigorously countered here was represented in a slightly different form 2 years later by an author, Daumer, whom we have seen commending the tranquility and felicity of nature against the tumult and destruction of the 1848 revolution. See chap. 2, sect. 11. In Daumer, the place of nature was sometimes taken by woman. Nature and woman are the really divine. The sacrifice of the human to the natural, of the male to the female, is the genuine, the only true meekness and self-externalization, the highest, nay, the only virtue and piety. Having criticized Daumer's tendency to flee before historical tragedy, to allege nature, that is to a stupid rustic idol, Marx and Engels also ridiculed his conjunction of the cult of nature and cult of woman. By virtue of her intimate connection with the reproduction of life, and hence, nature, woman supposedly represented an escape from the violence rampant in the historical and political universe. In reality, nature was synonymous not with peace and reconciliation, but with catastrophic violence, and, as regards the animal world, a war of all against all. Just as the rustic idol has nothing to do with the struggle against environmental degradation, so the conjunction of a cult of nature and a cult of woman can be tantamount to an evasion of the struggle for female emancipation. In effect, Daumer was not only silent about the present social position of women, but utilized his cult to enjoin them to put up with the familial and civil subalternity imposed on them. It might be said that Marx and Engels counterposed feminism as class, struggle for emancipation to feminism as edifying populism. About a century after Kriege and Daumer, in 1938, Virginia Woolf wrote, "To fight has always been the man's habit, not the woman's. Scarcely a human being in the course of history has fallen to a woman's rifle. The vast majority of birds and beasts have been killed by you, men, not us." The factual datum foregrounded here is indisputable. The issue is whether it pertains to the nature of man and woman, or rather to a historically determinate social division of labor. To take an example, in the time of Muhammad, women converted to the cause of the Prophet may not have fought, but they were not external to the war machine. They urged on the combatants with their exhortations and songs. If you advance, we will embrace you. We will spread cushions for you. If you retreat, we will leave you, and in no way that is loving. 49. Albeit in less pronounced form, a similar division of labor has been operative in the West, even in the most tragic and bloody periods of its history. When we read that in Great Britain, even before 1914, women engaged in shaming boyfriends, husbands, and sons into volunteering for wartime service, we are led to think of the women or the graces and muses who encouraged and spurred on Muhammad's warriors. The role of women in this division of labor, marked by total mobilization and generalized militaristic fervor, did not escape Kurt Tucholsky, who in 1927 leveled a serious accusation. Along with the evangelical clergy, in the war there was another human species that never tired of sucking blood. This was a particular stratum, a specific type of German woman. As the massacre assumed ever more terrible forms, she sacrificed sons and husbands, and bemoaned not having enough of them to sacrifice. 51. While he did not explicitly pronounce on this subject, Marx underscored the key role of the division of labor on several occasions. The poverty of philosophy identifies completely with Adam Smith's thesis. The difference of natural talents in different men is, in reality, much less than we are aware of, and the very different genius which appears to distinguish men of different professions when grown up to maturity is not upon many occasions so much the cause as the effect of the division of labor. The difference between the most dissimilar characters, between a philosopher and a common street porter, for example, seems to arise not so much from nature as from habit, custom, and education. 52. Having quoted this passage, the poverty of philosophy appears to go even further. In principle, a porter differs less from a philosopher than a mastiff from a greyhound. It is the division of labor which has set a gulf between them. 53. Those sections of the women's movement that regard woman as such as incarnating a rejection of the culture of death refer in support of their thesis to women's role in reproducing life. However, historically, this role has sometimes assumed the converse significance to that attributed to it. In Sparta, it was precisely the mother who exhorted the son born of her to learn to face death in battle. Return with this shield or on top of it, that is, victorious and with arms in hand or dead as a courageous, honored warrior. Historically, it has also been the case that, in desperate situations, it is precisely mothers who inflicted death on their newborn children to save them from a horrible or intolerable future. Such was the conduct of Indian women afflicted by the infamies of the conquistadores, or of black slaves, or, even earlier, in the Middle Ages of Jewish women, at grips with persecution by Christian crusaders, who were determined to convert them along with their children at any cost. 54. Once again, those who extinguished a life were those who had brought it into the world. In any event, the traditional division of labor is now coming to an end, as indicated, inter alia, by the growing presence of women in the armed forces, sometimes even in elite corps. As regards worldviews, it is likely that the distance separating a female from a male soldier is less than that separating both from someone practicing a liberal profession, for example. It is further confirmation of Smith's and Marx's thesis of the centrality of the division of labor, and hence, in Marx's eyes, of the centrality of class division and class struggle. Each of the three variants of the second form of populism prevents or impedes the unification of class struggles. With a discourse that celebrates the weak as the exclusive embodiment of moral excellence, it is very difficult to construct the broad social bloc required to advance the struggle for the emancipation of oppressed nations, and women, and, in reality, to effect the anti-capitalist revolution itself. Identifying oppressed peoples, and them alone as the repository of moral excellence, makes it difficult to appeal to the solidarity of the subaltern classes in oppressor nations. If what is hallowed is a single oppressed people, then solidarity between peoples also become difficult. Similarly, the transfiguration of women into the eternal incarnation of moral excellence risks creating a fundamental, permanent contradiction with the male sex, which would undermine all three forms of class struggle. It should be added that all three variants of the second form of populism distract attention from the real cause of exploitation, oppression, and war. 6. Populism and the binary interpretation of conflict. Regarded as the exclusive repository of authentic values, the weak are the sole agents of morally relevant, significant social change in all circumstances and situations. Populism intersects with the binary interpretation of social conflict. We can analyze the dialectic governing this nexus starting with Proudhon. While he stressed the devastating consequences for the poor of the theft of property by the narrow circle of the wealthy, he branded the women's movement, which was in its early stages, as pornocracy. It was prompted not by sexual phobia, and not even primarily by the cult of patriarchal power in the family, though the latter was certainly not absent. The real explanatory key lies elsewhere. In the emergent women's movement, a far from negligible role was played by women who were not of popular extraction. It is far from surprising. We know from Adam Smith that forced into the strictest economy and a rigid division of labor within the family, common people generally express a strict or austere morality in sexual matters, while liberal morality for the most part finds expression in more or less affluent classes. The critique of austere morality, which entails consecration of the patriarchal power of the male, tends to find more fertile ground where liberal morality takes root. Western European countries, thus, witnessed the development of two different social contradictions at the time. In addition to that, pitting proletariat against bourgeoisie, the contradiction highlighted by the feminist movement was operative. The subjects of these conflicts are different. From Marx's standpoint, they are two different manifestations of class struggles, which is difficult to unify and merge in a single social and political bloc. A bourgeois woman can be committed to the cause of women's liberation, so that in the ambit of the male-female contradiction she pertains to the oppressed, while within the bourgeoisie proletariat contradiction, she pertains by dint of her social location to the oppressor. Denunciation of the feminist movement as pornocracy allowed Proudhon to dispense with such problems and adhere to the populist schema involving the opposition exclusively of the weak and the powerful, oppressor and oppressed. If by switching our attention from more developed countries of Western Europe, we now look east to Poland, we see a third contradiction emerge in force, the national one. We know that Marx saluted participation by the nobility or its most advanced elements in the national liberation struggle, itself a manifestation of class struggle, in this instance mainly targeting the Russian aristocracy, the bulwark of the Ancien Regime and imperial expansion. But this was not how Proudhon argued. He derided and condemned the national aspirations of oppressed peoples as an expression of obscurantist attachment to outdated prejudices. In Poland, an extremely broad social alliance, extending far beyond the ranks of the powerless, participated in the struggle for independence and national renaissance. It is not surprising given that the nation as a whole suffered oppression. But it is a scandal for the populist, inclined to believe that the only genuine contradiction is the one between rich and poor, between the weak, uncorrupted people, and the great and powerful bourgeoisie and nobility. Hence, Proudhon's mocking, sarcastic attitude towards national movements. Property is theft, such is the guiding thread of the French author's most famous book. A single line of demarcation divides the whole of humanity into property owners and non-property owners, robbers and robbed, the wealthy and the destitute. For the populist, this is the only genuinely relevant contradiction. And thus, populism betrays another of its aspects. It is also a flight from complexity, the totality of bosses against the totality of workers. As we know, to implement his projects for aiding the poor and weak, Proudhon appealed to the government. The binary interpretation of conflict had not yet yielded a rigorous, consistent populism. It also applies to the expectations of global civil war widespread in the ranks of the Third International for a time. Here, too, the binary interpretation of conflict is patent, with the state, in fact, a great power, Soviet Russia, and highly organized hierarchical parties as protagonists on the side of the oppressed. When the state and party factor vanishes, we have populism in the pure state, as it were. The protagonists of the impending struggle are those bereft not only of wealth but also of any form of power. In the 20th century, with the advent of the Third Reich, Weil displayed an awareness of what was impending, not only a large-scale expansionist war, but one that aimed to transform Soviet Russia into a colony. Hence, the accumulating contradictions were multiple and explosive. But the French philosopher considered only one of them to be morally and politically significant. Marx powerfully demonstrated that the modern mode of production is characterized by the subordination of laborers to the instruments of labor, instruments possessed by those who do not labor. And he also demonstrated that competition, knowing no weapon but exploitation of the workers, turns into a struggle of each boss against his own workers and, ultimately, of the totality of bosses against the totality of workers. In the same way, war is characterized today by the subordination of the combatants to the instruments of combat, and the weapons, the real heroes, of modern warfare, like the men destined to serve them, are directed by those who do not fight. Given that this apparatus of direction has no way of beating the enemy except sending its soldiers under duress to their death, the war of one state against another immediately turns into a war of the state and military apparatus against its own army. And war finally appears as a war waged by the totality of state apparatuses and general staffs against the totality of eligible men of an age to shoulder arms. 56. I have italicized the passages that clearly, and even naively, express Weil's viewpoint on class struggle. Or the only class struggle which may be regarded as authentic, it sees the universal embrace of the weak pitted against the universal embrace of the powerful. A few decades later, here is how a highly prestigious Marxist intellectual commented on what occurred in Hungary in 1956. Not with theoretical discussion, but with the explosion of armed insurrection, the Hungarian Revolution demolishes the biggest fraud in history. Presentation of the bureaucratic regime as socialist, a fraud in which bourgeois and Stalinists, right-wing and left-wing intellectuals alike, have collaborated because all of them found it to their personal advantage. 57. The insurgents were obviously supported by the West. This factor, which problematizes the binary schema, is repressed. Bourgeois and Stalinists appear united in their attitude of repression, or barely concealed hostility, towards an insurrection from below that represents a challenge to power in the East and the West. These were the years when the Cold War, which sometimes seemed about to turn into a nuclear holocaust, reached its peak. But all this is reduced to a mere semblance, and hence utter insignificance. No attention is paid to the Monroe Doctrine, with which the Soviet Union sought to strengthen its security, but which created resentment and protest in the fraternal countries. Specifically in the Hungarian case, we have seen that, in the absence of the national question, Bela Kun's brief communist experiment is inexplicable. But without it, we cannot explain the events of 1956 either. All this is absent from Castoriadis. In his view, a single conflict was relevant, behind all history for a century, i.e., since the Communist Manifesto, the struggle of the working class against exploitation, the struggle of the working class for a new form of organization of society, had been at work. 58. Not included in the category of class struggle are the gigantic struggles that prevented the Third Reich and the Empire of the Rising Sun from reducing whole populations to conditions of slavery or the anti-colonial. Movements that were still very much alive in the mid-20th century, like colonial rule in Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. In the last, the Anglo-French-Israeli military intervention against the Egyptian and Algerian national revolution unfolded at the same time as the Hungarian insurrection. For Castoriadis, the world picture was homogeneous. Workers suffer the same exploitation, the same oppression to similar degrees and in similar forms. All of them could and should draw inspiration from the Hungarian Revolution. Cites lessons are also valid for Russian, Czech, or Yugoslav workers, and they will be valid for Chinese workers tomorrow, and in the same way they are valid for French, British, or American workers. Particularly interesting here is the reference to Chinese workers, invited to rise up against the directors of nationalized factories at a time when a devastating economic embargo and military threat, not excluding resort to nuclear weapons, hung over the country. Approximately half a century later, 2 jointly authored books met with an extraordinary success on the left. In them, we find the thesis that, in today's world, a largely globally unified bourgeoisie is pitted against the multitude, which is itself unified by the disappearance of state and national boundaries. Fleetingly evoking the question of Palestine, the authors write, "From India to Algeria and Cuba to Vietnam, the state is the poisoned gift of national liberation." The Palestinians can count on the sympathy of the 2 authors. But once they are institutionalized, Hart and Negri will no longer be at their side. The fact is that, as soon as the nation begins to form as a sovereign state, its progressive functions all but vanish. 61 working backwards. On the basis of this approach, the epic class struggle whereby the former slaves of Santo Domingo, Haiti, having constituted themselves as a nation-state, prevented Napoleon's army from restoring colonial rule, and the institution of slavery is delegitimized. Above all, the contemporary class struggles whereby ex-colonies seek to impart economic reality to hard-won political independence are delegitimized. In Hart and Negri's view, one can sympathize with the Vietnamese, Palestinians, or others only as long as they are oppressed and humiliated. One can support a national liberation struggle only so long as it continues to be defeated. This is a further expression of populism. Moral excellence lies with the oppressed who rebel, and those who offer help to the oppressed and rebels. But once they have won power, the latter cease to be oppressed and rebels, and forfeit their moral excellence. And the one who, by virtue of aiding them, basks in their moral excellence, also finds himself in serious difficulties. This is a dialectic already analyzed by Hegel in connection with the Christian commandment to aid the poor, which manifestly assumes the permanence of poverty. An author who invokes Marx, professes a revolutionary ethos, and explicitly recommends renouncing power and endeavoring to change the world without taking power, can be situated in the same context. In this way, the weak and oppressed no longer run the risk of changing their nature and forfeiting their moral excellence. The cult of the rebel is configured as a celebration of her or his powerlessness to create and govern a new socio-political order. Finally, in the light of these considerations, we can understand the warmth with which Zizek refers to Weil's simple and poignant formulation that only mendicants and outcasts are in a position to tell the truth, while everyone else lies and cannot but lie. 63. We are prompted to ask, who will tell the truth once the situation for which every critic of capitalism and neoliberalism struggles obtains, once, that is, there is no longer mendicancy? And as to the present, who authorizes those who are not mendicants to speak in their name? Hart and Negri's approach throws no light on the 20th century, which saw colonialism undermined, and Hitler's attempt to revive the colonial and slave system defeated in the wake of memorable struggles waged by national liberation movements. Does their approach at least illuminate the present? In reality, if the dominant classes are globally unified, how are we to explain the interminable tragedy that strikes not the multitude, but a whole people, in Palestine? And how to explain the recurrent wars waged by the West and its premier state, which, targeting small, defenseless countries, sometimes arouse the irritation of great powers like Russia and China? During the war against Yugoslavia, one of the 2 authors cited above wrote, "We must realize that this is not the deed of American imperialism. In fact, it is an international, or rather, supranational operation, and its aims are not informed by the narrow national interests of the United States. It is actually intended to safeguard human rights, or, in truth, human life." On the one hand, we have a tautology. If empire is without boundaries, the conflicts that occur inside it are not wars between sovereign states, but policing operations conducted against refractory, rebellious, and primitive provinces. On the other, we come upon a contradiction ignored and repressed by the theoreticians of the advent of global empire. There is not only the conflict between the dominant classes and the multitude, which knows no national and state boundaries. There is also the conflict ranging countries and states, guilty of violating human rights against countries, and states upon whom the task of enforcing respect for them devolves, and the latter tend to coincide with the traditional protagonists of colonial domination. This convergence with the champions of what, by analogy with erstwhile white supremacy, might be called Western supremacy, is curious. But even more curious is the lack of requisite reflection, the countries tasked independently of the UN with intervening militarily, wherever they regard human rights as having been violated, are accorded a massively enhanced sovereignty. The obsolescence of state sovereignty, on which empire lays so much stress, has turned into its opposite. Populism, which regards the constitution of a national liberation movement as a status contamination, winds up being heavily contaminated by support for the military interventions of the most powerful state in the world. Itis forbidden to forbid, and itis right to rebel, failing to explain actual historical developments. Left-wing populism encourages a vision of class struggle that leaves decisive events in world history outside of its field of vision. Let us take a deservedly famous British intellectual, David Harvey, in a chapter devoted by him to the prospects for class struggle in the world, whose title refers to Lenin, What is to be Done. We read, "Many of the revolutionary movements in capitalism's history have been broadly urban rather than narrowly factory-based. The revolutions of 1848 throughout Europe, the Paris Commune of 1871, Leningrad in 1917, the Seattle General Strike of 1918, the Tucumán Uprising of 1969, as well as Paris, Mexico City, and Bangkok in 1968, the Shanghai Commune of 1967, Prague in 1989, Buenos Aires in 2001-2. The list goes on and on. Even when there were key movements in the factories, the Flint Strike in Michigan of the 1930s or the Turin Workers' Councils of the 1920s. The organized support in the neighborhoods played a critical but usually uncelebrated role in the political action, the women's and unemployed support groups in Flint, and the communal houses of the people in Turin. The conventional left has been plain wrong to ignore the social movements occurring outside of the factories and mines. 65. It is a list that correctly argues against a narrow view of class struggle, but which immediately prompts a series of questions about omissions and inclusions alike. Let us start with the former. In the 19th century, we pass from the European revolutions of 1848 to the Paris Commune. But did not the American Civil War have something to do with class struggles, by dint of being a war to end or impede what Marx characterized as a crusade of property against labor, saluting it in 1867 as the one great event of contemporary history? Did not that massive clash, which in its final phase saw black slaves, emulators in a sense of Toussaint Ouverture, take up arms to fell a regime that reduced them to the condition of human livestock, have something to do with class struggle? And in a list which, with its references to Bangkok and Shanghai, seems intent on encompassing the whole world, how are we to explain the silence on the Taiping Rebellion, 1851? 64. The bloodiest civil war in world history with an estimated 20 to 30 million dead? The fact is that this conflict possessed a national dimension as well. The rebels took up arms in the name of social justice, but also to put an end to a dynasty that had capitulated to the aggression of British narco-trafficantes and rulers. 66. To terminate the Qing regime, the running dog of imperialism. 67. It is no accident if, in the areas controlled by them, the Taiping hastened to prohibit the consumption of opium, a de facto challenge to the London government, which lined up behind the tottering dynasty. Once again evincing both prophetic foresight and revolutionary impatience, Marx observed in 1853 that the chronic rebellions subsisting in China for about 10 years past have now gathered together in one formidable revolution, which was destined to make its influence felt well beyond Asia. This revolution certainly had internal social causes, but was motivated by a national impulse as well. It was also a consequence of the humiliation, financial drain, and general breakdown devastating a whole nation from the First Opium War onwards. A question is indicated. Is all this foreign to class struggle, or is it one of the most important chapters in 19th century class struggle? No less significant is the absence from Harvey's list of the Sepoys' revolt in India in 1857, which has been characterized by a contemporary Indian historian as a gigantic class struggle and, at the same time, a major anti-colonial revolution. This patriotic and class civil war was waged primarily by peasants, targeted colonial rule, and pro-British big princes and big merchants, and lasted far beyond 1857. At times, it developed along the lines of the model later theorized by Mao of the countryside encircling the city, and cost more than 10 million Indian lives. 69 is the silence explained by the identity between national struggle and class struggle, which, according to Mao, tended to obtain in anti-colonial revolutions. Even more radically selective, in the list reproduced above, is the interpretation of class struggles and revolutionary movements in the 20th century. From, and the October Revolution, we jump half a century to arrive at, and Stalingrad? What occurred in Seattle between and was certainly a major class struggle in which 0,000 workers went on strike against starvation wages, the abolition of trade union rights in the wake of imperialist war, and ultimately, capitalism. But it would be very strange not to refer to class struggle when it comes to the epic resistance mounted by tens of millions of people, a whole people who, arms in hand, repulsed the most powerful army in the world and its attempt to enslave them. And how are we to assess the uprisings against the Nazi occupation that occurred in successive European countries and the revolutions in the colonial or semi-colonial world, which continued to develop even later, effecting unprecedentedly radical changes in the global setup? To judge from the British scholar's silence, one would say that wars of resistance and national liberation and anti-colonial insurrections and revolutions have little or nothing to do with class struggle. The upshot is paradoxical. It might be said that class struggle occurs exclusively on the occasion of isolated events, when, neatly separated by a clear line of demarcation, exploited and exploiter, oppressed and oppressor, clash directly. That is to say, Marx and Engels' theory is applied and considered applicable only in connection with a restricted microhistory. The only history that is truly significant from the standpoint of the emancipation of the exploited and oppressed. While everything else is demoted to the status of a profane macrohistory, which is extraneous and irrelevant to the sacred history of salvation or the cause of emancipation, in reality, when Marx refers to history as the history of class struggle, his intention is to construe thus not only the strikes and social conflicts that occur on a daily basis, but also, and above all, major crises, the great historical turning points which occur in full view of everyone. Class struggle is an exoteric macrohistory, not the esoteric microhistory to which it is often reduced. We are clearly dealing with a dilemma. Either the theory of class struggles formulated in the Communist Manifesto is valid, and then we must know how to interpret history as a whole in this key, starting with the decisive events of the 19th, 20th, and early 21st centuries. Or, if such events have nothing to do with class struggles, we must take our leave of this theory. Now let us glance at some surprising inclusions in the list of revolutionary movements and revolutionary class struggles, compiled by Harvey. Along with Leningrad in 1917, we find Prague in 1989. Harvey writes of the centuries during which the principle of equality has animated political action and revolutionary movements, from the Bastille to Tiananmen Square. From 1789 at least, radical egalitarianism has not ceased to fuel hopes, agitation, revolts, and revolutions. And so, directly or indirectly, we have events like Petrograd or Leningrad in 1917, Prague in 1989, and Tiananmen Square juxtaposed under the sign of radical egalitarianism. Should we therefore situate Václav Havel and the Chinese student leaders, exiles who have found their new home in the USA, in a direct line with the protagonists of the October Revolution? Both would regard, or would have regarded, the comparison as an insult. But let us pass over this. Are we to consider these figures as exponents of egalitarianism, radical egalitarianism even? In international relations, they champion the supremacy of the West, to which they assign the right and sometimes the duty of military intervention anywhere in the world in absence of any UN Security Council resolution. If we focus on social relations in a particular country, there is no doubt that Havel and the majority of the exiles from China identify with neoliberalism. If victorious, the events in Tiananmen Square in 1989 would, in all probability, have meant the rise to power of a Chinese Yeltsin. It is hard to conceive of an egalitarian revolution in China at the very moment when the capitalist and neoliberal West was triumphing in Eastern Europe. As well as Latin America, one thinks of the defeat of the Sandinistas in Nicaragua, when communist parties the world over were rushing to change their name, and when the power of the USA and the influence and prestige of the Washington Consensus were so uncontested and incontestable as to seed the idea of the end of history. Only a populace can believe in such miracles, on condition, that is, of abandoning secular analysis of classes and class struggle, domestic and international, and replacing it by mythological credence in the redemptive value of the people and the masses. It might be said that late 20th century and early 21st century Marxism is occasionally the heir of the culture of 1968, which coined the slogan, "It is forbidden to forbid," and also sought to bend the slogan with which Mao unleashed the Cultural Revolution, "It is right to rebel," in the same direction. In reality, rightful rebellion had very precise limits and could certainly not be pushed to the point of challenging the revolution that gave birth to the People's Republic of China. It would be no accident if Mao had the army intervene to put an end to a situation that seemed about to issue in a war of all against all and destructive anarchy. But the culture of was not unduly concerned about that. From its standpoint, progressive or revolutionary class struggle coincided with rebellion from below against constituted government, which was inherently synonymous with oppression. Starting from that presupposition, it is not difficult to juxtapose Tiananmen Square with the storming of the Bastille and the events of 1989-91 in Eastern Europe, the Second Restoration referred to by Badiou 71, with the October Revolution. We would then have to include in the list of popular revolutions and rebellions the Vendée, and in the 20th century, the Kronstadt insurrection against the Bolsheviks, as well as the endemic peasant uprisings against the new central government in Moscow. In fact, if we wish to be wholly consistent, not even the agitation and revolts that occurred when the Soviet Union had to face the aggression of Hitler's Germany should be missing from the list. In absolutizing the contradiction between masses and power, and condemning power as such, populism proves incapable of drawing a line of demarcation between revolution and counter-revolution. Perhaps it would be better to learn the lesson of old Hegel, who, with the Sanfedista and anti-Semitic agitation of his time in mind, observed that sometimes courage consists not in attacking rulers but in defending them. The populist rebel who would be bound to consider Hegel insufficiently revolutionary could always heed Gramsci's warning against the phraseology of primitive elementary rebellionism, subversionism, and anti-statism, which are ultimately an expression of de facto apoliticism. 73. 9. Beyond populism. When we find scholars who are major readers and prestigious interpreters of Marx and Engels lapsing into populism, we are bound to pose a question. Are such outlooks and sentiments wholly foreign to the authors of the Communist Manifesto? As regards the first form of populism, there is no doubt that we are indebted to Marx for the most incisive critique of nostalgia for a mythical, original fullness. When we come to the second form, more nuanced conclusions are indicated. In this instance, we must distinguish between the different variants of the populism involving transfiguration of the oppressed. Let us start with the second. Although denouncing the martyrdom of the Irish people at the hands of British colonialism, far from indulging in celebration of some essential Irish soul, Marx and Engels concurrently highlighted the reactionary, anti-abolitionist role played by immigrants of Irish origin in the USA during the Civil War. Similar considerations can be ventured in connection with the third variant of the populism of transfiguration of the oppressed. Denouncing the condition of women as the first-class oppression, Marx and Engels unquestionably gave strong impetus to the feminist movement. The Communist Manifesto vigorously condemns not only the oppression of women, but also the process of reification to which they are subject. At the same time, however, it has no difficulty referring to the exploitation of children by their parents, not excluding mothers. 74. There is no room for essentialism. As in the case of oppressed peoples, so with women it makes no sense to explain their condition by reference to some alleged nature that has long been despised, but whose moral superiority must now, in an inversion of the traditional value judgment, be recognized and celebrated. Instead, it is a question of analyzing and challenging a historically determinate division of labor, which entails colonial or semi-colonial subjugation and domestic slavery or segregation. Some further observations are in order regarding the first variant of the populism of transfiguration of the oppressed, the variant that tends to transfigure subaltern classes. In their early writings, opposing those who sounded the alarm over the new barbarian invasion, Marx and Engels tended to assign the proletariat a ready capacity to acquire a mature revolutionary consciousness, a kind of immunity from national prejudices, insularity, and chauvinistic hatred, as well as a nobility of soul altogether lacking in the property-owning classes. From the outset, however, attention to concrete historical and social analysis clearly had the upper hand. Nobility of soul was also predicated of the Polish nobility, which sacrificed its class or caste interests to the cause of national liberation. Similarly, on the other side, no attempt was made to mask the depravity of the subproletariat, a class into which the capitalist system continually threatens to cast individuals and strata from the working class. However, we find a residue of populism in the view that the state is destined to wither away in communist society. I have already underscored the utterly unrealistic character of this expectation. We can now add a further consideration. It is not clear why the absorption of the state by civil society should represent progress. Historically, such diverse measures as the introduction of compulsory schooling in the West, the prescription of sati, the voluntary suicide of widows in India, and the desegregation of schools in the American Deep South have all been the result of the state imposing on civil society. Today, in some Islamic countries, the emancipation of women is easier when undertaken by the state than civil society. It is true that when Marx and Engels looked to the absorption of the state into civil society, they had in mind a civil society liberated from class antagonism. However, in their discourse, a certain idealization of civil society conceived in opposition to power is present, and with it in this sense, a residue of populism. This residue of populism explains the slippage into the binary interpretation of conflict we sometimes encounter in Marx and Engels. When they analyze a concrete historical event, e.g. the struggle to reduce working hours or the American Civil War, they repeatedly draw attention to multiple contradictions and the occasionally progressive role played by the state, even the bourgeois state. In other words, we are at the antipodes of populism. However, during the Paris Commune, Marx saw the international counter-organization of labor arrayed against the cosmopolitan conspiracy of capital. Above all, in a word, the manifesto reduces class struggle to the struggle between oppressor and oppressed. If we take this agitprop formula literally, we are not far removed from Weyl's populist view of history as the struggle of those who obey against those who command. In reality, given Marx and Engels' basic view and overall development, a different interpretation is more persuasive. It can indeed be said that the epic class struggles waged at Valmy, Port-au-Prince, Paris, June 1848, Gettysburg, and Stalingrad witnessed the clash of oppressor and oppressed. But this is true only in the last analysis. That is, given the absolute centrality and urgency of what was at stake on each occasion, the respective fates of the Ancien regime, black slavery on Santo Domingo, wage slavery in France, black slavery in the USA, and the new colonial slavery that the Third Reich was resolved to impose on Slavs. All the other contradictions, all the other relations of coercion, became in that determinate historical moment altogether secondary. 10 Wall Street and War Street. Today, even the magnates of capital and finance sometimes feel obliged to reread Marx firsthand or secondhand. Does anyone offer a better explanation of the economic crisis that erupted in 2008? From the windows of their offices, these magnates cast a glance at the unprecedented, disturbing demonstrations staged now and again. These call for the occupation of Wall Street and target the privileged 1%, who wield power and enrich themselves at the expense of the remaining 99% of the population. How the ideological and political climate has changed compared with the triumphant proclamation of the end of history 20 years ago. Along with history, class struggle seems to have returned. But if the demonstrators confine themselves to denouncing the grave consequences of the economic crisis, we are witnessing not so much the return of Marxian class struggle as its permanent and effective mutilation by the dominant class and ideology. Proceeding with their reading, the magnates possibly experience a shudder when they come to the analysis of crises of relative overproduction. These offer confirmation of the destined end of a social system that recurrently destroys an enormous quantity of social wealth and plunges masses of people into unemployment, insecurity, workplace despotism, referred to by the Communist Manifesto, and poverty. They feel repulsed in their struggle for recognition and experience their condition ever more painfully, because under a different set of social and political relations. Contemporary science and technology could powerfully accelerate the growth of the productive forces and social wealth. However, in the West, parties capable of giving organized expression to the burgeoning mass discontent do not exist. There is no reason for the magnates to be particularly anxious. A potential reason for particular concern is the placards waved by the demonstrators that express their fury not only at Wall Street, but also War Street. The District of High Finance is identified as the District of War and the military-industrial complex. An awareness of the link between capitalism and imperialism is emerging or starting to emerge. Targeting areas of major geopolitical and geoeconomic significance, and ending with the installation of new, formidable military bases and further stimulus to the arms trade. The wars unleashed by the USA and the West are presented as humanitarian operations. But here is the balance sheet of the humanitarian operation in Libya drawn up by an irreproachable author, Tode. We know that the war led to at least 30,000 deaths, as opposed to the 300 victims of the initial repression, perpetrated by Gaddafi. The overwhelming superiority of the West's multimedia apparatus makes it possible, albeit with decreasing effectiveness, to manipulate public opinion. But awareness that both truth and its repression refer to the class struggle, its multiple forms and their interconnection, is emerging. These multiple forms and their interconnection end up emerging even when we focus exclusively on social conflict in the capitalist metropolis. We immediately encounter a growing mass of migrants. Hailing from the poorest countries in the world, they are a product of the first great divergence imposed by Western capitalism and colonialism on the rest of the world, global inequality. And they are arriving in the capitalist metropolis even as the second great divergence, increasing social polarization between an ever narrower privileged circle and the rest of the population, is growing. In these circumstances, it is perfectly understandable if migrants are often regarded and treated like niggers in the USA of the white supremacy. They often leave behind countries or regions where they have been condemned to expropriation and marginalization by classical colonialism, such as the case with Palestine, countries that have recently been the target of wars unleashed by the West, or which, not having succeeded in making the transition from the politico-military phase to the politico-economic phase of the anti-colonial revolution, are still prey to underdevelopment, penury, and the civil wars that sometimes result. Arriving in the West, these migrants bring with them their history and culture, which often, one thinks in particular of the condition of women, generates serious conflicts. How is this utterly heterogeneous mass to be organized into a single block of women and men capable of conducting an effective class struggle against capitalism and its various manifestations, from social polarization to militarism? Compounding the objective difficulties is the political and ideological initiative of the dominant class. In the USA especially, following an established tradition and tried and tested technique, it seeks to externalize social conflict, diverting growing popular anger to emerging countries, particularly China, which, having left behind the century of humiliation and desperate mass poverty that followed the Opium Wars, is now challenging the Columbian epoch and 500 years of uncontested Western supremacy. Hence, the organization of dependent workers into a coherent class struggle in the capitalist metropolis requires a capacity for orientation amid the multiple contradictions and class struggles traversing the contemporary world. What is needed more than ever is a rereading of Marx's theory of class struggles, plural. Only thus can we reappropriate an indispensable tool for understanding the historical process and undertaking struggles for emancipation. Bibliography.